Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Here we go, baby. Map 5 time. It's just the first match of the day, but here we go. The entire way. The ultimate map 5, Optic Texas, NYSL. NYSL trying to do it through 235. Can they get it done? To Invasion Search we go. You said it's an old-fashioned square-up. Talk to me about the final map.
Yeah, again, I mean, this is sort of what New York is relying on throughout the year. It has been Invasion, but I mean, Optic are ready for it throughout stage 3. 4-0 for New York, 3-0 for Optic. A map that they've improved in.
This is elimination match. Loser out of it, winner into the top 3, and they battle on. Shotzi and map 5s this season, a 1.43. The man can be an absolute magician.
No, again, and it could rely on a lot of the plays that he makes over towards Broken. Right, we'll start to see how Hydra is playing, what openings he tries to find. But yeah, 6-4 overall, but again, 3-0 throughout this stage.
Here we go. Here we go, everybody in attendance. The final map before we continue on this weekend. Hydra, can you deal with them early? It was big success for them in the map 2. Kismet maybe in trouble as well. So far, people able to squirrel away from the opening fights.
Yeah, right. Obviously, just an early contest over towards Broken. We know that's where Shotzi likes to play, him and Kenny with that duo. This Pred will be around middle of the tank, Dashy over towards A Street, and everything's just kind of slowed down for now.
Still a minute to work with. Not liking what they're seeing maybe on the B side of it, starting to wrap out, maybe work the other side of the map. The point man will be Pred, more than likely a mid-tank that will get info on this. You sort of have a 2-2 game set up for NYSL, but Hydra has already taken 200, 250 damage in this round. We'll get back to full, reevaluate. See what Sib can see as he might take the one-on-one. Damage in, finally able to finish it off, though it's the other side of it. Sorry, it's Kismet that's able to get the kill. Trying to snap back and not able to do it. Dashy, Kenny through, Sib winning 1, 2 versus 2. 20 seconds now to go. Bomb's got to get planted, though. Starting to rally back. You're by yourself if you are Sib. Yes, you've got Bomb, but you've got no time.
He might have some time. Now Dashy's gonna pick it up, and Dashy with 3 in the round. An incredible map 4. He holds it down, and honestly, you had Kismet inside of Broken who found a kill, but somehow out of all that, Pred stays alive. I have no idea how. He just ran through connector.
It was like an awkward swap there on the observing side. Like we saw, like Pred get tagged, and I just saw a kill on the kill feed. I thought it was Pred dropping it first.
Well, you know, it's Kenny, I think, because he tried to help Pred. He gets caught.
You know, Shotzi's the one that ultimately died and Broken, and yeah, Pred stayed alive the whole time somehow. Like, I don't know. He had to be 1 HP. I thought he was dead for sure. Sib, I thought hit some great shots, but it's Dashy with 3. It's an optic win.
That's the headshot multiplier being gone, right? I mean, if that is the old MCW,
probably,
that's a kill.
Yeah, well, thank God that's gone. See if Dashy can continue to work this. He has been so clutch for this optic team. As the opening fights maybe started having shots, he able to get some information. He wants to go. He is flying, trying to catch one, but can't quite get the timing maybe to get the kill. But he's got a lot of information now for the Optic Texas team. Knows 1 rally back towards B, 1 is inside of Broken. Trying to hit the nade, but instead his arm ripped clean off. Sib, that time, able to finish the kill.
Yeah, he just didn't know where he was inside of Broken. Obviously, you're cooking the nade, trying to just find out where he's sitting. And now behind that, Sib gets aggressive for his second, but trying to cook the nade, he gets caught. In New York, have Dashy left in a 1 versus 4. Dashy maybe just trying to play his life, earn a streak. Trying to do what he can as he is shooting straight.
He is shooting. I don't know what straight of the straight is, but he is shooting. This guy is lights out right now. But can you carry the 4L, maybe work towards a cruise? Do you let him sit or do you try to hunt him down? They are trying to hunt and they're able to drop him. I think Hydra gets the kill. So you can't take that 4-0 stretch into the next round if you are Dashy. And after the chaos of that first round, Sib able to kind of stabilize things and get stuff going early for NYSL.
Well, and I think on both sides, right, throughout both rounds, New York's saying we are going to contest this Broken setup, whether it's you on defense, whether it's us, like we're going to play for this point of the map, right? Sib was able to do it throughout that round. We saw Kismet try to get Shotzi out in the first round. So
it's like, do you leave him there and ignore him, or do you deal with it?
New York's going for it. We'll see how things switch up.
Round 3 now underway. Kenny, an opener. Big first blood for him, and that'll be bomb drop deep in spawn. Hydra in a tough situation as well. They are swarming. They're getting Hydra off the map. Don't allow him to make a play. Massive numbers here for Optic Texas. In a corner is Shotzi at Broken. Shocker. As he's able to find the kill, suddenly Sky's on an island, and it's island, you're likely dead.
Yeah, I've heard of that island.
Yeah, don't recommend it for a vacation. Not great. I thought maybe he's 180ing someone, but even not going to happen. Skies falls. Optic take it. Back and forth we continue to go in this map 5.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the round barely develops. It's a great first blood for Optic. They're able to find Sib on that street, maybe with a nade, a little team shot combo comes on in, and I think Hydra's just like, all right, we're down a man already. I'm going to try to make a play.
Well, I think that's like, you know, a lot of his like doubles he had in the playmaking ability was usually the first blood, opening of the round. Like if you were able to pick one of his teammates, yeah, but I think it puts more pressure on him to not maybe take his time, maybe not be patient. Exactly, try to make that play and things unravel. So even if you don't take Hydra out, just get the first blood can be big. Just due to how it changes the pacing maybe for NYSL. Can they continue to do it though? They struggle with the first bloods early in the map too and started to ramp it up. Now with the 2-1 advantage.
Look at this setup. You have nobody far towards the B bomb. It's really only Sib connector. That's your B player. The other 3 over towards A. So Sib just trying to gain info. He's got to be careful with this. Is he throwing shoulders? Fine, but yeah, just gonna wrap all the way back.
Well, this is one where you hope you waste time, but you kept showing pressure at Broken, and you kept sending it and taking that fight. Like, how much do you maybe just slow this down by them trying to clear everything? But it's Kenny again with a first blood.
Where did he even shoot him from? But he's able to find a middle courtyard. Maybe it's just like an angle. Able to take down Tiz, and now bomb already planted. Kenny safe with this plant. You see Pred just kind of playing safe over towards Cafe, watching the flank, but maybe setting up a play for himself. The rest of Optic locked in this down.
I mean, you set this up for a retake here. You just wish you don't lose one in the process. Shotzi takes down another. Pred, by the time he gets involved, this round may be done. A difficult one there at the tree. He almost gets fried by Hydra, but he wins it. Skies, again, on island, likely dead.
Yeah, sometimes when you're that A Street player, there's just not a lot you can do. You are left alone time and time again. But Kenny with, I think, an insane first blood on the Kismet. Gives them so much room on the B Street. And yeah, I mean, it was just Sip spotting. He rotates back. He doesn't have an angle on the bomb. Kind of gets bullied away. They use their numbers to go up. What, 3-1?
This place was quiet after the map 3. Things not looking great for Optic, but a massive map for the troops. Rallying in the audience for the map 5 as you are up 3-1. Skies on a goose. Everybody making plays on the side of Optic Texas. You got 3 straight for Kenny and Shotzi. You try to take a defense here to get a 4-1 edge. You need an answer right now if you're in YSL. Hydra has been kept out of this one so far, not able to be the playmaker he wants to be, but at some point you got to think he's going to start to make those plays. Pred going to have pressure to him here mid-map. We'll see if that will be the case. You're starting to play this 2-man game towards the A-bomb.
Yeah, obviously Pred just watching that cross. Now Kenny, eyes on the bomb. Is trying to set up the crossfire. Both players so weak. But on the other side of the map, Optic get active. They're able to isolate Sib. So another first blood here for Optic. They have played this one great.
Kenny has all 3 first bloods in this map 5. He is 5-2 on 4 straight, trying to give haircuts on either side. But Pred, Shotzi both just trying to stay alive as they're taking some heavy damage. Bomb would be planted. Now you have to work the retake. What are you seeing, Joe?
Yeah, watch number 6, Kismet. He's working the B Street. He might get behind enemy lines. He's going to find a freebie and just get out with his life. And that allows Hydra to find one. So it was a 4-on-3. They have to work to defuse. Still time on the clock, but you have to hunt these players down.
I got an idea of that, or his position is Kismet. Checks it and then tucks away. Skies will drop. 10 seconds to go. Checks it, gets the kill, not enough time, and a big one for NYSL in the route from Kismet. That'll seal it.
Yeah, I don't know what the timing was. You obviously had 2 players work that B Street, right? One inside of blue, one all the way back tank. He must have just cut through DVD alley. As soon as Optic were starting to work up towards A, and that just changed everything. Him and Hydra able to flip the script.
You needed that one so badly. You have another first blood for Kenny. You're in a good spot if you're Optic. Seems like it might be the dagger round to go up 4-1 maybe if you are Optic, but you stabilize now for your NYSL. You stay in the hunt. Sky's still looking for his first. Nobody kind of playing from tractor close B again for NYSL. They want to get aggressive, and we'll see how they back it up and set it up. But once again, wanted to challenge Broken.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players just right from the get-go, putting trophies down, smokes down, making sure they want to contest this point. So they have time and time again, and now they're trying to go to a more natural setup as Hydra is the only man mid-tank. Skies over towards the A Street, but how do Optic want to fight this?
You just get so much info, like this 3-man Wolfpack just pushing it out, making sure Texas can't get to some of their spots. Going forward, stiffing it out, it's Shotzi. It's Mr. Broken, who's able to get the first blood and the kill. Now another 4v3 scenario for Optic Texas. This time, can you get it done? Sib brings it back, and it's Sib trying to stay up. Dashy, though, able to give them numbers. Kenny following it up. Hydra left alone in Texas. It's round number 4 up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they're just saying, all right, going to Broken, like, we're just going to contest this with our nades, right? Put shots into Sib from Treehouse, and then let Shotzi do his thing. Worst case, we trade that out. Kismet has to turn that a little bit more play. Maybe he just needs a little bit more help, or if you're New York, maybe just give that up.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a tough gunfight on both sides. Like, you're kind of guessing where the position is as you slide in. If you're a Shotzi, you're dealing with the moment, the movement of Shotzi. If you're, getting cambered, if you're Kismet, it's so tough. But as Shotzi, it's able to find the first blood. 2-round advantage again for Optic Texas. At some point, NYSL have got to rally together multiple rounds. They've yet been able to do it. Knock through the door. This time, the Bulldog ready and waiting. A little bit of revenge.
Yeah, I mean, you try to get aggressive through B. You're up a couple of rounds. Maybe you just kind of go for the jugular there. But they take the risk. Doesn't pay off. Still a 3 versus 4. And Kenny is trying to find number 70. Will Kismet. He gets impatient. Kenny almost able to take down 3.
The guy's done 1,200 damage in the round or something. I don't know. He's hitting everybody, but Hydra's somehow going to win it. Dashy's still on 4 straight, maybe working towards the cruise.
But you've just kind of left Hydra over towards B. Bomb's still just taking their time. That's going to be Skies. But there is Hydra. He gets caught. And now on the run is Skies. He's yet to find a kill, so he's just going to try to play the objective.
Maybe not using the gunny, but trying to use his feet. Bomb getting planted and under 30 to go, so plenty of time to do that. And now we get into this 2v2 scenario.
And look, Optic know, like, all right, A Street has been open this entire time. They have no idea where Sib is set up. But it looks like they have now they have a pretty good idea, because you're going to have Pred work all the way through. And that might be the play. You have to wait on Pred. Great shots by Dashy to back him down.
Maybe a one-on-one on the other side too, but yeah, it's on Pred to find the opener. He's able to do that. Kill onto Pred, all onto Sky. Still looking for his first.
Oh yeah, spotted.
15 seconds to go. Now, what do they do behind this spot? Pred and Dashy, an awkward moment. The search and destroy yesterday. This time, can they ice up? Hops on it, gets dropped. Not gonna happen once again.
I think he might have it. I
thought it was 7.2.
It is so close. He's got it.
He got it. This time, Pred and Dashy, they're able to do it.
He knew I saw the fist bump. That man said, I got it, baby.
Just milliseconds late yesterday in this same duo. This time, they get it done, and now a round away from moving on. We'll take one more look at this scoop here from Dashy. Kill in, slide in. It is picture perfect. And you're also on 5 straight. Woo! One more round, you're into the top 3, and you're battling deep into a Sunday again if you are Optic. The fans can taste it, as they're so close to closing it out.
Again, you get aggressive through B Street, right? Look at this setup from Kiz and Hydra, not contesting Broken, but 2 through the DVD alley. Just when are they going to pound? Just kind of waiting patiently. Gonna have Sib looking over them. Really, I mean, A is wide open, but New York just kind of knowing. Look at this. As soon as they put shots in, they fly. So Hydra's able to find the first. Do they know it's 2?
God, Kitty is here. Shotzi and Pred, though, through with the kills. Kismet up top. Kitty will drop the Hydra. 1 versus 2 now for Hydra. 30 on the clock. It's all on the French sensation, or they are out of this tournament.
Oh, no.
It gets a little scary for a moment. He gets tagged on the cross as well. Wants to use a smoke, maybe for a little bit of chaos.
There's a smoke on the other side. He gets him off the bomb.
Just a threat. Stops it now. He'll go for the
These
plant
timings
again.
are unbelievable.
Oh my God. Hydra, the magician. Does he find a brilliant moment again, or does he get spotted? I don't think he was spotted yet. Well, now the gig is up. Shotzi toying with his food. Brilliant shots over the top. And Optic move on.
And this has been a mode that hasn't been great this weekend for Optic. You get to a game 5, and they're able to clutch on up. As I said, throughout this stage, 3-0, perfect. Now up to 4-0. It is such a strength for them. But I'm gonna give so much props to Dashy, the way he stepped up games 4 and 5. He took over. He said, I'm not losing today.
Dude, if that round was a perfect example. Like when I saw it was him and Pred alive, the time of that clock, I'm like, oh God, here we go again. Like I know it was Karachi, but I know it was a very different round, but still, I'm like, oh God, this is deja vu. But this time he gets on it. He mixes up in multiple scenarios. I mean, if it was Dashi Lado, it was Kenny Early, 3 or 4 first bloods. He had some massive gunfight wins, but it is a team effort. You neutralize the playmaker in Hydra, keep him to 6 and 7. You shut down a great search player in Skies who goes 1 and 7 in that one. It is an all-around effort. And Dashi leading the lobby in damage as well.
And again, I mean, for New York, it was just we're going to contest B Street, offense, defense, go for it again and again. It just never worked out. Even when they found a first blood in that last round, it got chaotic, and who comes out on top? It's Optic.
And for Optic, you know, when the search has been maybe struggling a little bit, you know, you're going to need that search to click if you're going to win a tournament today. If you're going to win it, it has to get better. Is a map like that, a big map 5 in front of this crowd, going to be huge for you?
No, absolutely. Yeah, and I think Invasion Control, they just have to get back on the same page. Again, maybe just simplify the defense, give up B from time to time, just win a couple of easy rounds.
Yeah, it's just tough. You don't have a lot of time to work through things. If you're Optic going to make this run, the difficult part of being the first match on Sunday, you're going to keep playing. You are going to be playing and playing and playing. Not a ton of time to work on things. It is what it is. Can you improve? Can you fix those minor moments? But Shotzi was going nuts on the stage after that victory. The boys are firing. Let's kick it to an interview now with Shotzi.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. Toronto, show some love to Optic Texas as they secure top 3. Job not done yet, Shotzi, but just initial feelings to take down that Subliners team. How you feeling?
Feeling amazing. You know, we were up 1-0, somehow got down 1-2. You know, we bounced back. I ended up winning the next 2, so, you know, I'm proud of the boys.
Proud of the boys. Okay, now, you know, I don't want to talk too much about strategy because I know the ops are watching, but when you guys were down 1-2, what was said by the coaches there to get you guys motivated in those last 2 maps?
I mean, we were playing good. We were just doing fundamental mistakes that we weren't used to doing, and I feel like once we just, you know, make sure we weren't doing mistakes, we were just, you know, fine. So
now, at the end of that, you know, towards the S&D rounds, you know, 4-3 versus 5-2, completely different scenario. What was y'all saying to Dashi to gas him up after he hit that defuse?
I didn't think he was going to get it. I mean, I think it was, what, 7.5 exactly or something like that? So, I mean, I don't even know. I was screaming at him. I don't know what I was saying. I'm not going to lie. I was just screaming. So.
All right, one more match for you. Get ready. We're about to get the winners finals underway. But what you want these Green Wall fans to know here and all around the world as you get prepared?
Keep going crazy. You know, keep going crazy, for sure.
Keep
we love you guys.
going crazy. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
There was a war in the chat during this series, but Optic comes out on top not only in this series, but also in the venue. The fans getting behind them in that Game 4, and when they did, 100-point club was basically on the table. Let's talk about this comeback from Optic Texas.
I mean, that was just unreal. The 100-point club, I don't think anybody could have saw coming, and neither could they see that invasion control out of New York Subliners to take 2 attack rounds, and for Optic to come back swinging in the way that they did. Kenny, we know what he does on Championship Sunday. Easily kind of my MVP overall for this series. He opens that map number 1 with 6K damage, 34 and 24, and then they follow. They drop 2 maps in a row just to come back in that Rio and hit 100 points.
Nameless, I gotta ask you about this Game 5, though. Dashi putting up some MVP-like numbers to seal the deal and lock in top 3 this weekend.
Yeah, you know, when I saw that Game 5 being Invasion, I'm like, this is truly a square up. I actually leaned towards New York, but I said if Optic Texas were able to dominate B Street and make plays, we know where Sid plays behind that tractor. We know Kismet likes to play in bottom broken, and Optic absolutely exposed the defense of the New York Subliners. And let's talk about Dashi for a moment. You're talking about a guy who was #1 in clutches coming into this event, has the absolute ice in his veins to clutch up some massive rounds needed by Optic Texas.
Dashi gets the job done for Optic, and Shotzi and crew celebrate as the final kill is scored on Hydra. And now they power into our top 3. The question is, if you're Optic, do you want to play Atlanta or Toronto next, Allie?
I had to pick your poison in that matchup. Maybe just they want to get the revenge on Atlanta, but maybe wait for the grand final on that one.
Might be a good business decision right there. Good luck to whoever they draw. Optic is looking very confident, and we have their scuff play of the game. Not only is the final kills, it's also the reaction. We wanted you all to be able to listen to this one at home, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, just an incredible round here by Optic Texas. It gets down to the wire. You're thinking the timing, like, this guy's going to be able to clutch up, but he gets killed, and Dashi gets there at the very end. And you saw earlier in the game, too, it was tough where they didn't get there in time. Retribution.
I got it. I think I got it.
You got it?
I don't know.
Even Dashy didn't believe he had it. Prezak, you got it.
No, listen, they were due one from yesterday. Remember when we were on Karachi and they were like, Pred's not getting it, Dashy's not getting it, and the bomb blew up? They were owed a defuse at 0.0.
That is manifestation at its finest. Listen, things are going our way. We're not making the same mistake twice. Optic get it done in 5. What a series.
Congratulations to Optic Texas for back-to-back top 3 finishes. And of course, the 3 teams remaining, we got FaZe, we've got Ultra, we've got Optic, but it's that big one coming up next. Number 1 seeded FaZe versus number 2 seeded Ultra here at Major 3, coming up on the other side of this break.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
You gotta take a sip of syrup now. Oh, do I need to? Okay, all right, I can. Okay, here we go. Can I open? Am I strong enough to open this? Yeah. You can open it for me. I'm not strong enough.
Are you serious?
I need you.
Well, we gotta take this.
You're my work husband.
We gotta take this off.
Oh, that helped. Now can I do it?
Yeah, probably. Go. Come on.
I can't do it, dude. Twisted bar. I need to chug the syrup.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please.
Yeah! Woo!
Oh God, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, that was way too much.
We've got inside on stage. That's delicious.
Okay.
Right? Champs is solidified. Now it's about getting that championship. We know how that momentum can get you the ring. And look at that trophy. What's that?
The best in Call of Duty history
right there.
We did pretty good in Black Ops 2. I think that thing is better. Let's take a look at the catch.
Now, as hot as the game may seem, I know one thing that won't be that crazy, and that's the comms of Toronto Ultra.
We kill
him? Calm as ever, Toronto Ultra. Now to the other side of the stage.
Unless Priesta can come up with something magical, something historical. New players falling. Priesta ends up getting traded out, but Standy's still here. No respawns right now for Rocker, but hey, we've got to put ourselves on pause. 1.5 seconds on the clock. Atlanta FaZe, they've got to push their way in. They've got to dig their way through. Nades, tacticals, utility tossed out. But take a look at this. Take a look at right now from Minnesota, and they do not push on to the
Picking up Zig as you watch the white arrow start to funnel out. Sip and RCs have that crossfire. It's a lot for Simp to deal with, and he is dealing with it. 4-0 start. Just sensational. And he gets stuck. That was directly to his forehead, I think.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra trying to get water side to, flip spawns for the second hill. We're going to head towards the left side of your mini-map, dude. Over towards kitchen. All right, but at least they're sticking them.
Was that deja vu? It's like 4 in a row.
They're sticking to mid-map control. Vico trying to find it, but doesn't check for scrap inside a bending corner. He's able to take down 2.
Okay, this guy is just trying to get sassy with it now. 10-6, and you are seeing it here. Give him all 4. He is dialed.
Trying to retake from, but Dashy maybe just gets given a gift.
No, Dashy didn't see him.
Open your eyes.
Oh no, he didn't see the player Kleenex lying down in the alleyway. Oh my word, and oh, Kleenex.
Trying to clear out every single base he possibly can, but Draws has found 2 in the middle of the map with the Renetti. He's going to find the 3rd as well. Draws are lighting up the kill feed. And letting the phase, sending us to around 11.
Honestly, it's just us in Toronto, but as you've seen, we just 3-0'd them, so I think they're ass and we're on top.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9-22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line.
Craziest play I have ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if anything will ever stack up to this play.
I mean, I can't believe he had time to reload for the first one. I mean, part of that at all. And the fact that Priesta accidentally mantles the Godheady.
Top blue on point. 7 AM. All right, one's already close our side. Yeah, he's pushed out. DJ, wait. Slam. DJ, nice. There. Blue. Lay downhill. Absolute weekend. Absolute hill. One. You. Absolute. Nice. Oh my God. Step. We got blue. Have hot blue. Oh my God.
Last night, this place was roaring. Tonight, it gets even louder. Welcome back to Major 3 for the Winners Bracket Finals. Just 2 teams remain unscathed in our Winners Bracket as Atlanta FaZe puts their #1 seed on the line against our #2 Toronto Ultra. Welcome back in, everybody. It's Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat. We've got Nameless down there at the end. And Nameless, I want to start with you. Why is there so much animosity entering this matchup?
Listen, because Scrap and Draza have beef. Everybody knows this. If you're not on Twitter or X, then I don't know what you're doing. Follow these guys because they truly don't like each other. One of the best rivalries we've had in the CDL era. Can't wait for them to go at it on stage.
Draza and Atlanta trying to make it back-to-back. They're on a 13 streak, but it's Toronto Ultra in their way, and it's not just the 4 players on the stage. It's this crowd that has their back.
Yeah, the home crowd has had their back all weekend long, and we were a little bit worried about Toronto heading into this because of their search and destroy woes, but it seems so far so good on land. They win one versus Optic Texas, and they're one of the worst attack teams in the league, but that's what got them their W on that Karachi search and destroy, and they're going up against an Atlanta FaZe team that there is any weakness. It's been in the game 2 and 5s.
I will say also, if you're looking at the numbers here, Nameless, maybe a weakness for Toronto is simply matching up against Atlanta FaZe. Taking a look at Kleenex and Envoy's numbers, in particular against FaZe across the whole season. They're both below 1.0.
Yeah, they have struggled, but you talk about some of their losses, it's been them getting cooked online. When you talk about land, Toronto had a great time against them at Major 1, and as we mentioned, they did not play at Major 2. So for Toronto Ultra, they're probably sitting there feeling like they're still the best team in the game. Atlanta has yet to go through them.
Allie, walk us through our Monster Energy pregame for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, for sure. The good has been the hard point. Toronto is the best hard point team right now overall in this season. They're #2 on rotation and top 2 in just about every other category. And not only that, the slang has been there for this team as well, specifically an Envoy making a huge step up here on land. But the bad is their S&D attacking. They're 11th overall in the league. They're 11th in post plan as well overall in the league. And they're 14-21 in those rounds in attack. So that's going to be their biggest focus against Atlanta FaZe right now.
Yeah, sorry, we're just looking at some of the numbers. Is Toronto the best hardpoint team in the game?
I would say on the season, yes, absolutely. Their record is ridiculous. But right now, Atlanta FaZe has been unreal with the new maps that we've added to the map pool. Atlanta looks almost unbeatable in that game mode. If there's a team to do it, though, it would be Toronto Ultra. But let's talk about Atlanta FaZe for a second. On a historic run, if they win this match, they will break their own record that they set in Cold War for most consecutive matches won. You talk about across the board in all 3 game modes, they've been unbelievable since the start of Stage 3, completely working on their craft and mastering the new maps in addition to our map pool.
Ali, what I find craziest is the fact that they've only dropped 1 map this tournament, and that was back to Miami. They 3-0'd New York, and they looked clean in that 3-0.
And what they dropped to Miami was a search and destroy. And at first, we thought it was just an invasion search and destroy problem because they lost 2 of those back-to-back during online qualifiers, but then they lose the 6-star to Miami. That's now 3 in a row. So maybe raising some question marks on where they stand in the league and their S&D map pool.
If you've been watching the CDL era of Call of Duty, you'll know that Atlanta has more silvers than anyone in this league. But you see what Draza has brought to the squad as they are looking for back-to-back golds.
Yeah, you say more silvers, but also more golds as well.
True.
And when you talk about Draza, like this team, 6-3 in Search and Destroy, fantastic. But he's been unbelievable also in control. They're 8-1 in that game mode. He's 5th overall in the league. So you added a heavy hitter when it comes to just downright slaying, right? Like if you need a guy, you want to call upon his jersey to take over, make game easy for yourself, he can do it. And we've seen it in this tournament so far, which is why in this matchup, Atlanta is 4-0 when it comes to the control game mode, a lot due to Draza.
And for the Atlanta FaZe pregame, the good is still the hard point, 13-1 record with an active 12-map win streak. They have been the best team during the split in that game mode, but on the flip side for the bad, like I just talked about, their vetoes haven't really been there for Search and Destroy. They're 0-2 on Invasion, and they haven't played Karachi, and 1 has to be put into this series. So we could see some glaring issues for FaZe in this situation, but these are the 2 best S&D defense teams that over the course of the league. So it really just depends on who has the attack today.
Yeah, you know, and for you FaZe fans out there looking at the Invasion 0-2, like it's been tough throughout the stage, but on the season, they've been great at that map mode specifically. Right. And then also, they've been working on their map mode and playing a lot of 6-star, which I believe we will see in this series.
We got to take a look at the numbers one more time before this best of 5 kicks off. If you're looking for the best slayers in the game, well, they got the top 4 spots. Draza, Scrap, Abizi, and Celium have been putting in work, and you got all 4 members of FaZe here with Sim coming in at the number 8 spot.
Yeah, all this the leaderboard really tells me is that Scrap needs his teammates to step up a bit in the slaying department, and we saw it a little bit yesterday. We saw what Insight was capable to do to close out that final map 4 versus Optic Texas and close out. So they're going to need to have those guns hot and ready versus Atlanta FaZe.
Draza and Celium, 2 ARs in your top 4. Scrap looking for Insight to join him with some more ridiculous numbers like he did against Optic to close things out. As we take a look at our maps and modes, who's got the statistical advantage here, Ali?
I want to say both of them are kind of trading off here. They both don't mind to play that Vista in the map number 1. It leans a little bit more heavily in Atlanta FaZe just because they just played it versus New York, but the 6-star could be either one's game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. If we go all the way to that Game 5, that Rio S&D, man, it's going to be so tough for Toronto to beat Atlanta FaZe on it. But I hope we make it there. I think it could be special.
Toronto, are you guys hoping for a Game 5 tonight?
Oh, yeah.
That's what we like to hear. It's time to take a look at our Scuff Pick'ems. Nameless is leading everybody, and he is now up over 120 correct predictions before Major 4. Well done, my guy. Let's make it 121.
I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. They look untouchable, like the best team I've ever watched. I think they take this series.
Calling 14 match wins in a row, a new CDL record. Ali, what do you see happening?
I don't know. I think the record ends here. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra. Didn't see that coming, did you?
Scrap versus Dashy, Draza versus... I'm going to go Atlanta right now, but Toronto's coming back. Don't y'all worry about it. Fans not happy with me right now, Blaze, but I know that Chad is because the winner's bracket finals starts right now.
I'm hoping to get Toronto next round. I want them here. I want the chance. I want everything. I love this. Phase the up. Let's get it. Come on.
I was on them at Major 1. They didn't get a chance at Major 2, so I'm coming for Major 3.
Looking for the full 10 point. Sure, why not? Let them know about it. Dials up a triple. It's over. Ultra 10.
Hey, let's come out and win this shit. Right? Let's win this.
Now some matches out there, it's about the points. Others, it's about the money. Some is personal. And this is one of those series. The first squad coming to the stage, looking to shut up this venue and hush the crowd. Get ready for those bad boys from Atlanta.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Beast in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
You can love them or you can hate them, but get loud for Atlanta FaZe! Here comes Celium, Simp, Abizi, and Draza, the bad boys of the CDL, Atlanta FaZe.
They're looking to go back to back, and you heard their intro. I feel like Atlanta FaZe has just been saying, man, who wants smoke? Somebody give us some competition. And it's been Scrap in the background like, hey, I do. So it's time for that matchup to finally happen. Draza versus Scrap. Let's bring out Toronto and the hometown team.
I'm so ready to do it, but Toronto, help me out. When I say Toronto, you say Ultra. Toronto! Toronto! Here comes the home squad.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, I've been the safest since I take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Givenchy, my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sense. Sprint advantage spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you can take a guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Toronto Ultra. We got Scrap, Envoy, Insight, and Kleenex. Ready to ice the competition. The home team not playing today.
There's been a lot of talk from both sides of this stage all weekend long, and even before that. But all I see in this crowd right now is a sea of purple. It's our winners finals, and one of these teams got to drop down to go against the green wall, and I don't think it's going to be the hometown one. It's finally time to see who's going to take it into that grand final in the final match of the day. Take it away, Blaze.
The stage is hot, and it's a lot of beef here. It's time to get this one match going. Casters, let's cook.
Let's grill away, my friends. This is one we've been waiting for a while. A couple of teasers online. Hasn't been as competitive as we were hoping for, but this one feels different, Jay.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get into this one, but I don't want to be that excited because we were blessed with the opportunity to cast the last two matchups between this team. I'm sitting there right now in every note thinking that it's going to be an absolute battle from start to finish, and then Atlanta FaZe just do what Atlanta FaZe do, and that is just beat the hell out of Toronto. So they have some bad blood between both of these teams. Toronto had to try to come out here and answer early into this series to not allow Atlanta to get any momentum.
Absolutely the case, and I think the thing about it is we've started to see some of the online performances from Envoy and Kleenex really turn up here on the main stage. That's what they need, because we've seen the Tiny Terrors decimate every other sub-duo essentially in the league. That has to be different here if Toronto want to find a way to essentially upset.
Yeah, all throughout Major 3 qualifiers, Atlanta played all the top 4 teams, and every single time I go back and look at the numbers, it's the SMGs on the opposing side sitting around a 0.8, so that's what Atlanta FaZe are so damn well at doing, is neutralizing the SMG pressure on the opposing side. So with Envoy playing the way that he has been all weekend long, same thing with with Kleenex, those guys need to be able to perform here.
It was a 0.5 and a 0.6 for two of them respectively last time they met online. But again, that was online.
Yeah.
We've seen the SMGs across the league really step up and bring a different form. So that feels like win condition for Toronto. On the same front though, you have a map pool here that does allow you some opportunities to possibly take away, especially some respawns from this very strong Atlanta squad.
Yeah, Atlanta, they have figured out how to play the new maps really well. Vista hardpoint to start this one off. That's been a bread and butter one for them all season long. Ever since it's been added, they're sitting at a perfect 4-0. They are great in the hold percentage, great in the break percentage, but in the back of their minds, they have to start thinking about that rotation.
Here we go. A matchup we've all been waiting for. Doesn't matter who you think is the hero, who you think is the villain. The time for talk is over. Time to put up or literally shut up. Ultra, FaZe, winners finals. Let's get it on.
We're ready. The hometown crowd here is ready. Even Stevie Wonder can't wait for this matchup to start, but here we go. Winners finals. Map number 1, Toronto and Atlanta. Let's get it on.
Vista, a map that we've seen Atlanta really struggle on rotation, but they've done great at finding efficiency in and around the hard points. That feels like an area that Ultra really need to embellish if they want to find a way to win. Get to these hard points, lock down the favorite sides, and do not allow Atlanta to do this. Get mixy inside the hill.
Yeah, Atlanta at least find all the opening kills right off the rip, but Envoy finds a double to at least allow his teammates to work their way back in towards this P1. But Celium finds 3 in a row, so it's still Atlanta in control of the spawns, in control of the hill, and Ultra have to find their way back on in. That double make it a triple is the answer.
Numbers are decent. Eyes over towards Straza as well. The push is on, and Kleenex takes him out of the hill. Atlanta still a chance to try to re-break this hill, and they're sending it forward, but it beats all of the waiting. Guns for Ultra. 4 straight kills, and Ultra start to rotate down to the bottom.
Perfect plays right there from Ultra to work their way back into that P1 hardpoint. You already sent Envoy off the rotation. He is going to lose that gunfight to Celium, and now Atlanta FaZe put themselves in a position to get some much-needed time here at P2. How do Ultra decide to break their way on in? A couple players attacking through the middle of the map. It's traded equally as Kleenex finds a double.
A great start from Kleenex. 4-4 just even, but a lot of marquee eliminations to allow, again, entry into these hard points. Shut down, though, as the ARs for Atlanta FaZe now set up and ready to go for where this next break attempt is coming from. Adve trying to push forward, creates a little bit of space here, and FaZe actually not just winning over the hill, they're actually finding success on the rotation to Sip sunning down the long round.
That's unbelievable plays right there to Sip. He was the sole man on that side of the map watching the overextension. He's able to find a double and hit that reset button for Ultra because they're only sending a couple players at this HP, but here comes the pitch from Adve. He's so damn annoying to play against. He's only able to take down 1, but the teammates rally around. They find the rest of the kills. Final 10 going to be theirs, and they're in control of the spawns. Celium already started with the body shoot.
8-2, 4 in a row for Cell. He's good for the scrap time. Over towards New. Ultra looking to play through the old hill here. Takes Celium off the potential streak. Good mitigation of damage. Kleenex, the last one, kind of lurking around the new hard point. He gets shut up, and now it's just down to can Ultra find success around the back. Sim here to meet him.
Yeah, this push has to be perfect. They at least trade effectively onto Sim, but draws in Celium. The ARs hold down that back position. Now with Kleenex being the only player from Ultra that was in the position to spawn his way out, his position is now known. Adve takes care of him. All Ultra all the way across the map, and Atlanta FaZe are just turning up to a different level.
And when Adve runs around the map finding success like this, that's when you start to see Atlanta FaZe, those hold percentages, the efficiency they find on the hill is just so damn good. They may not be the first team to the hill all the time, but when they get there, they do stuff like this. Adve, 5 in a row. Celium still at 10-3, and Atlanta FaZe are going to break past the century mark.
Yeah, we need to stop the bleeding if you are Ultra. It's just not going to be easy, though, because all these hills are preferred on this side of the map. So you have to work your way up to that middle side. It's going to turn into a 2-on-1 over that rotation in the hands of Draza. A couple of his teammates dropping around him. He also does fall, so perfect plays right there from Ultra to find the kills to flip the spawns.
Oh, Sim seems to think he's got a timing to jump on in. He gets punished for it. So now a bit of a staggered spawn for Atlanta. Ultra looking pretty clean on this setup, and boy, do they need a clean hard point here. FaZe trying to stretch across the middle of the map. Keep your eye on Envoy. He's trying to cut this all off. Good look towards Celium, but backs away, just trying to hold off this FaZe approach.
And right now, they're just trying to flip these spawns as well. Trying to play some good Call of Duty timings, but Envoy's at least able to find 1. The rest of Atlanta FaZe applying pressure through the front. It's going to fall into the hands of Adve. He wins a 1-on-1. You see the spawns for Atlanta. They're now all in towards the back. This final 25 is going to be theirs.
Envoy maybe a chance to jump on in from the high ground. stuns. Nades starting to land. No trophy system here for Atlanta. Simp taking a lot of the beating. Draza on the pinch though up top. Trying to just stall out this Ultra hit, but Simp enough separation to get the regen, and with that the scrap time goes the way of Atlanta.
And we've seen this out of Ultra the last time that they played this map versus the Subliners. They were down by 140 points and then slowly started to work their way back into this game, but it starts with this B5. It's a route being hit by Draza, taking his sweet time, working his way behind enemy lines, but I don't know if he's going to read his position on a scrap. He wins that one-on-one off the rotation, so it's Ultra holding on to the hill.
And, you know, there's going to be a lot of players and a lot of people in the crowd trying to tally up how that 1v1 is going to go across this series. Ultra only a chance to contest though for now. Reinforcements held off as Sip again on this deep play through mid, just keeps making sure Ultra are uncomfortable, and with that phase now again earning more time.
And look at how heads up Draza is. He knows that there's a potential spawn out for Ultra, and he's trying to set up that pinch, but inside reads it. So Ultra from the front, from the back, able to find all the kills in the feed that lead to the break. And with those spawns now for Atlanta, this is an opportunity where Ultra can chain that P5 to this P1. This is their comeback.
Front, back, side to side. Ultra sliding their way right back into the hill and right back into the game. A chance to possibly not just win this scrap time outright, but maybe get an early look over towards P1. Sip trying to save the play for Atlanta, but shut down as Kleenex on 4 in a row, and a perfect time as Ultra step into the new hill to see how they come, and the Ultra listening.
Arches huge. Sure. 1 mid. 1 bridge, 1 hell.
Catches is that?
Nice. 1 bridge. 1 mid. You close the doors.
Bridge.
Mid. Nice.
Nice bridge.
One was left.
In third door. Weak in the railings.
Stun him.
He's close. Bridge.
One bridge now.
He could go low.
Bridge dead.
Easy could go low.
Eyebrows.
Oh, yeah.
I'll pick up, right?
Gotta be laying on the bridge. Third side dead. Beast is still close. I think one's pitching, boys.
I have pitch.
Yo, one's third side shot. Yeah, no, he's bridge though. That's a easy. Dead, one more bridge.
Yep. Pitch it.
Pitch it, one's their side. Pitch it, one their side. Their side, one side. Dead, one shot, absolutely behind it. Nice. One more their side. Weak. Close right. Nice little one there. Nice.
Let's go.
We got this shit.
You're cut time. I'm going mid.
Yeah. They might have spawned like back
mid. Weak. He's flowers right now. Flowers dead. Nice.
I'm coming to.
They're gonna be new.
No, already pit. He's going to couches right now. Couches?
He may hit all. Flowers dead. Nice. Well, have you
I'd kill short. He's
make a P3 dead. Nice. Go, Jamie, go.
One flowers, I think. Flowers, weak. Laying down on the heady. Flowers, absolute. Flowers, absolute on time. Absolute on time.
He's outer time. I spawn alley. I can charge time.
Split steps. Nice.
I'll charge outer.
1 P1. Their side time and flowers, I think.
What's P1? Yeah, P1 push it through short.
I can't pick that up, by the way. Their side dead.
On time. 1 shot. And one's our short. Sell, I'm pretty sure.
Go mid steps. Mid. 1 shot weak mid. He's still trying mid. Trying to play it.
Let's be close.
Nice. Their side time now.
There's a time challenge.
And then one's hit me mid. Mid as well. He's already two mid. They're already mid steps. 2 mid steps. Close left. 2 close left.
Down time.
Yo, top flowers. One close first side.
Nice.
Top tower now. Rails. Laying down. Rails absolute. Nice.
Going up there again. Rails not weak.
Absolute. Nice.
No one needed. Sip is there. That's first kid.
Mid. Flowers. Top flowers. Step it down.
Flowers weak.
Weak.
He's in time now. That's how there's.
One's gonna be rotated too.
Nice. Side dead.
Close. I get low, right?
I got some mid, bro.
They can be short.
Low
in. I think there's another one here. Just hold this, Jamie, okay?
Alright, one's on old weak. Yeah, one's done for mid, by the way. They could play me. I'm gonna go.
Ultra doing exactly what they need to do. Keep that P2 rotation a bit more mixy, and now as we head to 3, 50-50 battle for the opening time.
Yeah, this is fantastic so far to Ultra on this potential comeback. They have holding down the priority on this side of the map so they can chain it to that P2 and P3. Now with a couple kills going in their favor, effective trades through down low. Envoy's able to find a double with the Renetti. Ultra slowly but surely find themselves down by 30 points, but they can still run up this score.
Atlanta trying to run quickly through mid-map, but it's been scouted out. Scrapper on the pinch size, able to find 2. Huge shutdown for Ultra. Back 30 looking good as Atlanta default into playing over through mid with eyes over towards 4.
They have to give up that old hill. They know that they have to potentially try to flip out these spawns. You can see that spawn there for Scrap all the way over towards that bridge side. So Envoy's gonna have his hands full. He's able to take down one, puts in a couple shots onto Simp, but he gives the info to his teammates. They try to set up a pinch, and Atlanta Phasers have too many bodies on that side of the map, but it's a tie game. It's gonna be another photo finish.
Big one for Scrap. Deep out towards Celiam. Help from Draza allows Atlanta to stabilize on rotation. They're gonna get the opening time here, and now it's just down to what route does Ultra want to hit. Bit of a a split spawn situation and staggered. So it's 2 players on one side, 2 on the other.
And you have to make this first push count because of how spread they are around the map. You're wasting a lot of time. Atlanta just running away with all this hill time here as they're finding the kill. Scrap is at least able to take down 1, but now it's only pressure from Ultra through that front side. You have to break right through that front side if you want to take down Atlanta.
Long crossing angles here from Atlanta. Contest going to be decent right now for Ultra, but when do these gunfights start to come through? Cell cutting off the angle, draws a following. Oh, and Adve right there. All 4 dead. Adve on 5 in a row, and Atlanta over the 200-point mark.
And this is a scary moment because if Adve earns this cruise missile, you know how impactful that can be. And when he shoots like that, it's just simply too easy for him. It's now off the rotation. Inside at least wins a big one-on-one gunfight to potentially set his team on up, but Adve is here to instantly find that trade. And now Atlanta FaZe have grown this lead again by 50.
Decent stretch of kills, though, as the yard point starts to move over towards bridge for Ultra. The big factor here is that cruise missile. When does Atlanta want to pop this? Sooner rather than later, or do you hold it for an emergency situation? Time will tell. Draza mid-map, only takes 1 insight tag, but still Ultra in the hard point.
Yeah, they just don't have any map control right now, so Atlanta FaZe are trying to send someone on this deep pinch. But Adve's going to be in an engagement, and Kleenex is able to pick it on up. So all of Atlanta cannot get even remotely close to this hard point. They have everything cut off on the side of Ultra. It's been very difficult for Atlanta to work their way up to the middle of the map, but with Simp finding a double, a perfect opportunity for the Cruise to get called.
Scrap trying to step away, and the Cruise missile will not find any eliminations, but Atlanta do win back this front cafe area. Just down to Can Ultra. Again, replicate the match that they found versus New York for going from 5 to 1. Another respawn comes through. Ultra able to fight themselves closer towards the hard point, but again, look at the mini-map. You've got Ultra spawning bottom right, Atlanta top left. It's a mad dash to the middle.
Yeah, Kleenex is going to try to make this play. He can only take down 1, but now his friends are going to be a little bit late to the party because Atlanta FaZe have rallied the troops in towards B1. They only need about 5 seconds to close out this game. The spawns from Ultra all the way across the map.
Got to find a way to touch. Nades are littering the front door. There's 248. It does get contested, but Draza with the double. Draza gets all 4. All of it coming one direction. And Draza finds a way to pack it home and take map number 1 in dramatic fashion.
Woo! That's how you start off the winners finals. We know both of these teams have some bad blood between them, but a 46-point difference to start off this game. It was just simply a slow start from Ultra. They were always playing catch-up at the beginning of the game, but Atlanta FaZe cut their losses at that second rotation at P3, send all 4 players off the rotation. There was not a single guy trying to challenge O, trying to win some insane gunfights on that side of the map. They were, as a collective unit, off the rotation and were able to trade effectively to flip those spawns. That was the turning point of the game, and now Atlanta FaZe, what? They pushed their hardpoint record in a row to 13.
It's unreal stuff, man. And again, it's in the form where we look at the numbers very heavily, and you see 11th in rotation, 12th in rotation on these 2 maps in this pool particularly, but it's just how they win the map over. Yeah, they might be late to the hill, but they're winning the mid. They're winning the long routes around the back. So maybe you get the first 10 seconds, but they get the next 40. That's where they really pack a punch, and they pull that off absolutely beautifully on a number of money hills here.
And that's the biggest thing is about the money hills, because a lot of these hills can tend to be scrappy, but every single time Atlanta FaZe know that they're going into a money hill, they're hitting early rotations. They are setting up properly for that hill to get a lot of time. They've been one of the best, if not the best, in teams in HP in points per 60, and they show it there. They might be late off the rotation, but that simply doesn't matter. They're more focused on just maintaining the map control, outslaying when they need to, and just keeping the game mixy where they usually find themselves coming on top.
On the other front, though, you got to take a moment to kind of tally. Hey, the SMGs for Ultra are still playing well. I mean, yeah, a couple of moments late where Bees is able to earn himself that cruise missile, and maybe that's a bit of a difference maker in terms of not necessarily the cruise itself, but when he finds the timing of 7 in a row. That looked like ultimately, though, Ultra were hanging with the power that Simp and Adve have shown over the course of this entire major.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, because every single time they matched up, it was always Envoy and Kleenex having such a slow start, but if they answer into this series early on, so you not have to know going forward, they are going to be a part of this series from start to finish. But when you allow Atlanta FaZe to take those opening maps, they are now 9-1 in opening HPs.
They usually find a lot of success going forward because you got to think the history between these two teams. The controls have always been won by Atlanta FaZe. You start up 1-0 in this series. I know Ali said that they've been shaky a little bit in Search and Destroy, but you cannot always count on Atlanta FaZe to continue to be that way.
Absolutely the case. The only bit of good news when it comes to the possibility of there being vulnerabilities in the Atlanta Search is that our Ultra are going to love seeing this 6-star come.
Oh, yeah.
They have been unbelievable on the defensive side of the bomb. And the funny thing is, and it's kind of weird to say it, just like we were talking about with Atlanta not rotating well on hardpoint but winning hardpoint time, Ultra aren't great in opening 4 stools, but they're still finding ways to win.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about it is when they are great on the first blood column, they are probably finding themselves 100% conversion rate because of how they play as a collective unit. Atlanta FaZe, we spotted them yesterday a couple times on this map, and even though they have a couple reps on it, they still haven't really figured out that defensive side. So if you are Ultra, let's work that objective. Let's try to get that bomb down because the retakes for Atlanta FaZe are only at 23%.
Yeah, not a great statistic. And you got to remind you that even though these two teams, the last times they've played, has all favored Atlanta pretty considerably, when it gets to things like land, the Search and Destroy often feels like it's going to be a grudge battle between these two teams. Lots of things to still look forward to after a tight map number 1. But I think the biggest thing is, again, how exactly can Ultra dictate the tempo, the pace, stop up Easy from finding all these first bloods that he's so consistent at grabbing, especially in a map like 6-star where you expect him to kind of go a little bit more rogue.
Yeah, there's so many different routes you can hit on a map like 6-star. But you also have to account for Sip, who's been an unbelievable player all season long, especially in Search and Destroy. The way that they like to play this, especially on the defensive side, is 3 stacking over towards A. Sip being the island man over at that B site. So for Ultra, even though they struggle in their opening dual win percentage on this map overall, whenever they find it, they are always walking out on top.
And Scrappy saw it there for a brief moment. His S&D prowess has been electric. So looking to bounce back and eliminate after that first map loss. Ultra back to what will be their Search and Destroy map selection, and they will start on the offensive side with a little bit of a feel-out play here at B early.
Yeah, there's no trophy systems to work with, so no one wants to drop early on for that first blood. But you have Ultra slowly trying to take a little bit of space at this B site. Atlanta have yet to bite on that play call, but the rotation coming in at A, it sets up Envoy for the first blood.
Yeah, Drossel quickly trades it back. Early 3v3. Bomb easily collected. Drossel seen over the top of the bar heady, but Kleenex can't quite find the final shot needed to secure the kill. So everything resets and everything starts to pivot back towards Scrap's direction. Ah, he just gets caught trying to jump pink to see if someone was close, and now numbers go the way of FaZe.
And now if you are Atlanta, you simply do not have to move because you can tell that Scrap was just trying to take a little bit of ground at this A site, so they can potentially work that objective. But you gain info onto Insight, you have to know that they're sitting right next to each other. Now you just have to trade, and that's exactly what Atlanta do. Yeah. They trade efficiently to start off with that first blood, but then they're able to cast the timing on the Scrap, keep the numbers in their advantage. Atlanta take the first.
Quick trade back at mid also. We've seen that be a very highlighted battleground for these two squads, trying to win out that bar position. How much of a focus will that continue to be throughout this particular search? Atlanta now off to the offensive side. This is where you really have seen them find success, especially on this map. Looking to go 2-0 to start this one off.
And now with a potential couple of kills going in their favor, you can have trophy systems in your back pocket, but just gonna show face a little bit over towards A, throw a couple nades and potentially pull Ultra on that side of the map, but the play is coming over towards B.
BZ has been seen tagged, but still the commitment is looking pretty decent. That stun does not get over the top at this top patio position, so Scrap, first blood good. Kleenex nearby, just to support, just a touch. FaZe killing a little bit of noise, but Toronto not gonna let him stay here for long. The push out is successful, and now it's just down to Cell. First one decent, but he's got a lot more to deal with, and he will find nothing more.
Yeah, that's perfect plays right there from Ultra to set up around that B site. You do not allow Atlanta to work that objective, but when you find that first blood, you have to know that the pressure is going to be on you. Great plays from Scrap from those side steps to find a double. And when you put your team in a man advantage, you just got to trade it out. And that's exactly what they do to tie the game up.
And I love that call, just to be proactive. We got first blood. That could sometimes be a, cool, let's back off.
Yeah.
Let's play the 4v3. No, not here. Don't give Atlanta any breathing room. So a quick response. Now back to the Toronto Ultra offense. Again, they love to put focus in mid-map. This time, 3-1 split though for Atlanta. Looking to get aggressive here at A. It's just Scrap to try to read it.
Oh, and Scrap is only left to 19 HP. You have to try to play your life because you're at least forcing Atlanta FaZe to stay in this position While the rest of your teammates take a lot of ground at that B site. They can work that objective, but here comes the smoke, and here comes all of Atlanta.
Envoy with such a good smoke. Keeps himself tucked into a corner, predicts the push through, and then scrap right through mid-map. Able to tally it into a double. Kleenex another. Celium last one left again. No way, no how. Clean round from Ultra, 2 in a row.
Atlanta just way too stacked together. Like you're playing a 3-man stack at that A site. You had the last player going up through the middle of the map, so you're leaving that B bomb open every single time. And Toronto are perfect on their reads, taking space around that side of the map. Envoy finds another first blood. And then you just keep the numbers in your advantage. Just great plays from Ultra so far in 2 rounds in a row.
And it's that proactivity.
Yeah.
It's not just being happy with the first. Let's get more. But what the finesse was that from Envoy? A little self-smoke placed perfectly. Allows him a chance to isolate. So now 2-1 the count. Back over to the defensive side. Atlanta still looking to get aggressive just as much as they had in the previous offense. Focus over towards B. Here's Ultra with the heavy stack
here, because it's going to be a 4v4 now. All you have is mid-map control. You see that positioning right there out of Simp, watching that deep pinch, but now you just have to try to leave him alone and work your way over to the objective.
None of these Atlanta stuns up top don't connect on anybody, though. So can Toronto maybe surprise with this patio play? The hit, the pinch through mid, largely dealt with. 3v2 situation favoring Atlanta. The push forward for BZ shut down. Simp. One trade in the mix. Insight waiting for the regen. Not a lot of time to play with here for this 1v2. He still hasn't seen Celium yet, but you know where he's going to play. Isolation was decent, but the shots do not allow any antics here.
And right there, if you're Ultra, you're going back on the defensive side. You said, there's no way in hell they're going to go back over towards B with the way we were able to shut them down in that first round. But Atlanta face said it was a couple minor adjustments we had to make. You get that bomb planted for free. You find the opening first blood, their first one of the entire map. And it leads to you having the numbers in those engagements. Able to tie the game up.
And so far, we haven't needed to really worry about the objective play as much as we would have figured. Just the 2 plants, one from either side to this point. Defense for Atlanta. Same 3-1 split off that we saw from a couple of rounds ago, but this time lots of focus on early crossing nades, and they may have read this perfectly. Trophy system does keep Ultra safe, but the read is on, and Atlanta know the threat is imminent.
Oh, Andraza, you have to try to play your life in this scenario, but only 7 HP. Kleenex is going to send it for another first blood out of Ultra. And now you have full A site control. You're forcing Atlanta to make a very difficult play, and at least Celium finds one to keep it still a manageable 3v2.
Envoy now sticking for the plant. Insight watching on one side, Scrap on the other. Atlanta trying to play this one together. They both run out, and Insight nearly takes down both. Abizi still alive. Backs up. Rival 9 in hand. Tough angle to go at. May have seen the head of Scrap, but it's just headies all over the place. And Ultra, there we go. Quick plant, quick success on the post-plant success rate that we already talked about.
Yeah, that was all about the pacing right there. The fact that Atlanta FaZe didn't send this time anyone over towards the statue side. Ultra have gotten the perfect read on it when you put someone in towards top security. They're not aggressive, so let's be aggressive over towards A. You get the smoke down through mid-connector, you find the opening first blood, you work the bomb plant. And that's usually where Atlanta FaZe tend to struggle on this map. 9th overall in retakes, and it showed there.
Incredibly well formed. And the smokes from Envoy have been clutch a couple of different times to this point. Atlanta still not hesitating to try to get their playbook going. Quick hit across. Envoy is able to see one on the transition. There is no actual defender here, though, from Ultra, but the nades look like they've staved off this Atlanta hit for now.
You're going to slow them down, but Abizi still finds a first blood. So numbers in favor of Atlanta. They still do not want to try to work this objective. They're trying to at least isolate this player through mid-U, but the team fires from Ultra, even up the numbers.
This is a bit bizarre for Atlanta. No one really lurking in through mid. This is just a 4-man hit purely over through the A site. Kleenex trying to jump over the hedges to catch any info he possibly can. Simp playing at the dry bar right in front. And the bomb will get planted. 3v3. Simp just counting pixels. Pops up, sees one. Trade is decent. Follow up from Scrap. Lots of damage over towards Straza. Cell's going to back off. See if he can kind of play this more of in a clutch position as Straza will smoke himself to a little bit more safety, but not fully. And now here comes the full retake. 1v2 for Cell. Does he even bother to give this a check? Ultra still looking, still hunting. Then finally, we'll track him out. Shots on the response. Still time is ticking. 14 seconds. You got to make a call here if you're Ultra. Cell trying to push forward, but Insight catches him off guard. And that will turn it into a 4-2 tally. A small cushion here for Toronto.
The best retake team that we have on the map. You see how patient they were when it turned to a 2-1-2. All they wanted to do is get info onto one player. Even with Draza, invest in that smoke grenade to try to stay alive from that angle out of scrap. Insight was fully ready for that gunfight. And then once he takes care of him, in the 2v1, Draza was just trying to throw a couple soldiers left and right. And unfortunately, just simply not enough time for him to work with. Toronto starting to pull away.
First time we've seen the First Bloods not go the way of Atlanta yet. Again, talking about that opening duel win percentage, it has not been statistically great for Ultra. That has been different so far in this search, and they've used it to great accord. 3-1 split off here for Toronto. A little bit more of a patient approach over towards A, waiting for these nades to come through. Not pulling the trigger on theirs yet, but Atlanta in a 2-2 split still feeling largely safe in this setup.
Yeah, they're just trying to get info early on where the hell they're trying to get that objective done at. Last time it was everyone through the middle of the map, and it came back to bite them. So a 2-2 split, trying to play for some early info, but all the time being wasted right now out of Ultra. Basically putting Atlanta FaZe still in the pickle, like where the hell are they?
Yeah, both teams really just executing on some patience, but now that First Blood goes the way of Toronto. Keep your eye to see what timing Kleenex can find over through mid-map while the bomb is simultaneously going to get planted. Kleenex on the hunt. Holds off for just long enough. He was about to run into the waiting arms of 3 Atlanta defenders. We go 4v3 retake now.
And I think Dross was at least able to spot Kleenex. If he can get this kill, such a big one, he's able to turn it into a 3v3. Now all of Ultra trapped over towards the site. You have Envoy playing in towards security, but Sip and Salim working their way through mid-connector.
Not good. Envoy has to decide, does he commit forward or does he hold the pinch? He's going to commit forward. 1v2 situation. Smoke comes through. He's got both weapons, I believe, now to work with. Oh, and I think he may have seen Cell on the cross. Scope is up. First shots are decent. Steps away. Bang! 1v2 for Envoy. And a 5-2 tally now for Toronto.
The playmaker is always going to make plays in the biggest moments. You invest the smoke grenade, you're able to get the info as well as they cross through that middle connector. We gotta take a look at it again. It's only 14 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe, no, we have to try to find this kill. Someone has to work that defuse, but Envoy getting it done leads to Ultra now at game point.
How big has he been for this squad this weekend? Oh, mercy. 5-2 tally. Crowd can feel it. Trophy system denying a lot of this Atlanta utility, who's still trying to play on the up and up, trying to get close and really for a really early Planet A, and they may have it.
Because Ultra are playing this a little bit different now. Going to put themselves in a situation to at least hold down all of that mid-map, just in case anyone from Atlanta FaZe try to make an individual play. But they have still yet to work that objective.
And Insight's seen these crosses, so he's at least able to count one. Simp will still stick for the plant. BZ playing up, Simp going to join him. Semtex held closely though, and that's going to work out for a 2-for-2. Where are the rest of FaZe though? That's the question. Draza, nice double over the top of Statue. Has a little bit of sanctuary off the regen. Insight has not left this position yet. Hoping he can get an isolated 1v1 versus Draza. There's the initial push. Prediction towards Cell, decent, but doesn't lock him up, and Atlanta extended to another round.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from Atlanta to not rush that objective plan over towards A. They just take their side of the map. They're holding down that mid connector. You're also watching the flank. Then when the engagement started, it was equal trades, and then Droz was able to find a double to put them in a man advantage. You know, the last time around, Insight loved to play around that mid-U. Droz just simply throws a shoulder. He sets up Selling for that final kill. Atlanta FaZe still alive.
Cool as ever. But it has to be 4 in total in a row. First one checked off the list. Defense coming up next now for Atlanta. Same 3-1 split. A lot of focus in towards mid-map. Draza, trophy system denying Toronto from finding any utility early. So this setup should still be pretty concealed here for Atlanta.
They at least know that Ultra aren't super aggressive this time around over towards that A site. So now they're going to back down from all that mid-map control. Start to spread out. It's not a single player from Atlanta was pushed over towards the speed bomb, so that's why BZ's still holding down his angle just in case anyone's deciding to push through.
Yeah, Kleenex going to step up in towards mid-stairs just a touch. Insight still watching through the security push on the flank. Plant will be successful. How do Atlanta set up this retake? Does Insight see the cross right there from Draza?
Spotted him,
Yes,
yeah.
he's on the hunt. Now it's just down to can Atlanta find the kills from the front fast enough?
And Insight's got to work. Insight's got a lot of ground to cover to at least assist your teammates in the fight. He's able to find that trade onto Draza. Now all of Atlanta FaZe trying to jump over the top, and they are not winning the gunfights. Envoy finds a double. It's selling him in a 1v3.
And he's just completely distracted by the smoke. He doesn't know where exactly Envoy had gone off to, and the smoke dissipates. It's Envoy touching double digits. Huge response from Toronto. And all the questions about, whoa, was the Atlanta search not as clean as it may needed to have been, comes to fruition here as Ultra tie up 1-1.
And they take full advantage of that first blood column. That's what led to early success for Ultra. Every time they found that kill, they always put themselves in the advantage where they're trading efficiently to always come out on top. But in those final moments, Envoy again just gets it done. I don't know if that was Batman, Robin, anything with all the smokes he was able to invest in on that map. But the playmakers are always going to make big-time plays, and he gets it done there for Ultra to tie the series up.
10-4, 8 non-traded as a Rival 9 player.
Big plays, man.
That's absolutely massive.
3 first bloods as well.
3 first bloods. Absolutely the case. Again, that was the one category where Ultra really have not provided the success that we've needed to see. Now you all of a sudden have that, plus the success on the retakes, like you mentioned, gets us to a level series and an absolute square up. Invasion control, plus also a second hard point that will look a little bit better for Ultra overall.
Oh yeah, I'm excited that we're going to be able to get to that Karachi hard point guaranteed in this series, but this invasion control is going to be everything because Atlanta so far all throughout the season have got the better of Toronto in this game mode. If you are Ultra, you have to just figure out how to make sure you keep those guns hot because Atlanta simply never get outslayed in control.
Absolutely the case. It's definitely a lot of things to look forward to, especially if you're a FaZe fan, because defensively they've been perfect there. So you got to change something up if you're Ultra. They played it a lot on the weekend. Can they take the swing map and fuel this home crowd? We'll find out when we come back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
In case you needed it, the heat is up. I don't think any of us needed it, though. This one pretty much sets the stage for itself. 1-1, the current map count. Lots on the line. A spot in the grand finals, but maybe even more importantly so, a mental edge between these two squads. But Invasion Control coming up next provides some really interesting storylines, Jay.
Yeah, this one's going to be scary for both teams because obviously if you're Atlanta FaZe, you're foaming out the mouth to spawn in on Control versus Toronto because you've gotten the better of them all season long. But if you watch Toronto yesterday versus Optic, all they needed was 1.9 seconds to walk away with an attacking round. So it's going to be all about the segments, all about the kills. Whoever's going to set the tone early on.
And let's be honest here, as much as we can praise all of the defensive success that Atlanta have had, we've seen a lot of offensive wins on Invasion Control in this tournament. So, yeah, the 2.9 ticks per average that Atlanta allow is the best in the league, and that is scary. But that stat hasn't necessarily come true for any of our other defensive teams, largely thanks to the SMG play out of the complete top 4 teams right now.
And if you are Ultra, you definitely have to focus on Draza, who's a 1.5 in control all throughout Major 3 qualifiers. He's made such impactful plays for this Atlanta roster as they're going to be the team early on the defensive side. Ultra not trying to do anything freaky. We're just going to go over towards B and try to work up these segments to extend this time.
Looking pretty decent for it. Atlanta still trying to work back some position up mid. Kleenex pushing forward through tank. Doesn't see anyone initially and says that's good enough. Clock still stays stopped at 110. First tick already done and gone.
And now Atlanta FaZe still holding that mid-map down because they want to make sure they're accounting for every single player on the side of Toronto Ultra. But with all the kills going over towards that B Street side, it's finally time for BZ to send his way on in. He's able to find a double. Now all of Ultra coming off spawn, still working up their way up B Street.
Bold commitment for Scrap. Low on HP, thought he could maybe get the trade onto a BZ. Instead, he finds Celium. Damage onto both players, though. Allow Ultra off spawn to get right back onto the B zone. Inside off the flank, BZ dealt with. That should be the second tick, if not maybe also the third. Atlanta don't really have anyone to really contest unless Cell can make a play. Envoy shuts it down, and with that, an extra 60 looking good.
Yeah, it's a big kill, though, from Sim to now allow Envoy to be a nuisance around that cafeteria area. He's able also to take down Kleenex, so you still have an opportunity to potentially take them off, but the time is now going to get extended for Ultra. Now you have to work your way out of this overextension, and you cannot afford to all die at the same time because now you're going to set up Atlanta FaZe to put you in that headlock trap.
Yeah, they're so good at finding space after the exit kills go their way. This time Ultra just taking a bit of a pause, making sure they hold off those previous B defenders, and they've done well to this point. BZ also seen over towards mid dumpster. He's stuck, and here comes the Ultra hit over through dark. All 3 players coming through. Wait a second, Pizza's got a little bit of help, but Scrap's double allows Ultra to repossess the mid.
Yeah, it started off by taking down Draza over towards that B Street side, so now you have an avenue of attack to work your way up through the map, and now you have all mid-map control. All of Atlanta FaZe now stuck in towards Mannequin. Have to iron up and clutch up in these fights because this is an opportunity that Ultra are trying to take advantage of.
The play front in towards Ruggs is good. Clock stops again. Scrap on the point. Draza seen, and he's in no man's land. The fact that he gets one almost feels like a miracle, but it doesn't stop this Toronto Ultra from continuing to find success on the zone itself. FaZe a bit split spawn, trying to make the most of it, and they will find recovery on A.
And the first segment is not going to get complete. So you allow Atlanta FaZe to reinforce their way back on in, keep that time continuously dwindling down. And now all of Ultra working that overextension. You sort of have a little bit of mid-map control, but this route from Envoy has to make a play.
Oh, Simp reads it absolutely perfectly. So the defense holds strong. Those forward positions getting more forward, but a little bit of a self trade out of Kleenex's Semtex. Stalls out the Atlanta push forward for a spawn trap, but still the mid-map control so good.
They're just accounting for every player right now, and now with only 30 seconds left, Ultra have to haul ass all the way across the map because this is going to be their last push, and the BZ shuts down the double on the overextension. Sip through the middle of the map, finds a third. Now the last player is Scrap, he falls, and with only 15 seconds left, Ultra are not going to have an opportunity to even get close at A.
No, this is just about seeing if maybe you can find a couple of Atlanta members stretching too far forward. And we're going to see 3 ticks tallied, 9 for the current lives. Atlanta's still trying to pack a little bit of punch here over through this topside Palace wall, but no more action will occur. So the defense largely still good, but hey, 3 ticks not bad for Toronto.
Yeah, 3 ticks is definitely not bad, but now you cannot afford to give up anything over at that A point. And that's usually where Atlanta FaZe find a lot of success around that middle of the map, just making it mixy, forcing the players from Toronto Ultra to watch so many different angles, but you expect it on a map like Invasion. You get 3 segments on that attacking side. It's already job well done. Now it comes to the defense for them where they have to stand strong.
Absolutely the case. Again, this has been 4 straight plays on the invasion for Toronto, 3-1 overall record in those last 4 attempts. A lot of success from the offensive side, but yeah, you're going to absolutely be right in terms of making sure you're keeping up with what Atlanta wants to do in the map. And so far, it is just a normal focus here for Atlanta over on B, but it's 2 members here, so the quick stack leading to early progress.
Yeah, but Toronto Ultra, they just don't want to allow anything scary to happen. So they're still just stabilizing around that middle of the map. Abizi eventually gets his first kill on the round. Draza finds a second, and you can already see what those kills do. You're able to work your way at least a little bit over towards A, but with Draza getting cut down, now at least Selling by himself at that point.
Yeah, Sel just flat out overwhelmed. Nothing he could do from that point, but you're going to be dealing with 2 minutes, 20 seconds if Atlanta can convert onto B. That's a lot of time that you have to defend against, and there's only been 6 total kills so far in this round, so a lot of lives to play with at the same front.
Atlanta are taking their time on this push, but that B capture does come in, and now you're just allowing Sim to put himself in a position to be the playmaker.
Yeah.
All the players from Ultra coming off Swan now have to be aware, like, where the hell has Sim gone? Because he's just waiting for his teammates before he makes a play.
You do have Envoy over towards Palace side. It's been seen, though. Draza finds the kill.
3 dead.
Cell can start to make the play out. It's just down to Scrap inside of Laundry. He really can't do too much of challenges. He needs to keep his life, otherwise Atlanta can full stack this. Nade's starting to come through. No trophy system for Cell at the moment. First tick already done and gone, though. Here comes Scrap for the chow on the backside, but unfortunate team kill comes out. Someone else has to step up to try to chow this. Trophy now earned in place. Second tick is good.
Oh, and Simp with the insane gunfight onto Insight. Second segment already going to be complete. The 3 stack is going to be in, and Ultra not going to have an opportunity to slow them down on that attacking side. And with Atlanta FaZe walking away with that attacking round, they basically set themselves up to walk away in this with a 3-0.
That was about as clean as you've ever seen. 7 total kills for Ultra in that round from the defensive side. Not what you want to see. And like you said, the bar has now been thrown through the roof in terms of what Ultra have to do, not just on this next offense, but what they would have to do on their following defense.
Yeah, you need to complete all 6 segments here.
Yeah.
Because you find yourself down by 3, but now you just got to get an answer and not allow Atlanta FaZe to put you into that trap. Because they're just so difficult to take down. They're going to show a different look early on in this start off. Already pressure in towards A. Envoy finds one through the map. And now if you are Atlanta FaZe, you have to use your attacks, but they don't have any.
Yeah, and that's the big key is Envoy through mid-map essentially stalls Atlanta from being able to reinforce this. It has to be Selling to commit forward. A little bit of a wallbang spot possibly underway. Follow-up from Abizi. That works out, and the zone gets cleared just before the second tick gets locked in.
And now it falls into the hands of Simpu. He's going to put himself in position to contest that last player over towards the A tree, but now he knows that the pressure is going to be on Draza. He's able to find 2 in a row. It's going to slow down that pressure from Ultra over towards that B point. And now you're allowing the rest of the teammates to rally around to keep them trapped as long as you can.
Well, a couple of kills allow Ultra a pathway on towards this B zone. Sellium watching the cross right in front of that water street. He's dealt with, though. So now it really just is on Abizi, and as he gets tagged up, the clock will stop at 52 seconds. Ultra now getting a second player nearby.
And they have to make this one count, because all of Atlanta FaZe know that we're just going to surround them, potentially play exit kills, but if you can chain a couple kills together, that's when you can shut down that play from Atlanta. 2-2 is the split, but Sellium makes it a 3rd for Atlanta FaZe. Now only Envoy onto the point. You have to try to play your life.
Yeah, he's got help on the way, but it's going to be a little bit staggering. Abizi right through mid-park, draws it behind him. They're trying to envelop this player, Atlanta, but it's not finding as much success as they were hoping for. Now Envoy can try to step up. Follow-up fight from Sip. How does he get 2? Insight, not having a great map, trying to secure the trade, but he's lost track. Simp's already out of there, and Cell will find the kill. A 3-16 start for Insight. The clock's starting to dwindle.
Oh, and Simp just taking ground, knowing that Ultra have to run right into his pre-aim. Not able to lead to any kills, but it's going to slow down their aggression over towards B. There's only 20 seconds left. You have to make this push count if you're Ultra.
Not looking good. Cell on 4 in a row, just holding this cross, waiting to see when the zone starts to get touched. Maybe he'll make his move. He may not even need to. Abizi with the opener. Selling now over the top. No problems there into Envoy. The turn back over to Scrap, the last one standing. He's got to be a hero. Finds the first nicely. Cell, though, off the regen, secures the kill. A little bit extra, and that will be a quick 3-0 with Insight only finding 3 kills in 3 rounds.
That's 1 round, man. That's not good. We could have spawned it and did that, Alan. Well, that's tough right there, man. Atlanta FaZe have gotten the better of them all season long in control, and it's not going to stop now. It's just when you're the team early on, on the attacking side, you're thinking, okay, 3 segments is good enough. But then now, for the second team going on that attacking side, they have trophy systems to work with. They can slowly work up that progression over towards B, but Ultra, every single time on their defensive side, when Atlanta FaZe were taking a lot of that mid-map control, they were just way too slow working out of their spawn, not really taking the map back. No one pushing over towards that Water Street side. No one finding themselves at B Street to contest that point. They were just so worried where the hell Atlanta FaZe were, and that was just very hard to keep track of. And unfortunately, they fall short here.
That's what Atlanta does best. It doesn't matter if it's invasion, high rise, it doesn't make a difference. They're always all over the map, making you feel a bit of punish. And that was absolutely the case. I mean, it's not often you see Insight feel that lost on the map. And that is, again, I think a lot of credit to the fact that Atlanta wasn't just finding success with BZ and Sip. Draza was getting forward. Cell was in your base. There's just so many obstacles at so many different moments.
And that's what they do every single time in control. They're just so hard to keep track of. And then when you're losing track of those guys, they also win some insane gunfights around the map. So you were just affording yourself to not go 2 to 3 dead. But that's where Atlanta FaZe every single time take advantage of that moment. You saw how fast they were on their attacking rounds. They just kept one person at B. Everyone else was fighting around that middle of the map. And as once they found 2 to 3 kills, they instantly pounce over at that A point. They get the job done, spun all the way across the map for Ultra. And it just comes down to the slaying and the big picture things, because you just simply could not keep up with the pace in that Atlanta FaZe set.
And that's been the case for every opponent against Control. Every time. The defense has been suffocating. The life differential has usually always turned up in favor of Atlanta. And that was absolutely the case here. So a quick invasion control. But the Karachi hardpoint, both teams well rehearsed on this map. It really just comes down to execution in my mind here.
That's simply all it comes down to. We know that Atlanta FaZe another map where they don't find themselves successful in that rotation, but points per 60, #1 team in the game. And breaks, they're 3rd overall in holds. They are 4th on this map. And in the opposing side for Ultra, they are actually #1 in hold percentage on Karachi. You have to make sure you're doing the same exact things you did in map #1, just not starting off as slow as you did.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case, because again, when it comes to watching FaZe play hardpoint, especially in this map, you look at them dominating on things like P2 or P3. You know, they find ways to get full 60s in spots that you need to have them. You know, if you want to be the best team on the map in any given hardpoint, you need to be able to take advantage of key hardpoints. And Atlanta is the exhibit of that.
Yeah, they put their main focus on this map. We have 5 hills. The Cafe Hill is a money one for them. P3 to chain that is also a money one for them. They keep P4 and P1 scrappy, but then they also rotate early on at that P5, which can turn out to be another money hill for them. So that's where Atlanta FaZe start to take over in hardpoint, is that you can keep it scrappy, everything else. But the money hills, they're always going to guarantee themselves to play the fundamentals correctly, hit that early rotation, and put themselves in an ideal setup to shut down that first push.
Okay, lots to look at. And I think most importantly, without the ability of putting the headset down and stepping away, Insight needs to have a rubber band match here. He needs to bounce back in a big way, because he's going to be, I think, again, a critical player, and trying to slow down Celium from finding his 1 point a million, it feels like KD he gets in every hard point that we have.
He only has 1 negative series all season long underneath for 1.0. KD, I don't know how the hell he's able to stay so consistent, but now you are just 1 map away from, again, having another dance in that grand finals. Trying to go back-to-back is Atlanta FaZe, but Ultra trying to respond here to force that game 5 at their own home major. The lowest respawn map, KD, a .18. Yeah, let's just forget about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that don't even matter.
Shake it off, back into the next one. Well rehearsed, both of these teams are on this map again. And this is the thing, is this map has been kind of the storyline for all of our top 4 teams. Is if you're gonna beat Atlanta FaZe, you better know how to play Karachi. So the work has to have already been done. The lab is shut down for now. It's just down to execution. Ultra starting off on the right side of the map, trying to get in quickly over towards Rebel, but Abizi already inside. Draza up top. The setup for Atlanta looking pretty good.
They find the initial kill. They're finding the initial time. And now Ultra have to work their way back on in. Currently have top 3 in control, but Simp finds a double somehow, some way. Now all of Atlanta FaZe, this is exactly what you want. You're soaking all this P1 time. You still have the spawns over towards the next, and Ultra have yet to find a kill.
You got to find something early here if you're Ultra. Like you said, you just cannot afford to start slow. Not on this map, not from this side of the map. And Estraza shuts down Scrap from rotating. You're already up to 35 plus, and you have members looking at rotation to 2. Ultra need to find a stretch of kills, and they need to find it right here.
At least they're able to take down Abizi to not allow Atlanta FaZe to walk up away with 50 seconds here at P1. But now they're going to be late off the rotation. Big gunfight win out of Scrap. Kleenex also finds a double. Now Abizi is going to fall. That's 3 dead off the rotation. Simp, you got to iron up.
50-50 fights coming forward, but Simp on the corner deals with the opener. Atlanta trying to get in through backside yellow alley to help out, and Simple will get taken out of the picture. So Ultra will get in for some time here. Follow-up shots from Envoy are decent, but Atlanta start to battle back. Now they're the ones who've got numbers with the favorite spawns. Can they get to the hill, though? Insight just locking things down from top single. That will do nicely as Ultra find a little bit extra time.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Ultra because you can see a couple players from Atlanta FaZe. They're trying to potentially flip these spawns over towards next. They do not like to fight in towards this cafeteria area when they're jumping over that backside dumpster. We're asking for a response out of Ultra. They're able to tie the game up. It's going to be a 2-on-1 in towards the HP. Scrap's only able to take down one, but at least if you're Ultra, you win the rotation to next.
You got all 4 players spawning up right at this cafe. Draza testing it, only able to get 1. Should still be a favorite spawn here for Ultra, and it is. It's over towards Drunk. So we're going to have his 4-man set up here for Toronto, down 15 points.
And now you can allow anyone to slip on by. Going to put Envoy in the position towards top 3. Simp is working his way to potentially find that kill, and he might have read it to perfection. Now the first one goes their way. You also have a BZ going on that pinch. Where's the spawn for Envoy? Now he has a re-pinch as well.
He's got to get here quickly, though. Scrap able to find the first on towards Simp, but the contester draws it decent. Kleenex doing what he needs to do best, which is get him out of the hill and get him out of it quickly. BZ also drops in the hold. Is good with the follow-up kill from Scrap, now on 3 in a row.
Number 1 whole team on Karachi so far throughout Major 3 qualifiers. They were able to stabilize in that moment, shut down that push from Atlanta FaZe, and now with only 25 seconds left, they know that they're going into a B4, where neither team is going to fight for a majority of that hill time, so they're going to attempt a break once again. Simp flies in, he's able to find 1 kill. Kleenex trying to wash across, he's going to fall as well. So the final 20 is going to go in favor of Atlanta. Draza just had a takeover moment.
Yeah, the stuns from his teammates allow him a chance to finesse, dance around the Ultra, and with that, we've got essentially a dead-tie game. Draza, Scrap gonna let him know about it, falling off top 3rd. A double comes through, and Ultra are immediately into the new hill.
Tie game, but now you see the spawns for Atlanta all the way across the map. They have to work their way up through 3-story. Have to take a little bit of control of the chicken coop side, but Scrap in the perfect position to try to cut them off. It's a route out of Simp, but it is getting picked up on Insight. Can he kill this player to take him down? No, Simp makes it a manageable play to at least find a break for a small second.
Trades are decent. Scrap gonna get isolated over towards Bridge, and now Atlanta from the front can at least contest the hard point. Insight seen backside sandbags. Draza's shots decent. Pistol out. Still finding good use for the Renetti. No trade immediately, and Simp over towards New. Also wins another gunfight. Scrap can only try to do what he can to make this exit more difficult on Atlanta.
Such a big kill right there to Simp off the rotation, because now all of Ultra still have to apply pressure at this old HP. It's only 10 seconds here, so they're going to be able to walk away with it, but Atlanta FaZe aren't giving it up for free. They know that they have the spawns for next. They're trying to trap Ultra as much as they can through the backside of this milk truck.
Simp can just be an absolute devil from this position. Slips back in towards Fountain. 2 members for Atlanta, comfortable. They could kick their feet up right here on towards Junk. And more kills on the exit from Atlanta. Ultra are a mile away from this hill.
And they have to get past every single crossfire setup from Atlanta. First job done, taking down Simp. Now you're sending a couple players to try to take a little bit of control of top red. Draza's only able to find 1, and now the pressure is going to be here because a route from Kleenex might be perfect enough to set up that pinch. Here comes the break opportunity for Ultra.
Well, this is where BZ thrives. Just dancing in and out of Junk. Car to car, shack to shack. Draza, pinch set up. Abizi still alive, by the way, back here. They just cannot find a way to kill Abizi. 3 in a row. Atlanta looking good for the scrap time, and here's Simp again, already putting pressure on Ultra from getting up to the high ground.
He knows exactly where the spawns are going to come in for Ultra. Now it's Draza's turn to contest it, but he's also going to fall short in that engagement. The Atlanta FaZe have a little bit of a lead. They're trying to close out this series in 4. Let's step aside and go to a listening with Atlanta.
Yo, he's on the fucking heady. I'm top 3. He jumped top coop. Top coop. Nothing right. I'm sick. Top coop on me. Scrap. Top coop. Nice. Hey, what's your TV? Hold on. I'm short. Right here. I had 2 things on trophy. TV dead. Low left. Nice. He's jumping. He's watching me too. Get my wrist. You have left? I have left. Right here. I'm trying to get over it. Top set. Scrap. Watch out. Top set. He's going TV. Pinch is open. TV. Nothing red. I'll see because. I red. Short. Still weak. I have help. Let's 1 second. Sit down. MC. Ivor short. Nice. Ivor short. On time. Nice. Ivor help down. They might hit you. No. Yeah, they are. Scrap broken. I'm looking at. I'm seeing Toby now. New. 1 shot. They're gonna hit me all. Listen. We should set up a pitch. Yeah, I hear. I'm stunning for you, Tyler. Laying down on me. Scrap on hold. We should break this out. He's laying down. Watch out. Okay, let's go. Hold one short. Yeah. He's gonna go TV, I think, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going plat. SVTV. Up here. Is TV in the corner, maybe? I don't see anything back. I'm plat right now. I don't see anything. Yo, long. Yeah, long. Scrap that. Nice, I'm one shot. I'll point. I'm in the back. I'm in the back.
Point.
Nothing help. Back alley. Back alley. Weak. They're hard playing inside.
Yeah, they're trying to tie stuff.
Okay, we spawn new. They're spawning milk trucks. Don't push out red. I'm one shot. Bottom out, pushing out. He's going back. I'm one shot.
Yeah, middle. Nice, Chris. That's good time. That's really good time.
Nice. Another short. Oh my god. This is spam. I killed him before. He's out there. Dead. Out red Jamie. Alright, I'm back here. I think he's just him. Okay, I'm staying down. I'm spawning out with you guys.
Yeah, no.
I'm getting in the middle.
It just doesn't feel like on any given day, if the SMGs for Atlanta are playing like this, anyone's going to hold a candle to them, both Simp and Abizi in takeover mode.
And right there, if you're Ultra, you had the opportunity to chain that P2 to P3, but when you find 3 kills and then you allow Sip to walk in by his lonely and find 3 of his own, you now spawn all the way at the old hill, so you allow Atlanta Face to win that rotation over towards next. Now you're forced to break in to a money hill at P3. Trades are effective. Ultra have all control of Drunk, and now Atlanta Face are not in the HP anymore, so this is exactly what Ultra need.
Stuns and nades all littering over towards this tire position. Envoy, backside dumpster, held by Celium, but the focus from the front for Toronto still holding on to this one. Big time here for Toronto. They need to lock in this last 15. Abizi trying to force the break forward. Gets the first backside dumpster. Now looking to jump into the scrap time, but ultimately speaking, Ultra job done. Scrap also on 5. Lifeline here for Toronto.
Trying to set up Scrap for this final kill to earn that cruise missile. Could play a big part. He's able to walk away with that life. 7 HP left. He goes for the Eagle Child. We know how confident that young man is, but still a 20-point difference in this map. Number 4, Ultra trying to set up Scrap for this kill, man. This cruise missile is so big.
Insight does take care of Draza, just trying to play his life out as long as humanly possible, but Abizi from up to the high ground shuts down the potential of the cruise. Lots of dancing around mid-map here for both these two teams. No one jumping into the hard point as of yet, but as Celium steps in, he finds one, forcing Toronto to have to continue to make plays into the hill.
But Atlanta Face aren't playing for the hill. They aren't playing for any time. They're more focused on maintaining the map control. And now this can get it scary because Ultra is still only down by 20 points. They have the rotation over towards next. Someone from Atlanta had to put themselves on that HP. Now with those 3 kills in the favor, final 20 is going to be theirs, but you see the spawns from Ultra a little bit scattered.
Major moments here for Envoy and Scrap. They have to get at least a 1-for-1 trade. Allow your teammates to come back in through front red. Scrap does his job, gets the first. Abizi for the trade, but the rest of Ultra have now stacked inside the point. Trophy system at the ready.
And now that spawn for Scrap. It's going to put him in a position to potentially set up this pinch, but you have to make it count quick, and you already see Sip on your minimap. He has gotten a read on it, but he's not able to win the gunfight. So Ultra holding on to every single angle, know that the pressure's coming from everywhere out of Atlanta. They're only still down by 20.
Abizi dealt with Draza though. Now he hits on the pitch. Good kills from the front, and then Toronto turn around. That is exactly right. 30 seconds on the clock. A chance for Toronto to retake the lead. Sip from the high ground. Decent shots towards Envoy, but he can't shell yet.
And Ultra need this time. You need to soak up this time because you'll be able to find yourself in a little bit of a lead going into that P1. But you know Atlanta Face, they're not going to give this up for free. Kleenex is at least able to find a double to stabilize a little bit, but Celium last man standing. Final 20 going to be theirs, but this is important. This rotation is everything now for Ultra.
Scrap time going to be hit by Scrap. Able to at least get a couple of net points back in their favor. High ground control though, looking decent for Atlanta as we step back over towards Rubble. Simp waiting for the next bit of information, and he just commits. I'm going to jump right on in. We have the lead. Let's force Toronto to come to us.
And look at the route being hit by Scrap. Puts himself in towards Fountain, trying to open up an angle for his team to apply pressure at this hill. He takes care of Sip onto the point. Scrap from up top is able to find a double. That's now all left up to Celium to simply stay alive in this moment. Even though Ultra in that hill, such a close game again.
Have to receive another hit and rotate if you're Ultra. FaZe currently hold the favor on the spawns. Looking to re-wrap around the back. Scrap shutting down a lot of this. Back to 4 in a row. Hit markers over towards bottom side shops. And you've got a player in Kleenex coming from the backside on the pitch. One more contested. It's Abizi. Should be overwhelmed, and he is. 5 in a row for Scrap. Rotation going to be challenged for both teams.
Oh, but I'm pretty sure Kleenex is able to slip behind enemy lines. So are you going to be able to spot him off the cross? And I think Draza is able to gain that info. But Scrap, if you can find one kill, that cruise missile could play a big part at this moment in the game. He's trying to line up the kill onto Celium. Only 8 HP left. The Renetti is out. Everyone is losing gunfights around the map. And Atlanta FaZe stabilize and win the rotation anew.
Couple of players on this backside spawn could maybe help Ultra set up some sort of a break, but Atlanta have numbers, at least for now, inside the hard point. Draza trying to play his life. Assistance from FaZe coming from the junk side. Can they get nades over towards this jump wall? May not be able to. Insight seems to have an idea that Draza's playing in the back closet, but they can't find him. Draza's still alive, able to go 1 for 1.
Oh my God.
The trade is in. Ultra can win here.
They can win it here. Look at the spawns for Atlanta FaZe. It's so far away. Ultra trying to force game 5.
Envoy from the front. He's able to take down 1. Not able to do more. Can anyone touch the time? No. And we're going the distance in the grudge match. Let's go 5.
The ice in the veins for Toronto Ultra in those final moments. Scrappy's been the MVP all season long for this roster. He found himself on 2 different 5 sprees in those closing moments of that game. But if you're Atlanta, that's an opportunity you want back. You found 3 kills off the rotation. You just couldn't find that first wave of kills when you were actually in the HP. Ultra stabilized, everyone calm, cool, and collected. They just needed 1 break, 1 opportunity, and they get it done to force game 5.
And what a bounce back map, especially considering how things were going. Envoy really not staying in line with what we saw from Abizi and Sid, but it's the ARs that really start to show up. Scrap, of course, in particular, 6,600 damage.
Dude.
Unreal stuff, 24 of those non-traded, but you also have Insight, who was so pivotal on a couple of those rows.
Insight off the rotation was making some very valuable plays. But if you were looking at a guy to give you a spark, to give you some life, to keep your chances alive in that HP, you had to look at Scrap, man. 6,000 damage, leads the lobby entirely, 29 traded kills, also a minute of hill time with 8 objective kills. That's how you take over, man. I know it's Draza versus Scrap, but he just put that mark on that map.
Unreal stuff. You like the tango? Let's go to Rio. Lock in, stepping 1-2 into the search and destroy, where again the storyline from Hallie and the desk has been Atlanta's search. Not particularly up to standard, maybe. Problem is, the Rio search is pretty good for FaZe. So we've got a square up on map number 5. We step away, but don't go far. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Welcome back to Toronto and the Winners Finals, where the storylines, well, they're thicker than mud. And if you haven't tuned into this point, what the hell have you been doing? A huge comeback effort for Ultra in the map number 4. It looked like FaZe were taking over with the SMGs, but oh boy, wouldn't you ever want it to be scrapped to take Ultra past the finish line into a map 5?
Yeah, he started off with a double in these engagements. He sets his team up in the man advantage. All you have to do is trade equally onto the players at the point, because you know the spawns for Atlanta FaZe are all the way across the map. But that's the hard point win streak snapped in half from great plays out of Ultra. Definitely behind that young man who really just took over there in that map number 4. But now if you're Ultra, the job doesn't get any easier. No. You're going into this Rio Search and Destroy where Atlanta FaZe are basically #1 in every single category. The best team at finding first bloods. When they find that first blood, they convert 92% of the time. They are unbelievable in their post plants. They are unbelievable in their retakes. But if anything's gonna say the stats, Toronto don't give a damn about none of those, because we saw it in map number 2. It was a story of the first bloods. Ultra had to do it again.
Absolutely the case. Last time these two teams played, this was in the pool, and well, you know what? Atlanta absolutely swept the floor with Ultra 6-1 tally. So any stats through Major 3 qualifiers for Ultra essentially wipe them away. Yeah. It's just one play time, and it was versus Atlanta team. But we'll see, because map 5, you want Scrap to show up, and he has provided for you in the past. Ultra on the offense first. Map 5, let's get it on.
You can already see from Atlanta FaZe, no trophy systems early into this map. So you're gonna play it nice and slow through the top side of the middle of the map. Couple shots coming down from Scrap, getting info onto Draza, but now it's an opportunity for Ultra to take that mid map right on back.
A little bit of shots coming through for Envoy, just to say, hey, we're here. Never mind, no, we're not. Atlanta looking to contest early, and Insight's going to get a look over towards Cell. Nades, stuns, all going his direction. Now the focus back towards boxes, and this should lead to a plant here for Envoy.
Yeah, the bomb's going to go down, and then also on the front side as well. The rest of Atlanta FaZe rallying over at this flank area. Scrap trying to choose the right angle to watch, but there's just so many players from Atlanta around him.
Double focus though on this pinch. Lots of damage from Scrap. It holds off this pinch from Atlanta, and Toronto's guns can start to turn. Insight gets the first, and that's the second, but the trades are quick. Scrap shuts down the play. Now it's just up to Cell. 1v2 situation. They know exactly where he is, and Scrap not going to give him an inch of daylight.
First blood in favor of Ultra, but even better strategies right there. To spread the map early on, show a little bit of presence through top mid to force that rotation to come in for Atlanta FaZe, and then instantly pounce over towards that A site. You back down, selling him, you work the objective, and then the team crossfire set up out of the ARs on Ultra. Get it done on that flank area to secure the first round.
Clean stuff. Good communication, especially watching that flank. A little bit of supplying of support was Insight, and it works out absolutely perfect. But now we go to Atlanta. Offense has been so damn good for them. Stuns, nades, exchanged over the middle of the map. A lot of it mitigated by trophy systems, so not much gain, not much loss for either team.
But Ultra, they're taking the map control away from Atlanta. As long as they control top mid, it's going to be very difficult to work over towards this B site, but they have chalked that one up. They're slowly but surely working their way over towards bridge, trying to play a timing.
And honestly speaking, considering that Atlanta have killed noise to create doubt, Toronto have some members on the extremities that can get a read on this. Madraza crossing angle backside bridge. First blood is good, and with that bomb will be planted at B.
And now all of Ultra rallying around this flank area. Celium's going to get the info, simply throw a shoulder, close the door, because he has manners. But now he knows he's going to give the comms to his teammates. We can take control of their side of the map, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, this is a perfect post-plant setup from Atlanta. Can Ultra still find a way to force the square peg into the round hole and get this thing through? That will help. Celium will drop. Inside has to be out of the play while he waits for the regen. Beezy backside stairs. Good damage over towards Scrap, but can't confirm the kill. Kleenex up top, right there in position, waiting for it. Now the smoke retake on the way. Scrap for another, and how about it? Retake good, 3v4 for Ultra, 2-0 up.
And that play could have worked out a lot better for Atlanta FaZe if they found that initial kill. But since they lose that, they lose all top mid control. Ultra able to walk their way up through top mid at that B site. They gain only info that no one's playing around this bomb site. Kleenex holds down the angle from bridge. They knew eventually that smoke grenade was going to have to come in because Ultra had to check for that defuse. They usually stellar in their post-plant scenario, but Ultra stripped that away.
Retake percentage continues to be the vehicle for success for Ultra, but to do it in a 3v4 with the time against you, whoa, here we go. Atlanta needs something you'd think early. to kind of shrug off the little bit of a comeback in map 4, plus the fiery start here. Nades, shots from Scrap, all directed towards Straza, but everyone stays alive.
Now Ultra going to do the same exact thing they did on their previous attacking round. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult now that stun is going to connect for Atlanta. Now they gain a little bit of info that Toronto have top mid. Potentially going to work for that B plant, because at the same time, Sip is slowly working his way up through that deep pinch alongside Selly.
Late trophy system down here for Ultra on this commit for the plant. Abizi on the staircase. He does get the exit on towards Envoy, but his job is done. Bomb planted, 3v4. Can Atlanta find a way for the odd man situation retake? Scrap 4 in a row. Good look at number 5, but Sip jumps right into the picture, finds the kill. Follow from Kleenex, decent. We go 2v3.
There's still only 25 seconds left. If you are Atlanta, you got to try to locate where these players are. Kleenex is at least able to find one, but Sip and Celium execute perfectly. Find the first blood on the round. You trade effectively over towards that bridge area. You're able to secure your first with that bomb defuse coming in. Great plays from Atlanta.
Yeah, quick calls, I think, just the most important part about that. As soon as you get that exit kill, the only win condition that Ultra largely have is playing off the clock, right? Yeah. So you go quick, you isolate the players towards bridge, you don't allow that post plant to get more dynamic than it already was. So great recovery round there from Atlanta. What we saw in map number 2 was quick, proactive reads, though. Even when Atlanta was down in the search, trying to get that bomb down as much as possible. Will they continue to try to play with that same tempo here on Rio?
Back to the attacking side they go. They'll slowly show presence through top mid. Stun nades over the top, but Ultra are playing a 2-2 split on the setup. They're basically giving up that top mid to control. Yeah. They know that Envoy in the back pocket has that smoke grenade for the retake. But they're just waiting for Atlanta to make the first move.
Yeah, this is all about just read and respond right now if you're Ultra. Kleenex kind of flexing between mid and boxes. Insight, the one covering A. He's going to be trusted to watch that by himself, and here come Ultra with a little bit of a quick push over towards the middle of the map, and Abizi gets completely caught off guard. Early 4v3 again for Ultra.
Just the delayed pushes are catching Atlanta off guard every single time. Now you're forced to clutch up in the 3v4. That bomb is going to get planted. But you see Envoy still has that smoke grenade in his back pocket. He's going to invest in nade first, realize that there's a trophy system, and draws it with the same angle as last time. Evens up the numbers.
Yeah, this time the push through read perfectly by Atlanta, and I don't know if Insight really saw anyone over towards this top bridge position, so I think Ultra are thinking we can just nade this thing and push it. Not quite, so it's just down to JB Craven. First one good, second one not so much. Sip quick on the response, we go 2-2.
Yeah, that's a 3v4 ice up clutch right there out of Atlanta FaZe. You get that objective down. All of Ultra are waiting for the proper opportunity, but you can see as soon as Envoy invests in that Semtex, they instantly find that kill. Then Simp through top mid doing Simp things. Just finds a double to basically call the round for Atlanta to tie the game up.
Big start from Simp, 6-2. Also 2 of the plants coming from him in particular, so he's really trying to get this Atlanta team back in the mix, and he's been successful in doing so, at least to this point. Envoy an 0-4 start, but similarly so, he's been just the guy trusted to get the bomb planted. He's going to carry it out of spawn as usual. And it looks like for Ultra, once again, just trying to find some focus in towards an early mid play. Abizi, response frag, up and out, does not tag anything at all.
And now that objective is getting planted. I don't know if they're going to be fast enough in this scenario, because Simp also finds himself on 5 in a row, but draws it with the first blood this time around. You get your trophy system down. Now it's time to hit that go button.
Shots are decent, though. Envoy for the first. That will work out. Smoke also placed. Abizi waiting to see if anyone pushes through this. And now all of a sudden, maybe a chance to try to hop on over. Estraza's been able to take down 2 from the outside of the map. Just down to Kleenex. Double play coming in from Atlanta. And the 2v1 goes the way of FaZe.
And that's Estraza finding 3 on the round. He realizes that every time they attack over towards this B side, they are working a lot of players over towards bridge. He finds that opening pick through Eskies and then rotates back, knowing that that's where the pressure was going to come in, and single-handedly gains that round for Atlanta. Couple in a row now, puts them in the advantage.
3 straight. And that's in the face of a couple of, like you said, first bloods going the way of Ultra. Conversion percentage not turning up yet. Feel like you have to kind of cauterize the wounds here. Get something going in your direction if you're Ultra. Change up the trends and patterns, which is favored really FaZe playing off the backside of these bombs, whether it's on defense or offense.
Back to the attacking side we go for Atlanta. This time a lot faster on this retake, on this objective work at this B site. Ultra is simply not going to be ready for it. It's a 4v4 retake opportunity.
No chance to contest on the exit either. Lots of pressure sent over towards Ultra, but a couple of deep stuns will land. Abeezy, the first one to try to make contact over the top of the bomb site. Here comes the full stack. Decent shots for Abeezy. Tries to back up door in his way. Response hit marker starting to come through as Ultra have regained the middle of the map, but they need to find some kills. You need to find something before you can hop onto this bomb. Sip, backside vending, dealt with. Abeezy still tucked in the corner. Draza looking for possibly a pinch, but he gets shut down. All the retake looking good, and wouldn't you know, it's a 4-for-1 exchange. Ultra continue to find success on the re.
And Atlanta are consistently mind-blown right there, because you're thinking, all right, time is getting away. There's still 20 seconds left. Someone from Ultra have to be trying to stick that defuse, but they knew that as long as they hold down those power positions, every single angle was going to be cut off. They started off with that first blood. They were trading efficiently. The teamwork was on full display. Another successful retake there for Ultra to tie the game.
Unreal stuff. And I think if you're a FaZe fan, you're looking at that round develop and you're like, wow, this is incredible for us. 4v4. We've got the post plant set up. No one's nearby. All we need to do is just trade out our ones. Easier said than done. Back to offense, go Ultra. And this may be one of our first gut check looks over towards A. Cell has been the sole defender for a while, but opening nade from Draza this time. That elongated 1v1 we've seen towards the B side of the map will go the way of Atlanta, and the rotation in also met by this FaZe defense.
And now it's all left up to Insight in the 1v3. Bomb being down around that A bomb. And it's not going to be easy because positioning already known. Atlanta FaZe starting to pounce on him. Draza just simply not trying to turn this into a one-on-one gunfight, just running away with his life.
Take the safest route, you know. Just get away from him. Don't give him a chance to isolate. And it looks like FaZe have also read that, yep, the bomb is down here right in front of boxes on the stairs. So no need to move anywhere. Just set up a lockdown triangle here on this A site.
Yeah, they didn't even budge on their setup. No. They know that the bomb is down. The only way Inside is going to walk away victorious here is by collecting it. So with only 30 seconds left, it's just not going to be easy to get past the setup from Atlanta FaZe. They find the first blood. Draza and Scrap have had that engagement the entire map so far, but it has never led to that first kill. But this time the nade gets it done, and Atlanta back in the advantage.
And the thing about that nade landing and finding the kill so quickly is that you can commit another defender over towards that play. On the cop car side, and that's exactly what comes through, and the timing is just perfect for FaZe. Legitimately, they just get the absolute most beautiful read you could possibly get.
And now if I'm Atlanta FaZe, I'm doing the same exact thing I did on my previous attacking round, just a little bit better on your post-plant setup. Because Ultra, they have been playing slow and steady wins the race on their defenses. 2 successful retakes at this B site, and they're going right back to that aggressive play at B, but they only sent in the bomb carrier.
Yeah, this is different. Ultra are also stacked up here on Eski. Scrap going to join them. Do they get Abeezy off the bomb? Yes, they do. Plus, they get the first blood. So now you got mid-map control. You know the bomb is down, and this is a very difficult round for FaZe to try to reclaim.
And now you just have to hold down this position. You have 2 of your SMG players holding down top mid. Scrap watching the overextension. Every single angle is cut off. Atlanta FaZe have to try to work their way over towards A.
Yeah, the only player that could possibly do something crazy is if Draza can find an isolated exchange on a crossing angle. It does push Scrap right back over to Atlanta, though. Ooh. Maybe taking a step too far away from Draza, and that leads now to a 3v3. Plenty of time here for FaZe to work with.
Yeah, you're giving them an opportunity now. That kill comes in from Kleenex, able to stabilize the moment, keep the numbers advantage in favor of Ultra. But this route getting hit by Celium is at least able to find one. Now everybody from top mid has to turn around.
The immediate snap from Kleenex. No follow-up engagement yet. Draza and Celium looking to work this thing together from bridge side. Envoy the one in the way. First shots are perfect though. And now it's just down to Cell. 3 in a row, pistol out. He finds himself the 4th. There is still enough time for him to collect the bomb and possibly plant if he wants to. But instead, he's looking for the timing on the kill. Doesn't find Envoy, who just slips away. No chance for the plant. Envoy gets the read and says, I'm out of here. We're tied back and forth.
This time, Ultra says slow and steady is not going to win the race, but if you are Atlanta FaZe, someone has to go with Abeezy through top mid, because Ultra found the perfect timing to take care of your bomb carrier. They had all the info gained. Bomb down through top mid. That's the only way you're going to be able to defeat us on this round. The SMG stays strong on their setup, did not budge a single ounce. And they're able to tie the game up at 4. Man, what a map 5.
Tensions are thick here in the Madame Athletic Center. Heavy stack for FaZe on this defense over where exactly this Ultra setup is.
But it's different now because Draza isn't playing it deep over towards that B Street side. They have all bridge control. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, you slowly have to work over towards A, and that leads to a BZ finding that first blood. Sully have great shots to at least back down Insight from his positioning. But now in the 3v4, Ultra have to find some ice.
First blood's unbelievable from Abizi on that angle, especially. Draza stepping in towards bridge side. Kleenex still hoping he can get this plant off. That may be the lifeline for Ultra here in round number 9. Scrap also an extra step forward. Would FaZe expect something like this? Little cheeky plays for Ultra, but FaZe are taking the safe route around the back, and Scrap has only seen one member so far.
He gains info onto one player, but now you have to get a read that Atlanta FaZe are sending 3 players on the pinch. Unfortunately, Inside is not able to get out. Kleenex is only able to find one. Now it's Scrap in a 1v2. Draza, I was waiting for the moment. He getting the last lap here. Atlanta at game point.
A little early.
Oh,
I mean, that's a bold time to start pulling out some body shots. 5-4. But he's letting them know. Has that fueled the flame, though? You just have to wonder. But again, that first blood from Abizi is a miracle. I mean, he just slides across through bottom ramp, somehow still finds someone deep over towards that top plat. Unreal.
That's just big-time players making big-time plays. Staying strong in what he's been able to do all season long, the king of first bloods. He finds one in the most important moments. Now it leads to Atlanta being at game point, back on the attacking side. Toronto Ultra found a lot of success on the retakes every single time at B. And this time, Atlanta are going to send everyone alongside Abizi trying to work that objective.
No bomb this time for Abizi. He's just trying to be the first Vanguard player forward. Ultra allowing this mid control largely to go the way of Atlanta. Bomb now planted. 4v4 retake on the way.
Need to try to make it 3 successful retakes if you want to stay alive here. Envoy finds the first blood. Abizi instantly there for the trade. Kleenex keeps the numbers in favor of Ultra.
Yeah, Draza gets pushed off, but keep your eye on number 8. Kleenex gonna hop on for the bomb. Is he gonna check this in time? Draza can't challenge. The nades are so good for Ultra. And Kleenex just says, give me that thing. Round 11. Could you want anything more? Maybe a 1v1?
It just simply does not get better than this. Ultra, every single time Atlanta FaZe have gotten that bomb down at B, they have been successful off of that retake. You get the smoke down, you find the initial kill, but the cojones right there out of Kleenex to instantly hop that bomb, knowing that Atlanta FaZe were playing for the kills. They did not have an opportunity to get their way back in, but round 11 for it all.
The rise of the crowd, both vocally and in person standing. Or is everyone here in Toronto? Offense, round 11 for Ultra. And you have to think there's no way we're going to give Abizi a chance towards A again.
We can't. So Insight's just going to hold down this angle. Watch the overextension. Ultra slow and steady around this B site. But you can see Abizi and Draza just ready to pounce at any given moment.
A little bit of a prod forward here from Toronto, but they see there is resistance nearby. The thing that's different here, Scrap has not seen anything topside bridge. And now all of a sudden he's playing forward. It just comes down to, does he get any timing to make good on this position? May not matter. Here comes the plant.
Plant's gonna go down. This is the opportunity where Atlanta had to take advantage, and Abizi with the angle onto Envoy finds that first kill.
But immediately pick back up and immediately plant again. Atlanta's trying to play off the long flank. Wait a second, the timing here could allow Toronto a chance to kill a little bit of extra time. It's all 4 members from FaZe around the back. Insight's not going to see it. Kleenex going to get caught off guard, or is he? He gets one. That's a decent 1-for-1 trade. Insight right back over, looking for a little bit of help from Scrap. 2v3, selling the cross, dealt with by Scrap. Sip also seen on the cross. 22 seconds. Draza trying to work this with Sip. Oh! Scrap able to turn this down to a 2v1. Just down to Sip. Not gonna happen. Shut your mouth. Toronto in the grand finals here at home.
Ultra. You can always count these guys to be icy in these kind of moments. Scrap, the MVP of this series for me. Just put on an absolute performance to not only keep them alive in this series to force the game 5, but in that final round, he finds a couple kills. You look across and you say, So damn happy to play with these guys, man, because it's Scrap who gets the final laugh in this matchup versus Atlanta.
You're going to shoot my body?
Not today.
Hello? Oh, man. Someone at COD events that precede unfortunate events on Twitter because yikes. Wow. The drama has just gone from 11 to 15 in this series. An unreal map 5 win, round 10, round 11, and like you said, no one better for it than Scrap.
That is just unbelievable, man. What an unbelievable series between the two top teams that we have in the league. The home crowd is playing a big part for the success of Ultra. They're letting their team know, you guys are the best. This is your tournament. Try to make it two-time champion on the year.
And Toronto's got a chance for both sides. Unbelievable series. And the composure from Toronto just in the last two maps in particular, so damn tippable. A comeback effort of the Karachi hard point comes by way of Scrap turning it up. The round 10, round 11, after a couple of stray body shots come through, a little bit of a wall bang, Scrap lets him know not once but twice. And well, let's be honest, there's only one guy that's on main stage. Toronto, give it up. It's Scrap on stage with Blaze.
You heard? Here on the main stage.
100%.
How you feeling getting that win?
I mean, fucking seriously, are we serious? Are we fucking serious? Come on now.
We talked about the beef and everything coming into this one. You know, how do you feel having your teammates, the way that they had your back in a Game 5 Round 11 series?
That's too fucking icy right there. That's way too icy. You know, we came out, they're breaking down. I don't know how, bro. Like, I'm getting told they need a person for confidence. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, bro. My whole team got confidence. Every single one of us.
Every single one of us. Now, a little bit, talk to us about the confidence in that round 11. What was going on through the comms? Because it was intense. What did y'all want to make happen right there?
Yeah, no, we just said big dick them, bro. Run at them, bro. They're fucking ass. Like, let's just run at them. And then, you know, they break down 2v3, 5-5. Like, come on, man. That's too much fucking ice.
Too much ice indeed. I'm going to let you get ready for this grand finals. We got one more matchup on the stage. But what do you want the city of Toronto to know as you get ready for the grand finals?
Toronto, it's my city, fam.
It's your city. Give it up for Ultra one more time. Chris, let's break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And we just started a GoFundMe to help Scrap pay for his fines. What a fantastic finish, though, as Ultra gets the dub, ending Atlanta's incredible 13-match winning streak. Allie, you were the only one in this venue, at least on the analyst side, that saw it coming. Why do you have faith in Ultra?
It was just a search and destroy that Atlanta started to show a little bit of weakness in. And against all odds, Toronto Ultra went against being the 11th attack team, 11th in post-plant, and both search and destroys in this series. They win 4 attacks in the map number 2. They win the 2 biggest attack rounds in the map number 5. They get back-to-back attack, and they're able to get those first bloods going their way against literally all odds. And not only that, I have to give a shout out to Envoy. You're talking 3 first bloods in map number 2 going 10-4. And then the map number 5, he has 4. It was amazing watching this series for Toronto Ultra.
And you think about that, he was 0-4 to start the game. So the man took a few rounds after those plants to get heated up. But Toronto Ultra now sends Atlanta FaZe to the losers bracket where Optic Texas is waiting. And we've got the fans going wild in the chat. Nameless, it doesn't matter who moves on to play Toronto in this grand finals. We're going to have an amazing end to this tournament.
Yeah, this is a special event, man. These teams have been delivering. But let's talk about Toronto Ultra and their growth throughout this stage. You know, they win Major 1, and then it's a tough one throughout stage 2. This time here, they finally get to play Atlanta FaZe on the main stage, and Scrap and team delivered. Scrap specifically in that game 4. I haven't seen many players will their team into a victory like that when the stakes are so high, just massive plays. And then you talk about the very last round of the search and destroy. He takes over huge 2 kills, exactly what they needed, the right place, the right time. The kid is a superstar. He gets it done.
After the win, he runs over to the Atlanta side, throws his hands up, the crowd goes wild. Goes back to his side, hands lights up, the crowd goes wild. I think you can expect this guy to be signed, locked up by Toronto for multiple years to come.
I just love this rivalry. I love that we've had 2 Game 5s today. I love the energy. All of us, even up here, were on our feet watching that round 11, and we still have 2 more matches to go.
Shout out to everyone who is waiting to get into the venue. I think that match definitely paid itself off, and we have 2 more to go on the day. Nameless, when we come back, we have Optic playing, but before that, we got to take a look at your Scuff play of the game. Let's walk ourselves through this one more time, Allie.
So this is where Scrap calls game at map number 4. Atlanta FaZe had the lead the entirety of this map, and Toronto Ultra didn't even have the rotation. Kleenex had made an attempt, but unfortunately was in a 1v2. He gets shut down, and it's Scrap with a huge 2-piece in back gas that alleviates a lot of the pressure for the rest of his teammates to then fly onto the hill, play their trades, and shut out this game.
Yeah, he did such a great job. And I mean, it's not just the 2-piece at the end. It's earlier in the game.
Yeah.
You're talking about the junk hill where Atlanta FaZe had so many great pinches. Well, Scrap, he gets a spawn in behind, wins a massive gunfight, back-to-back lives, and then on the P1, gets the cleanup on a BZ, finds the majority of that time, and goes on a 5 streak to put them back into that game. This team is special.
Toronto Ultra, winners of our first major, the first team into that championship match here at Major 3. The final question remains, who will join them, Allie? We got FaZe and Optic loading up next here in about 25 minutes.
A tale as old as time, and unfortunately for the Green Wall, they have been on the losing end of that fairy tale.
We're going to give the players a moment to recompose before they take the stage. We go back to the elimination bracket when we return live from Toronto. This is the Call of Duty League Major 3.
Oh my.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm operator skin, Dystopia weapon blueprint, Iron Lung charm, Vroom animated calling card, Alpha vinyl guiding light emblem, and Scratch Tally weapon sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
To find out and in a very quick manner. Archie's putting in a few bullets toward the tractor as here comes the nade. That could be big. That's massive as Octane's able to find the first clapstick. Everybody explodes and that will be it. That will be it, Seattle. Getting one of the biggest upsets in CDL history.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this week's show. This weekend, we saw the top Call of Duty teams compete at the U.S. Championship held at Full Sail University. In a surprising turn of events, Strictly Business, the 9 seed, came out of nowhere to dominate the bracket, defeating 9-time champions Complexity twice to secure the #1 seed at the Call of Duty World Championship.
With the help from his teammates, actually.
What is this? What is this? Hydra from Mars.
What do we have here?
It's nothing left but 3 in the backpack. The ace for Hydra, a magician early in the round.
Team working on the ace. That's 3 for him in this round. It was plant or hold for the kill. Dashy chooses to hold. Get a chow, not gonna happen. It's an ace for Biggest Seam. What a brilliant moment for the newcomer on this Boston Breed squad.
Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, and that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? It's 6 for Capsidal. He is woken up and erupting right now on the Subliners, making 8 in a row. Boston feeding off the hype that this man can provide. 21-10. Big Cap. Welcome to series, my friend.
Lock in, fans. Does he get timing again? Oh, sure does. He finds Hydra. Red went 1 for 1, but the trades are decent. We're going to go 2v2 early. Does he catch the timing? Doors pop. There's the first. Skies tries to battle back. Not going to happen. Optic take the round 11.
Woo-wee! That's how you get it done if you are Optic Texas. Shotzi might have the timing on the flank. No one's going to turn.
Bonus as well. Oh, come on. Shotzi's playing real good tonight. Nice tags. I don't have a clue as to how he has managed to survive.
Shotzi versus the world.
He can't get the 3rd, but here comes Shotzi, 10 in a row. Looking for the 11th. That's the round. You may never see one like it.
This is what we wanted to see. I mean, right? I mean, with how well he has been playing in Challengers, winning them key situations in map 1 and now doing it here in map 3.
Papa Seam get another one in the window. That'll be 2. He'll earn another.
Now to Cell. In the stun. The stun catches Kenny again. He's going to check the corner. Oh, he didn't check it. Doesn't clear the corner. And Atlanta FaZe take it. Your major 2 champions for the 2024 COD League season. Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe, our major 2 champions, will be taking on Optic Texas. And if you're an Optic Texas fan, the bad news, Atlanta's beat you 5 times. The good news, you got luck on your side today, Allie. The diffuses are starting to work for Dashy.
Yeah, unfortunately, did not work out yesterday, but today that luck got handed back in twofold. And one of the bigger rounds in the series during game number 5, Dashy gets that perfect timing and defuse.
This was against the New York Subliners to lock in for the top 3, and Optic fans went wild nameless.
Yeah, they went absolutely insane, and Optic Texas needed that, man. You got a huge series from Kenny, and then Dashy in the clutch.
Fans on their feet for the last matchup. I expect it to get even louder in here as we close out the night. Optic ready to take the stage against our #1 seed, and we got to break down all of the action we're about to see. Welcome back in, everybody. Chris Puckett alongside Rosalie and Nameless at the headquarters desk. And I want to start with you, Wizard. What do you expect to happen this time around, Alley
I expect, unfortunately, history to repeat itself. If I was Atlanta FaZe and I just heard that post-interview by Scrap, I am fuming to get into that grand final.
Let's take a look here at another team fighting for a spot in the grand finals. Optic Texas rocking the green, Nameless. What have you seen from them this weekend? They were able to get to the top 2 last event, but now they're fighting for their lives in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, you know, I've seen a lot of fight from these guys, right? I've seen, you know, Sunday Kenny come out to play, which is scary for the opposition. Obviously, you go all the way to a Game 5 where you show your ice up against a New York team that has been strong at that map invasion, search, and destroy. For Optic Texas, though, it's all been preparation for this specific match. You're anticipating making it all the way to that grand final and playing Atlanta FaZe. We are late in the tournament, and they prepared their map pool for that specifically. And you can see the ice leaderboard. Dashy is leading it so far in the 1v1s and 1v2s.
14 clutches. 9 of those 1v2 pluses, Allie. Dashy has been the Iceman in Search and Destroy.
It's been unreal, and I think all of Optic Texas have been incredibly clutch. I mean, you look at the numbers, and they're actually really average across the board, but when it comes to records, they're top 4 overall in the league, and that's because they have just such a talented roster that when the things going and start getting tough, they're able to close out these matches and get these series wins. So for the Monster Energy pregame up against Atlanta, the good right now is that their map 1s are 10-1 record with 6 straight wins. So early on in the series, they are coming out swinging. The bad, though, is their control hasn't looked as strong as it had previously. They are 2-5 in the last 7 maps and 1-3 in round 5s in that span, meaning in the invasions, like they just lost 3-0 to New York Subliners, and we just watched Atlanta FaZe bibbity-bop Atlanta Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing in this match is, like, Optic Texas, I mentioned they've been preparing for this specific matchup, and they've played high-rise control 5 times this stage, a map they previously did not want in the lineup. 3-2 on it now, and they're going to have it in this series. It could give them a potential edge versus Atlanta FaZe.
Optic is going up against a squad, though, that has played nearly flawless Call of Duty over the last 2 months. They were on a 13-match win streak before finally falling in that round 10 to Toronto, and you know Draza is pissed. He is going to be bringing that anger and feeding off of that fire with the rest of his squad at his back. You take a look at this matchup, they match up incredibly well against the roster of Optic Texas. So walk me through it. Where's the strength of our #1 seed?
I would say, you know, these guys, their resilience, 1, but 2, like, across the board, they're just so consistent, right, in every single game mode. I will say, from Atlanta FaZe throughout this tournament, and Search and Destroy specifically, they've been getting retaken on in their offensive rounds way too much. We saw, like, glimpses of it in the Miami Heretics match, and then we saw a full-fledged versus Toronto Ultra right there across both those Search and Destroys. But against Optic, that hasn't been the case so far, but there certainly are still some things to exploit.
And, of course, notice that Optic was able to take that first game in that best-of-5 before Atlanta rattled off 3 straight. The 4th game, very close and a hard point. Allie, taking a look at these numbers against Optic, though, it's crazy to think that this is against another top 3 team.
Yeah, you would, you know, eventually think around the 3rd time I thought Optic Texas would get their revenge when it came to this matchup, but it is now 6-0 that Atlanta FaZe has on top of Optic Texas, and so they're happy to go up against this matchup once again, even though their Search and Destroy has been kind of lacking throughout this weekend. Not so much versus Optic Texas.
I will say the differential on hardpoint is really small, though. They've had a ton of hardpoints where it's been 250 to 210, 250 to 240. It's always a banger, and Optic has improved in hardpoint throughout this entire stage. You can see in the Monster Energy pregame, the good is the control. 8-1 record with a 66% round win percentage. That's first in the league, and then an active 6-map win streak. That being said, I mentioned Optic's been working on their high rise.
And on the opposite side of things, like I said, the S&D slump has been their biggest issue. 6-4 record during Major 3 qualifiers, but since we've been on land, 1-3 in that game mode, but they can drop that to an Optic Texas because they're one of the best, if not the best, hardpoint teams in the game right now, and we saw them just have one of the easiest invasions they've ever spawned into. So again, the confidence is there for the respawns.
Get ready for some 250 to 248s. We got 6-star and Vista for our hard points. High rise will be map 2 and 3 for control, and if it goes to another game 5, if the fans get what we deserve, we will see invasion for Search and Destroy.
I mean, sure, if you're an Optic fan, you're like, hell yeah, 6-star hardpoint, you love that. Vista can go either way. You've been working on maps 2 and 3 all this split, and then the game 5, when you look at invasion, Atlanta's lost 2 of those straight. So if you're an Optic fan, you feel delighted seeing that map layout.
Allie, you have been red hot in the predictions over the last 2 days. It's time to keep it rolling right now with our Scuff Pick'ems. You get to go first. Are you going Optic or going FaZe for a 7th time in a row?
I'm really sad because one of my favorite outfits today at the Major has been a girl in a green wall outfit. So
she's
creative,
awesome. Yes.
So awesome. And unfortunately, though, I'm going to crush her heart by saying I'm going with Atlanta FaZe to win this match.
Oh, going Atlanta, the #1 seed, the safe bet. Where are we going, Nameless?
Yeah, the guns are still hot. I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. They just look too strong, and they want that rematch versus Ultra.
I want the fans to like me tonight. I'm going Optic Texas. Texas. Let's see how this one shakes out. It's Optic. It's Atlanta. Round 7 here in MW3 with Guy Blaze on the stage.
Thank you so much, Chris. And how blessed are we to have El Clasico yet again and back-to-back events. It's going to be a super-powered matchup, and I'm ready to get this one started. The first squad coming to the stage, they are the heroes of all the Call of Duty fans. Get ready for Optic Texas.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Toronto, get loud for Optic Texas. Give it up for Kitty, Shotzi, Red, and Dashy. Ready to do it yet again. Optic Texas is here.
It has felt like this roster was created to go up against Atlanta FaZe in the offseason, but it hasn't worked out so far in this game. They have focused this entire stage on the matchup up against Atlanta. Everybody's playing well. They got a big win versus New York. Can they continue in the bracket? Let's see the other squad.
I'm ready to see them. The heroes are on the stage, but it's time to bring out the villains of the league. You can love them or you can hate them, but you're going to make some noise for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Give it up for Atlanta FaZe! Here comes Celium, Sid, Abizi, and Draza. They don't care what you gotta say. They gonna win at the end of the day.
Handed their first loss after a couple of months. Atlanta FaZe, the guns are still hot, and this is the first time in a while that they've had to see red. A matchup they're used to and a tale as old as time. Winner of this meets the hometown team in the grand final. Let's get it started, Blaze.
I'm ready to get this one started, Allie. The stage is set, and we got a wild matchup on our hands. So, Merc, Maven, let's get freaky.
I am down. Freaky time it is. Listen, we've had a lot of these this year. The matchup you seemingly cannot avoid. Optic FaZe go at it again. It has been a rough run for Optic in this matchup. But Joe, is this maybe the event where they get over the hurdle, get to that grand final?
It could be. I think when you look at the maps, obviously there's some switch up here for Optic, right? You're going high rise. And if you watched online, you watched throughout stage 3, this has been a part of their recipe. They knew that this moment was going to happen. Invasion control has just been, I'll be honest, not great for them. It's been pretty bad throughout this weekend, so they're going to adjust. They're going to veto it. We're going to play high-rise control. Again, you have put so many reps in official matches. Should be a fun one.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you two parts to this. Like, you're trying to stay ahead and everything else you're good at because you've been beating everybody but FaZe throughout the course of the last couple months, right? Like, you're beating everybody, but you have to find some special sauce to get through this matchup. Something you're going to beat them on. Build something. First, it was they were trying to get better at Karachi hardpoint. They were looking for various avenues to get through. This time, maybe through the high rise, but we're getting ready to rock and roll. 6-star hardpoint to start us off. Overall records on the season. Optic feeling good going into it. You saw the match from the online qualifiers. Joe, how you feel?
Well, I mean, you gotta be feeling good if you're Optic. You beat them online, right? This is the map that you won. It was then you dropped the next 3, but 6-star has been a fantastic map addition for Optic. Texas 5-1 now FaZe. Obviously 2-1. They're gonna be a solid team on anything. But I think if you're Optic, you're feeling confident.
So far, so good. The rhythm flowing right now for Optic Texas as they get out to a good start and look to accrue time inside of the point spread, though. Not up to the fight as Simp comes rounding the edge, but this is all for a fight to get into the grand final. For those just joining us, it's the Toronto Major 3. Winner of this battles Toronto in a grand final. And if you've missed the matches between these two teams all year, they have been wars.
Yeah, they have. I mean, obviously very close games, but yeah, I mean, FaZe, no matter what, have come on top. 6-0 on the year as Optic gonna find 3-4 dead in the feed. On this P2 rotation, you're gonna be set up. Now, BZ does spawn out a bit weird, so maybe not to be ready for that, but it looks like Dashy, he's gonna have an idea. He's gonna have the one-on-one on the pinch, but BZ, you don't win it.
Great time for the 4 down on this scenario. It's 5 seconds till the next hard point. Allows you to really set up, but now with 15 seconds in, the push really starting to build. 2 players lurking, trying to catch people. If they can't for Optic Texas, that's not going to happen. Atlanta FaZe able to get in, get a big break, looking for a lead change here shortly.
Well, FaZe thought with the BZ pushing around that back spawn was going to be open, but Optic, they all spun up front. FaZe were going to try to trap them in on this P3 rotation. Out is the opposite effect. BC 5 and 7, similar spawn outs here. So this will allow FaZe to get set up, but Optic with a nice break there with 30 seconds left.
Break after break between these two squads. Yeah, you talked about the close matches, but the hard points specifically have all been between like 10 and 20 points. They've been nuts. If you're talking about just like minor improvements to maybe get a series win, is it the hard points for Optic Texas? Is Cell, he's shooting bodies early in this one.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, it's 8-3 sort of hard point count in that matchup. A couple of those go your way. Maybe you are winning.
Just so close.
Those series. Obviously, the search and destroy, I think for FaZe, maybe struggling a bit. Feels like Ultra always plays them tough in SC. If you look back towards Major 1, well, we are right back to that scenario where in winners final, FaZe lose to Ultra, and then right away, FaZe has to play Optic.
Yeah, it feels like deja vu. We've been in these scenarios over the years since the inception of the CDL, that is for sure. But bursting on through, it's the boys from Optic Texas. Shotzi will get 2. Shotzi will dial up a triple. As that'll be 4 in a row for him, and another break and into the point. Go Optic Texas. 12 already for Shotzi.
You'd love to get that streak going, but not going to happen. Only down 30 is FaZe, but Dashy was so good against New York earlier. 10 seconds left on rotation. BZ versus Shotzi. And Shotzi, he struggled at times in this matchup throughout the year, right? It's really been about bread in this series, but Shotzi, when it went like that through the bulletproof glass, he is a magician with the doors. He shows you why.
Oh, we are trolling. That was great. Now, Pred finding an opening from the rear as well. The 40-point lead kills through, breaks through. Optic Texas, once again, you are here. 1 player remaining. It'll be Shotzi at 14 and 7. The other 3 spawning out, trying to get there. How long can he lurk? Can the team get there in time? They're able to collapse. Can he? Dashy bursts on through. The lead is building.
Yeah, I mean, you had a BZ pushed up to turn off the reinforcements. He doesn't get one on the opposite side. Somehow, Shotzi gets a kill with the hip fire. He's hitting again. Double positive is this man. Dashy is now locking down the hill, but I think that's the big thing. Shotzi has struggled versus FaZe. BZ has taken over. Time and time again, if Shotzi's playing like this and he's in his pool, this one could be done.
Listen, you were on 13 straight if you were FaZe. It's been a while since you've been tested. You get dropped, you get beat, and now Optic Texas, while they're down, drop kick them, lay them out. Put them away if you can. Is so far so good massively, but at this particular point, finally, Atlanta FaZe may be able to get a break in an early setup as they'll look to rack the time and get something positive going, because it has been all Optic Texas and this crowd roaring for them.
Yeah, Simp locked in down the middle of the map. That's pretty much 4 dead. So Shotzi the next one up, and yeah, get that cut. Don't allow him to get into the water. Give him the shark, his other form. So far, a clean 25 seconds here for Atlanta FaZe. You can already see in the top right, a slow start for Cell. We don't see that very often. On the opposite end, it has been Shotzi leading the way with 18, and here he goes. Swimming, buying time.
Of course, just able to get across and then win the gunfight. The man is one with the water. Let's go to a listen in with Optic Texas.
I have new cover out. New cover. Y'all can plug me in. Run down. Yeah. Blue. Easy. What's up, Plat?
I'm getting stage. I'm getting stage.
I have blue. What's up, Plat?
I have blue stage.
He's 20 feet.
I have blue stage, guys.
Listen, two blue. I have blue. Stay down.
I have stage.
I have water steps. Full steps and 2 blue.
I left stage.
I'll tell him that. Blue. Now we. Nice. Last 2 mid. Dead. Nice. Last one here. He's there. Yeah.
Absolute.
Okay, he might read
Hold blue.
I'm standing blue.
I'm trying to carry
BZU on me. Alright, one spot. Blue dead. Alright, Are you? Sips. Are you not telling me? I'm hitting mid-steps. I can kill mid-steps. Wait, who's up? Alright, listen, take your time. Somebody go take her out. Take her out, right. Yeah. Or left. I spawned out behind him. I spawned behind him too. I'm not a big stage. Stay shit on. Nice up. I'm behind him. Left. It's a really good scrap. What about you? I stunned him. One splat or something. What you on me? I'm behind him. I killed him. What's up? Absolute. I'm running up. Laying on play. Nice job. I hear. Listen, Brandon, get left on. DJ dead! DJ, one more hitting me out. 2 steps, it draws it out. DJ. One more out, kill. What's that? Absolute no draw. I spawned out, they're going to the back. He's on you too. Fucking Brandon. Nice. They spawned on stage. Yeah, whole stage. I will get our pinch. Yeah. Can I spawn front? You three in the back. You one shot up to Sim. Sim's late P1, bro. He's late P1. I'm going in there. I'm getting there. He's late foot front. I have a Q van, I think. Yeah, he's in the stairs. They're going tops. I'm just holding van. Absolutely. I'm staying van. I'm waiting for you guys. I'm here. Challenge it. I'll sit down. Keep me out of time. I'll challenge it. I'm dead. I'm dead. Drop. Let's go. He's close right. He challenged. Out front left. One in the back. Hit time. Yeah, it's only one guy time right now, Jaws. By himself. Sorry, Jaws left 2 at a time. He went to Tails. Tails. One shot. Hit him again. Nice. Right top left.
After a bit of run there for Atlanta, FaZe, Sip is able to get a cruise, dashing with a double to create a mess and get inside the point. Just about a 40-point advantage. We'll get right back over to Dashi. A one-on-one on the other side of it. Abizi is able to win that. Looking to get set up for next.
Since his second P1, you have just felt a lot more FaZe slays in the feed. They're starting to get a little bit more locked in. They're flowing with the map. They're picking up the pinches. Shotzi, another chance to make your plays. Able to get on in. This is going to buy his team some time. But as you said, Sip able to earn that cruise. When will that come into play? And now FaZe will have to take their time through the back. You're going to see Abizi's going to spawn out. It looks like Shotzi is going to be able to read it for now.
I thought Shotzi was going to get eyes on it. Looks to be the case because Kenny will pick that up as he'll wrap back to deal with it. And then Kenny able to get another one. Shotzi wins his one. And they'll stay inside of the point. Still spotting the back will be Atlanta FaZe. Still trying to fight in with a healthy chunk of time remaining here. But you're winning your close-up ones. Kenny nearly get a second, but not quite back to full HP. Will lead to a flurry of kills now for Atlanta FaZe. Joe, what do you see on the map as we have 15 seconds till we head to the next hard point?
So it's just a question here. I mean, they're going to keep fighting this and keeping them spawned in the back. As Dashi with the double on rotation is Sip, but then you still have the cruise for a break. I thought maybe FaZe were just going to go all out at that P4, use the cruise at the P3, use the cruise at the P4, but they're going to save it for bridge, win this rotation.
Draza locked and loaded, was able to take down 2, sheeting forward, but it's Shotzi. That'll close the door. The collapse starting to come in. Working through the back will be Kenny. Kenny will pick up the reinforcements, maybe, or will he? He'll be able to win that one-on-one. Cell gonna suddenly be the last guy up. So much stuff to deal with. Collapsing from both sides. It's a perfect pinch and trap there from Optic Texas. You get back into the point. So close to bounce it up over that 200-point mark. Lead at 50. Here we go down the stretch.
Yeah, you might just go all out for this, right? What I was saying with the last hill and push this scrap time. That is a big 20 for Optic, but Cell is there. Now, again, you still have the cruise, but if you look at the rotation, you're going to have 2 players there, Simp and Abizi versus Kenny. Kenny soon will have the help from his teammates and the reinforcements, but Abe already inside of the point. Of course, Shotzi sees him. I don't know, the guy's got some super goggles.
Once again, making the plays, come water side. Setup is Optic. Time here to technically get the W. Streak though, ready to go. One of the tiny tears of Abizi able to get the kill. Sip now trying to follow it up, hunting for one of the reinforcements. It's not going to hit, but the teammates are finding the kills and they're right back in. Here come Optic Texas.
Yeah, this is where FaZe got into the game a little bit right on the first rotation, so a very strong hold. It's similar.
Like the first 30 or so, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Kenny's going to try to pinch through mid. Shotzi, you got to deal with them. He's just going to waste so much time on the hill. Abizi going to go for the gunfight, but I don't know, man. The guy knows something about the water. I am telling you, he is up to 32.
In his natural habitat and holding it down. Stunned, but not stopped. Just hiding there behind the step. He's able to get another one as he gets onto Abizi. Trying to get taxed into Draze as well. The help is there on through. It's swimming, but finally he will fall. 17 needed for Optic Texas. Another P1 up to back.
Yeah, but you have the cruise out. Now you already have rotation 1 by Optic. Kenny 3 in the row. Able to lock down this P1, but here comes FaZe. Draza. All 4 as he's got 35, and now everyone down for Optic.
Pedraza on 35 and 4 in a row. The guy is zapping. Shotzi only able to take down one. To DJ, we go. Trophy, maybe getting it out of there, but for now, Dashy just tried to spot. Able to locate one, but nearly falling. Stays up at 58 HP. The rally now from Atlanta FaZe, but only one person here. Is the rest are going to drop? Looking for the clearance inside. They're able to deal with Shell. And Shotzi will get the multi-kill. Dashy following it up. And Optic just looking for these 10 seconds. 20 remaining in the hard point. 10 to go for the W. Shotzi rocking, rolling on 38 and map 1. It's a W. They have had so many close hard points. And it feels like against FaZe, finally, you're closing one out on land. Like, listen, I know you were to beat him on 6-star when you talk about the qualifier, but on land, the series we cast with the winners final was 237, 250, 237, 250. Tight ones in the grand final. In the ice, it has been FaZe in this matchup. In the ice, today it is Texas.
Well, thankfully it's not ice, it's water. It is
That's
a
true.
beautifully
That's true.
heated pool.
Sun's out.
And Shotzi just lives in it. I don't understand. He knows something someone else does not. He's able to dodge so many bullets, waste so much time. I don't know if a guy's got a rebreather in there or what, but he leads the way with 39. 6,500 damage. On the other side, I mean, you did a hell of a performance out of Drots. It just feels like you started a little bit too slow from the FaZe side.
39 and 26, all 25 non-traded kills from the pool. Now, I'm kidding, but like, seriously, like, it is unbelievable. Like, is there some cheese to it? Certainly. But, like, there's also, like, this weird skill gap in the sense he is better. Absolutely. Once you get him in. It's like,
he, like, shaves his legs for this or what? That's what swimmers do, right?
Yeah, maybe he does.
Yeah, dude, maybe it's body waxes.
Oh, just a wild one from start to finish. I mean, Optic Texas, they go up early. They seem to be, I don't know, some semblance of control. Shotzi playing with his food here. Finally, it's like, who's going to win this battle of patience? It's Shotzi.
Yeah, I mean, they held on to this 60-point lead. This is when FaZe maybe start to bring it back a bit. But again, you wasted maybe 20 seconds of this by Shotzi's play. Then this is when Simp was able to earn that cruise over towards that P2. And it's just like both teams really couldn't have a feel for these spawns at P1 over towards P2. You needed a big break, and it was towards the P3 side from Optic. Multiple players finding multi-kills. You then force the crews to come out over towards that pool. And it's a good start. Maybe first 15, 20 seconds there for FaZe, but then guess who?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it felt like early on, though, like both teams were doing a solid job of breaking. There were a ton of breaks. Just felt like Optic were getting more time and value out of theirs. Like you're dealing with that next wave a little bit better, where you keep some people in, even if it was only 5 to 10 seconds, like a little more time, maintain that lead until Shotzi goes bananas, nearly putting up a 40-piece. And Shotzi is cooking. Pred, his dynamic duo, gassing, roaring there with him. As these guys are fired up, the venue is fired up. And you just feel good to get that hard point victory on land. And the way this series look, yes, you've been putting in the work on high rise, but on paper, obviously the advantage to Atlanta FaZe, but that map one starts to shift things.
No, it does. Yeah, I mean, yeah, able to get out in a 1-point lead, but similar to the online, right? You win the 6-star, now you're going to a back-to-back high rise. You've been working on it time and time again. You have been studying FaZe's gameplay, the VOD, trying to prep for a moment like this.
And for a team like FaZe that's been so good on high-rise in general, I mean, New York's a team we'll talk about with high-rise control as well, because they can beat FaZe, one of the few that can do it, but like, what is it about that team that maybe has made them so strong on this particular map?
Well, I think high-rise search and destroy, it's unconventional, right, in a way, but I think we saw it like earlier today. You have someone like Abizi who could just find these first bloods, get out with his life. Now, when we get to high-rise control, their ability to sort of play the B point, get off it, get on it, I don't know, they just make defenders very uncomfortable.
And we'll get to that one a bit later. But yeah, as far as the map, I mean, we saw like earlier, you know, Hydra making plays early in rounds, finding doubles. But when you're in like those 1v3s, it's like you get trapped. It's hard. Once your position's given up, it's so difficult to make plays, make clutches. All assuming the teams are making the right plays. And the other side, and fire extinguishers don't blow up.
True. Propanes, fire extinguishers, you know,
everything blowing up on the map. But high rise to continue forward. Optic, strike first. FaZe now try to answer. We continue on now into the search and destroy. As once again, FaZe look to eliminate Optic Texas from a major. So far, they have had their number. Optic looking for revenge. Can they take a 2-0 edge in this series? We'll start things off with Shotzi in the early going. See his vision towards bottom mid.
Yeah, trying to hit near standard setup here. You have Draza just watching that B ladder on the one side of the map. It's Celium just spotting down low. We know how creative Shotzi can be. And well, Draza gonna find a first blood. Smoke is out, and the smokes were so important versus FaZe from Envoy, right? In the match ago.
Oh yeah.
Right through the middle of the map, doesn't finish the kill, and now it's down to Dashy.
Just thinking about the next gunfight, not quite able to finish it. Some bullets going into the tower, but yeah, Draza with the first. Smoke can't save Shotzi as BZ gets the second. Things continue to unravel from there. As the first round now over to FaZe, as the teams will continue to make adjustments as we continue on, but we'll keep it on the first blood count. Kills wise, 2 for Draws, 2 for BZ. Optic's chance now.
Yeah, it'd just be a question of how often are you go towards that B street time and time again. Are you gonna challenge it, try to get there before the trophies are down? Right, I mean, if you're Optic, you may not have some, so that might be the call here early for FaZe. Just knowing you have trophy advantage, trying to hit your nades and going for a quick B plant.
Trophy eating on one side of it. Slow and steady so far as you look for an opener from deep. Now they'll start to push up the map. Begin to work and execute. But you've got Pred tucked away over towards B. Always kind of guessing what corner. Are they going to be in? Cell and Kenny, I think, exchanging some shots at range as Draza looks to get up towards top of brand. See what he can get from this power position.
Yeah, and again, Dashy has to play a bit of an off angle here. Just no trophy. You hear the nades going down. He's just waiting for this from Draws. Shotzi down low. Pred in the bomb site. Where are things going to kick on off? Well, it's going to be Shotzi. They stayed patient for him, and they're able to find Dashy. So with those nades, they buy a lot of room towards B.
Nice win there from Kitty, because now I was going to say if Pred has been lurking this whole time and gets one, suddenly into a 2 versus 2, but instead it's going to be all on Big Ken. He's been able to get 2, 20 seconds to go. You got to get the plant down, though, if you're Atlanta FaZe. They're going to recoup bomb. You don't want to get awkward timing here with 2 players left. That is exactly what can happen. Checks right awkward timing as he gets behind the tower, but that is close to maybe being an insane play from Kenny. Just not a chance.
I mean, if he wins that one versus Sip, he might get out. Abizi, he knows where he is. Sip is waiting until the last second to plant this bomb and knows there's so many different angles that Ken can come from. Abizi's all the way towards back B street. He's got to take his time. He stayed patient.
Yeah, it's like if Ken slides there like a half second earlier, maybe he gets it right before he gets to the tower. You got an opportunity to do it, but instead he kind of misses him right as he gets behind it. 2-0 now to FaZe. 3 straight for Simp. The Tiny Tears locking it in so far. Bomb. Still going to be over in the Optic Texas base. They're going to have 3 that are trying to get aggro over towards B. At some point, somebody has to track back for that unless they're going to find the kills.
And Pred, I mean, he was trying to, maybe hit that mid push he likes to. He backs the BZ up. No nades are going to combo onto a BZ, so he's going to reposition. The problem is you don't have bomb. You have BEP control, but bomb was left in spawn. Pred's got to go all the way back and pick this up. This is going to allow FaZe now to get into a spot. Does Pred get caught before getting to B? That's going to be the question with number 7 all the way there, but no. Ken to find the first blood, reposition.
Track back, get bomb. Now it's working on forward. Trying to get up top.
That's what I was worried about.
This. Yep, get some shots through, but not able to finish it. Vision there from Cell. Same story, can't finish the kill. Just barely finished one there, but the trade will come in now from Pred. Bomb has been planted. Everybody dropping, all on the Cell. 1 versus 3. And what I thought was maybe going to be an awkward one ends up working out just fine if you are Optic. Pred the time to go back, get it, get the plant, and find a kill.
Yeah, it's a little, just nerve-wracking there, just as he's crossing. But again, just taking your time, being patient. Both teams, I think, over towards that B bomb, doing a great job of, first of all, using nades, checking all the corners, making sure there's no funny business, and then just sort of waiting, right? Making sure the defense has to over-peak, and that's when they're getting caught.
You see a big conversation that kind of going on between Pred and Shotzi as they're talking things through as we continue through, but you get a round up now. Shotzi, no impact yet, but you imagine that'll be coming right as trophy down. Nade's gonna hit, so no trophy and some damage through, but Dashi able to stay up as Shotzi tries to tuck away and get position.
They're just kind of hanging out now. Pred is stunned. We've seen him do this from time to time. Looks like Abizi is down low. Is he going to spot him? I think he is. No funny business for Pred. But Shotzi's able to find the first blood on Adraza. Kenny with another onto Sip. Here is the trade attempt from Abizi. Almost out of ammo with the reach out as Shotzi says, no, 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 not today.
Listen, you got a little sauce with the movement. I've got more. Is Shotzi putting him on skates. And it's Kenny that's able to pick up 2, get out to 5 and 3. Leading the way right now for Optic Texas, but we'll check it out, see it from both angles. What a tough kill it can be for both these players. Like, they are some of the most difficult kills in the game, but very clean tracking. And there from Shotzi.
Just the movement, the little bunny hop on top of the barrel. That man is special.
Trophy out. Triple challenge on that B Street once again. Sim kind of tucked away in a similar position where we saw Dashi. He'll get eyes on it, trying to cook this up over the top. Number 8 and Cell continue to watch it. He kind of push through, but not going to be there with Shotzi on this side of the map.
What's going to be Adraza and Abizi? They're trying to find something. Adraza's going to peek out. Kind of baits with Abizi. Kenny now. Kenny! He has been so good inside of B and he keeps it going. But Abizi will force a 2v2.
Here we go. Down to the 2v2. 30 seconds now to go. Cell. Abizi looking for the openers. They move on forward. You got to clear so much. 20 seconds now left in this. Is Cell continues to try and spot. Able to get eyes onto one. The shot will be true. The trade not quite there. On to Kenny now. To clutch up. He's on an opening. Down to a 1 versus 1. 5 in a row. 10 seconds to go. Not going to be able to track back. No time to do it. You'll get the round win. Yeah, no streak for Ken, but the round is what counts.
Yeah, that's what counts. I mean, huge plays. He's able to spot both as he mantles up, selling him from up top. He spots the first, but not the second. And then it just comes down to time. He knows. All right, 7.5 to defuse. There's 13 on the clock. Just got to waste as much time as I can. He does just that. A clean first kill, but this was Kenny. We saw this from him earlier in the map. Just taking that first gunfight out of B, jumping down, finessing his life.
Nearly the ace, nearly the streak, but the round you will get 3 to 2 in round count. Triple chow out from FaZe on the B Street. We've seen it from both sides. Sells Nade after the shots, able to connect though and get the kill. Now where does the next setup come from? Droz gets the numbers even more to the side of FaZe. 4 versus 2 now. Maybe Shotzi the one to make the play, but there's one in behind. Not going to happen. Sim picks it up.
Again, every single first blood on offense. FaZe is just waiting after it, right? It's like similar to what we saw from New York earlier in this tournament. They're getting the first kill, and they're just waiting. They know that Optic have to try to make a move. Dashi left in a 1 versus 4, as you said, able to find the first. But nice teamwork with the nades, shooting the trophy. Able to find that first kill on again.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if a nade like landed in before the trophy or they smoked the trophy. I mean,
I think they just threw enough stuff, yeah.
Probably, yes. I mean, that's kind of what you're trying to do them, right? Overwhelm them. Just take that kind of strong side attack. And they play behind that opening pick as we continue to go back and forth, just like these two teams have done since the dawn of time. Round number 7, ready to go. Draza, shooting bodies in the last series, then the loss. You wonder if he's going to brush it off. He sure did with the big map 1 individually, but you get the loss. Now you're trying to do it in the search, but it's Cell. On 4 in a row, maybe looking for more goodies.
Yeah, I think FaZe is going to know something is up, right? Because it's been very B dominant here on the attacking side, so they get aggressive up towards B. You have Cell playing safe in case there's anyone on the outside of the map. But it's really just who is going to find that first pick. Pred from up top. Trying to find the shots. Has him so weak, but it's Shotzi from down low.
Damage in, teamwork on point. Now Dashi. Maybe wrapping around, but you've got one tucked away. Just continues to check the heady, centering on point, looking for that fight as they begin to push up the map. Shotzzy now. What kind of timing is he going to get? Because it's going to be on Cellium to likely read this. You can see him just kind of bobbing back and forth, looking for it. And the timing is when he goes for the other kill, that's when he will pounce. Now to Simp.
He's been here this whole round. They have no idea where he is. It looks like someone's going to check it. That's Dashy. Bomb being planted at A. He's got 9 HP, so 1 versus 2. Time to work with.
The timing of that, you have no idea where he is. It zooms.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, Dashy's literally cleared everything but inside the elevators.
That just looked insane, but
does have an aid.
I may hit. They get a shot in. The nade hits, but couldn't get a bullet or two. Through and on the cross, he will get dropped. They're loving it in the crowd. This is another round. Over to Optic Texas, they once again take advantage.
And honestly, I mean, both teams just winning these offenses, finding these first bloods, and then the defense just doesn't know how to react, right? They're staying patient on the flank. They're controlling Propane side. They're just waiting for a reaction from the defense, winning with the numbers. Time and time again, who is going to adjust, maybe try to switch things up, just all out hit the B Street? We shall see.
Yeah, they've been putting in the work. On high rise, so far it's showing. Up 1, 3 straight for Shotzzy. 2-man work. Up towards bottom mid, but it's a BZ, the first blood Reaper that's able to hit the fry. The team nade will combine and you'll get the pick.
I mean, that's literally inside the window.
Yeah, hold that.
It's inside the window. So double nades come out. And now again, right, it's so early in the round, we don't have to do anything if we are phase. Just make sure a player like Shotzzy, a player like Pred doesn't find a multi-kill as they start to work up the map.
Play behind this 4v3, close it out, try to get the 4-4. A BZ, spotting for info, also gonna get spotted, and Pred able to finish it. Tuck back behind tower to a 3v3 we go. Is a BZ maybe a little bit overzealous, so things fall apart. Now a chance to challenge a 2-on-1. You think you're lurking it for yourself, but that is not gonna be the case. Shots to the cross though, through from draws, 2 versus 2 now. 30 to go. Simp's got bomb. You got to execute. Shotzzy is still lurking inside of B. Where are they going to take this? They're going all the way around. Inside is Shotzzy. You win it on the other end. Another clutch scenario here for Optic.
And this time it's the duo. It's Pred and Shotzzy, right? They're able to find some opening. There wasn't 4 players over towards the B side. You find the first one from a BZ, but he's by himself. And then Cellium, he's the only player Propane side. So what? They take the risk. They're able to find the timing. Give themselves that 3 versus 2, and then the entire round, they have no idea where Dashy is. Simp and Draza just try to take it through the middle. Hopefully they get a timing, they just don't.
They do not. Now you are a round away from a 2-0 series edge and complete control in this best of 5 if you're Optic Texas. Now it's just closeout time. You got to rip off 3 straight if you're Atlanta FaZe. Nade's hitting, Shotzzy 5 straight, Dashy a first blood and able to back away. You got numbers, you're going for the throw. Trying to close it out here. Don't give any glimmer of hope over to Atlanta FaZe. Is Pred still sniffing around any kind of bottom middle push, but Atlanta FaZe, they got a presence here. They're gonna go. Pred at least able to get one. Simp's gonna get challenged, tries to snap back. Not gonna happen. All on to Cell. Last up, position given up. Tough fight through the fence. Slide is in across. He's going to fall. And Optic are up 2-0.
And I don't know the exact number on it, but the amount of offensive first bloods that this map turned into, it was literally 10 seconds into each round. It was like the offense had man advantage. The only difference is the one time FaZe had it the previous round, they were not able to capitalize. That was due to Shotzzy and Pred, but right there, Dashy hits the first one, and again, it forces Simp and Abizi to feel like they have to make your play. They take your risk, they get caught.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like we were talking about in the matchup previews, like in MySL, like when you get a first pick on someone that's not Hydra, makes Hydra feel like he's got to make a play. Don't let him get free when you're in like a 4-on-4 situation. Put the pressure on, make them make mistakes, make them take chows maybe they don't want to. And so far, the work is paying off for Optic Texas. FaZe have been the bane of your existence all year, but you continue to try and find ways to get over the hump. You are now up 2-0 and in control, and that is not something they've been able to say this year.
No, not whatsoever versus this FaZe team, but what you can with 8 early in like the first 3 to 4 rounds, and Shotzi comes alive because he's buying him space. So this is what you wanted to see. A lot of the times early in those iterations on high rise, it was just sort of relying on Shotzi. Right.
Yeah.
Now it just feels like a team effort, taking multiple gunfights together.
I think in general that's been something they've had to figure out everywhere. A lot of times feeling pressure on Shotzi to make a play. Now everybody trying to get it done. But listen, we're not done yet, because you talk about the best team on high-rise control outside of maybe NYSL, it is FaZe. Vista, maybe FaZe. Optic right there with them, though. They might go toe-to-toe as both teams have been so good. We could still be going all the way, but Optic Texas shut it down, put them out, move on to a final. We'll find out after this break.
Scuf Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuf.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Now boarding.
Operators, welcome aboard your direct flight to sunny Yurzikistan. Please adjust your seat to the upright position and ensure your loadouts are securely stowed in the overhead compartments.
Dude, get off.
If needed, gas masks will drop from the compartment overhead, ensuring your safety throughout the war zone. If you are teaming with someone who needs help, assist them only after placing on your mask first. Ensuring headset devices are fully operational for crispy comms, because nobody likes a silent teammate. In the unlikely event that you land in the gulag, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. This is a battle royale specifically for trios. Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint will be introduced for the first time, and Solo YOLO will make an appearance. Expansion regions are back, and that means once we land, everyone will be competing for a piece of the massive $1 million prize pool. Thank you for flying Yurzikistan Airlines. We know you don't have a choice when flying, but we appreciate you choosing to hot drop with us today. Good luck, and may the best squad win.
It is Championship Sunday, and we're close to crowning a champion. Just a couple more series Will Optic get to the final? Will FaZe get there and maybe go back-to-back? But FaZe are up against it. A team that hasn't been tested all that much as of late. Now a back-to-back series where you are up against it in an 0-2 hole. They got to come to life.
Well, especially being down 0-2. You're going to see here, map 1, about a 40-point game. Optic able to win it, and then they pull away in that high-rise search and destroy. But yeah, I mean, obviously the first series, you win the first map, you get going. Then you lose in that game 5. But being down 0-2 hasn't happened in some time.
Well, it's like a weird thing to say because this team is obviously trios played together forever. They've seen like everything if you're FaZe, but when you're on such a stretch of just winning, when you finally lose, it like requires something a little bit different. And they're trying to muster it up here because it has not started well. They didn't take anything from that last series into this one. They're down 0-2, but high-rise control. We know FaZe are one of the best to do it. Will the work for Optic pay off in back-to-back maps? We'll find out here on high-rise control. It's going to be offense first for Atlanta FaZe, and it's where they can be so lethal.
Yeah, gonna get right on towards this 8-point. Shotzi doesn't need the time. He has Kenny looking over him. Draws it. That is an explosive barrel, so he's going to get cut down. So you get some pressure. Now what FaZe do so well here on attack is they get control. They get on the point. They kind of bait you to repeat this, climb the ladder. They get off the point. And they pause the clock time and time again. But Optic, they're able to just get those players, deal with it, and well, Shotzi's able to find 2.
Working it behind us is going to be Simp. We'll see what kind of damage he can do as he gets through underground. Now just wants to tuck away and maybe pick up a spawner. They trust your teammates to do the rest. So far, so good. 2 bullets left, so reload is in. Eyes onto 1 is Simp trying to be absolutely lethal. 3 in a row, looking for another. Timing there for 1, but dashing in the corner of the pistol slows it down for now. But this is where, yeah, you kind of talked about, you sort of juggle the objective very well if you're them. Just pause it, pause it, pause it. Battle of attrition and lives. Do the damage that you can. But Shotzi on 4 in a row. We'll see if maybe he's going to be able to get a streak. Progress-wise, what? Just a tick so far.
Oh, he's not able to get it. He takes the gunfight. Yeah, with Simp on one side, Shotzi on the other. Just sort of dealing with the reinforcements on either side of the map, but right into Go FaZe. They know they have Optic off a spawn. That's your own nade. MC trying to get around it, able to do so. Here comes the retake, and Kenny is hitting.
Just right up the ladder and taking the fight. Simp once again trying to get to a deadly spot, but he's going to get spotted, trying to track back. Takes out 1 at least, because that's a double, maybe triple chow soon. Now, time dwindling though. You win your one-on-one if you are a BZ down low. You're starting to move forward and get on to stop the clock on to A with 22 seconds remaining in this. You desperately need that minute extension. They'll clear Celium now off of the point. Draza wants to get up to a power position. Time ticking once again. Simp and Draza work to do.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks there's somebody propane and there isn't. I mean, these players in the middle of the map are just sort of running back and forth in between the points.
Here we go.
Maybe he has a chance to get on B, but it does not happen. But as I said, FaZe just going to try to get on the objective as much as possible. Almost have the second ticking, but that might do it here in round number 1. Draza, the only player in a position right now for FaZe, trying to buy whatever time he can.
Not gonna buy enough. Not able to get there, and a great disciplined job from Optic Texas, where maybe the discipline lacking at times on the defense on Invasion. It's certainly up to snuff here. You stay on track. You don't get lost in the madness where the pressure is coming in from Atlanta FaZe. The comms on point, the gunny is there, the advantage is through. Now just 2 rounds away from a finals berth.
But that was a great example there from FaZe on what they do so well, right? They'll go over towards B, someone else spawns into go towards A. They're just gonna try to juggle those points as much as possible. Pause the clock, play a little TDM. I mean, that gets down to 10 versus 10, and they weren't able to extend the time.
No, that is their recipe, but yeah, no, you know, I talked about, like, when you wanna play that type of game, you don't capture a point, you're probably screwed. That's just the way that it's going to go. That's exactly what happened. So Optic Texas know what they're trying to do, and they were able to counter it. Nice opening on defense, though, if you are Atlanta FaZe. In these moments, it's so big when you can get a couple. Just allow your teammates to breathe and get off spawn. Don't get locked in and just pound it as you're trying to move out of the base. Now you turn it into 3 of your own. Shots up to 11 and 5 before the nade is going to hit, but you have a presence on the objective. Just stopping the clock, keep it at 54 for now. We'll see what Kenny can do.
Yeah, Shotzi was the only one there. Now Pred gonna take his spot. But you said it, Pred just finding that multi-kill, that double. Doesn't allow FaZe to take map control. There is the take. Now they have to retake. Pred doing it again, forcing pretty much a one-on-one. So it's a bit of a stalemate right now. And Celium, he's on 3 in a row, dealing with the rest of Optic.
As Celium pushed up on one side, Shotzi up to the task on that. Pred, who they kind of lost for a moment, he's looking to re-engage. He got two, tucked away underneath, and now maybe looking for his moment to shine. Can he time this with his teammates, though, and get the most production out of it? He's just getting an awkward timing at the base. This one he should surely have. Going to be a freebie there. How do you deal with this if you are FaZe? Everybody's dropping, though. How they're going to deal with it? It looks like they're going to drop. 20 seconds, though, remaining, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, right, it's like if that timing goes wrong, Pred is just kind of screwed. Hasn't worked out too well, but he's still alive. He's still here on 4 in a row. It's similar to FaZe. You're down to a 16 versus 13. The second hit coming through here for Optic.
Yeah, very, very similar styles here. The difference, though, you might be able to get the minute extension, or will you? You clear both off the point. You're clearing the progression towards that final tick. You're winning the fights in and around the point. Under 10 to go. Maybe a similar result, or can Pred be the hero once again? He's the one in behind enemy lines, but you're keeping them off it on both sides. The utility is on point, but you stopped it at point 8. Kenny on it, but not for long. The Simtex will hit. You'll deal with the pressure. You have a, what, 2-to-1 tick advantage if you are Texas, but yeah, pretty similar type play styles and pretty similar results.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. It's just a question of, is someone on offense going to make a crazy play, right, and get a 3-4 dead, to where then all that progress they've been working on, they can, you know, stack it as 3, get B, transition over towards A. But this is the type of style these teams like to play on high rise.
A battle of styles. Who will come out on top in the map 3 as FaZe are trying to rally back in this. Obviously, the ability to reverse sweep just hasn't really had to do it. Shotzi up the top for a pain, double challenge game, and the nade gonna hit as well. So opener there for Simp and company. Abizi getting lost through the railing, not the easiest of fights, but he's able to bring it on to another. That'll be 5 straight for him. Maybe a chance to get across and work number 6 for the Crews, but it's not gonna happen. It's Dashy with the beamers and a significant kill when you talk about streaks and just not allowing Abizi to get lost in your back line.
Yeah, Simp's going to find one. Shotzi continues to play in the spawn on these defensive rounds. One thing I will say, right, Abizi towards the end of that second round, into this round, pulling out the rival, maybe things not working out too well, wants to find more aggression on the objective. It's been working out as Dashy, that'll be 3 dead. Sorry, well, Kenny goes down, so they know where Dashy is and right back on to B.
Get in, trying to pause this. Everything in the kitchen sink coming at you is Abizi. Gets hit by 3 stuns, I think. He got 2 onto it now. First bit of progress done.
Watch for Pred.
Moving on forward, second bit done. And draws up, gets 1. Pred tries to pounce, but Abizi is able to snap and get 2. Close to getting B done in the minute extension on 4 life advantage as well. They let Abizi get saucy with it. Sends it right on forward, they lose him. You leave the heady, and Abizi will make you pay. B secured, minute extension in. Trying to reset now if you're Texas.
Hey, now you're what? You're in a 17 versus 14, 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, great kills by Kenny to get them out of those power positions. But yeah, that's just it. Abizi has changed the game since pulling out the rival.
We know how good he can be here with MCW as well, but the rival is working, and that'll be the weapon of choice for now. Pred. Eyes on, looking for the opener. Snapping out for 1, taking a second, making the plays right now is Pred.
I mean, he knows he's got to help his teammates in spawn, but he mantles, Shotzi able to win it on 1. Every kill is so important here for FaZe. Shotzi trying to get a pick through the fence. We all know it in this building. You don't get aim assist through that.
This is the exact recipe you're going for if you're FaZe. Get that minute extension, bleed them out. 11v6. You've got to be efficient right now if you are Texas. And that's efficiency at his goddamn finest. Shotzi with the Renetti, 4 streak for him. Suddenly, that life advantage dwindling. Now down to 2. Shotzi trying to make the superstar plays as time dwindles. 30 seconds to go. Pred gonna win one inside of the base. Now down to 1. Maybe gonna be tied. Now it is gonna be a 5v6. Shotzi 5 in a row. Shotzi with the Crews. Shotzi doing it all. No respawns remaining for Atlanta. 4 versus 4.
It's a search round.
It's a search round. That's absolutely right.
And now what do you want to do if you are Shotzi? You want to use the Crews? No, he's going to opt to use the Gunny. 6 in a row. He's going to find the first. Onto the 8-point, go FaZe. Trying to drop on down to Shotzi by enough time. Here comes the boys. And there we go. They hold on. What? They were down 5 lives. And you're talking about the FaZe his efficiency. It got horrible.
No, I said Optic, you got to be efficient because you only had 6 lives. They had to be.
And it starts with that stun. They just checked the wrong corner.
The stun hits, but he gets 2 with the Renetti. That's everything. That's exactly where it starts. That's the catalyst for all of it. And Shotzi goes insane. Pred with a big multi late in that one, but I mean, you get everything you want if you're FaZe. You got that 11v6 advantage. You got time to work with. But that's where gods are made, and Shotzi goes bananas. 23 in this one. Now FaZe have got a hold to get this to a round 5. One more round. And Texas get a much needed 3-0 and revenge in this matchup.
Similar to that surge inside of B, Kenny has been great. Pred now, he's gonna match the rival. He's gonna pull one out on offense. He's behind enemy lines. Seen him in this spot time and time again. The problem though, his teammates can take it down, and Abizi is hitting. The movement on point, the shots on point.
The shots are there, and the rival, well, it was a difference till it wasn't. I mean, he was nuts until Shotzi had his chance to dance, but so far so good. Yeah, just under a minute to go. You haven't been able to get that minute extension or found much to work with on offense if you're Optic Texas, but you've been clutched from the defensive side of things. We opt out, nearly get a chest bump, or Selim and Shotzi, but Cell will take it, can't quite slither away though. And now with those 2 kills, you try to get on to stop the clock for now, maybe allow Pred to be a threat once again, as he's been lurking, looming, looking for openers. No progression quite yet, and Abizi's rival still going strong.
Yeah, Dashy was trying to lock down the B Street. Maybe he could just work on over, and Optic have to be thinking about the ticks in mind. Have to start to work at objective. You want that defense in round 5, but is FaZe going to allow it to happen?
So far, not allowing anything on defense. Dashy and Kenny, is that maybe going to be opener? Stunned up as a BC, just trying to slither away. Will do it and set Selim up to maybe get the kill. BC was trying to jump through, get the shots. Not quite able to do it, but his teammate Simple do it. Then he's up to the task. 10 seconds to go, and the BC is cooking. The Tiny Tears are lighting it up. With 5 to go, you're not going to get there. Everybody coming off a spawn. We go to round number 5.
Still have the cruise if you are Shotzi. When does that come into play? And yes, you're getting chances where you're getting Pred pushed on up, but it's like when he's pushed up, maybe he's finding a kill, he's lurking, but everyone else dying around him. But it just feels like Abizi has made such an impact since round 1.
Now he certainly has, but it's just this one round. And you know, what do you try to do differently if you're Optic Texas? Like you haven't got much progress at all. I know there's been threats, but not really, not many ticks at least. How do you turn maybe some of these kills in forward positions into actual attack on the objective?
Well, I think they're gonna have to do what they did in their first attack, right? Just play the clock a little bit more, win a couple more one-on-ones, finesse, just wait for your team. Feels like a time they're just a little bit staggered on what they want to do.
Get the minute extension, maybe just take it to lives, use that clock and see if you can do it. Maybe that'll be the case. Shotzi will take the Shotzi route. Cell will try to spot.
He's late on this.
I don't think he saw it. Yeah, he was getting shots in on the cross. Not quite able to do it. Wins a tough one, but that should be the chance for Shotzi to now pounce. Not going to happen, though. BZ's going to be able to pick that up. They lock down Pred. So far, the defense holding out for FaZe.
And that's what I mean, like right there. I think Ken maybe baits out those shots, but he's got to play his life. Wait for Shotzi. That's who you're setting up. So off spawn, come the rest of Optic. Shotzi right back to it, though. Trying to get in the base of the defense. He's all alone, and he's going to get picked.
I thought they might get locked in for a minute. He'd have to use a cruise. Instead, Shotzi's just marching up mid-map, killing multiple.
That helps.
An awkward team kill going to come in. You had to allow you some breathing room as you get out. Try to get towards the objective. A BC.
I don't even know what that movement was.
A little too high because Pred is moving and grooving. Selim, though, lets him know as he puts a few extra bullets in with the progress starting to work over at B. You've got 2 players there. You've got a second tick. Trying to get more forward progression, but it's a BZ right off a spawn who's going to get both.
Yeah, that's just what it's
been. The rival.
You're going to have to use this, right? 30 seconds on the clock. Optic going to have to go. All of FaZe going to avoid it for now, but there is a chance. There's an opening now. We'll get 2 players on it. I mean, FaZe, they don't have to worry about this, though, too much. Worst case, there's a minute extension. You defend A. They're going to play around the kills. Here's the contest, though. Guess who? It's Abizi.
Yeah, I mean, he's farming at B. He's got a rifle in hand. Let the man go to work, but it's 30 bomb up for Shotzi. as he tries to continue to move and groove. 15 seconds here to go. Shotzi looking to get lost and maybe make plays. Can he do just that? Trust your teammates to make the play as he tries to get the kills for the teammates. Players coming off the spawn, but they read it. They know what Shotzi's trying to do. They lock it down, they lock it in, but you've got people here again. It is a BZ on B. And it's a map victory for FaZe. The rival call out from a BZ is the difference maker at the end of the day, and the series stays alive. Optic can't close them out.
Yeah, obviously, control a big talking point for Optic.
Certainly.
Throughout this weekend, Invasion's not going well. You veto it, you opt for a high rise. You've been working on it. You get it to a round 5. Just didn't have enough objective work to win the defense.
And listen, I know a lot of times like stuns are hitting, nades are hitting, crossfires coming in, players are weak. Like how many times did a BC kill 2 people on B?
It was a lot.
4, maybe? Like the multi-kills were unbelievable for him. 34 and 26, 5,200 damage. Wanted a change of pace, or maybe not pace, more just a shotgun in your face is what he wanted as the rival was going nuclear. You had your opportunities though if you were Optic Texas, but the openings just weren't there on offense. The defense too strong from the FaZe side.
Yeah, and this is like round 2 when he starts to pull. I don't think he had it out in round 1, not that I can remember. And this is a map where we're starting to see 4 more MCWs, right? Teams playing with that, using the Renettis around that B point, but maybe he just wants to get going a bit, take over, and that was the right call. Does get a little messy when they lose that round on offense, but able to win the round 5 defense.
A lot of time, I mean, we talk about New York, and New York many times will have 4 MCWs, and like we've seen the battles they've had with FaZe. You know, they've tried BZ kind of using both, and he's comfortable obviously using both, but here, it is definitely the rival that's the difference maker. This moment from Shotzi was truly remarkable. I mean, gets them back and around. They probably had no business winning. You probably seal this, well, you do seal this earlier if you're FaZe, if they can win that one, but some dramatic plays from the Optic Texas side. But then it's just a BZ. Too easy farming it B.
Yeah, I mean, listen, throughout this series, what Optic's done well, obviously you've had Kenny and Shotzi hitting at such a high level, but they've made like Celium and Sims sort of look human, right? Not saying they're not playing well, but those guys have had pop-off moments versus Optic this year. Not really getting that throughout this. We'll see, maybe that could happen here on a Vista Hardpoint where both teams are undefeated. FaZe 5-0, what, Optic 3-0. It's all about mid-map control. We've seen some crazy comebacks on this one. Should be a banger.
Listen, when you talk about the top squads, top 4 squads, like you're all just mega stars. And yeah, it's difficult when these players are like otherworldly to try and make them look pedestrian at times. But in this matchup, yeah, it seems to be who's going to get caught, who's going to get shut down. You can't stop everybody from popping off, but can you shut down somebody, or maybe a duo? As the teams try to lock in, strap in for this Vista. And we were chatting, like, I feel like over the past like a couple of weeks, we're like, are we ever going to get like the 2 new maps in a rotation? Because usually it feels like you get either a Vista or a 6-star, either a Karachi or a Rio or a sub-base. Like usually get one of them. In this, we're going to get both. That's just how it will break down. And I think it was probably on FaZe whether they want to pick Vista or Karachi. I imagine it was really the big one. They just lost the Karachi right to Ultra, so that may be the call.
Well, I mean, the way their Vista has been looking, you can't really blame them.
No,
right?
no. That's the advantage of having a lot of strong hard points.
Yeah, I can't really blame them at all. Obviously, that 6-star that Optic's been just unreal at, as they are now, what, 6-1 on that one. But yeah, Vista, both teams undefeated. But with these addition of these 2 maps, this is what it kind of creates. You have these buildups. Normally, we would just see that sort of Karachi that Optic had to work on, but as you said, because you lose it in the last series, maybe you just stray away from it. Let's play this straight up.
And I mean, it's like, yes, you're undefeated there if you are Optic. They have looked so good. You know, a sub-base when they're undefeated on as well. Like, you're getting that one out, obviously. Yep, Vista, like, you've been very good if you were FaZe on Vista too. But can you remain undefeated if you're Optic? Can you win it there in 3-1 fashion, or do we go to an invasion, search, and destroy? Feels like with how these matches have gone, it's been game 5 banger after game 5 banger. It's feeling like it's going to be a long one here on Championship Sunday. We're going to continue to fight. One of the most storied matchups, the most storied matchup in the history of Call of Duty Esports continues here as we get ready to dial in for the map 4. I mean, there's not a word being spoken. These guys are just dialed.
You know, I look back to the earlier series here for Optic, right? After they lose their control, who really steps up in maps 4 and 5? It was Dashy, right? And I'm looking at him to see if he can have another insane performance on the back half of this match.
We'll keep eyes on Dashy with the pop-off ability, but Lordy, we know that's true for everybody that's on this stage. You know, it's been stressful, I'm sure, to be a fan of either of these teams, whether it's a string of second places that you had for FaZe over the years, whether it's this championship drought for Optic Texas. They so desperately want one. I feel like they so desperately deserve one at this point with some of the crazy finishes they've had, the pedigree of that organization. But not only are you battling for a championship, you're battling for some cash. $150,000 for first. We've only got 3 teams left that are fighting. You see how the breakdown went throughout the rest of it, but pride, glory, money on the line for these squads.
Yeah, obviously CDL points, another big thing, but the problem is these 4 CDL points, or these 4 teams, they don't need that many, right? It's really just a talk about 5 through 11 when you talk about those. But New York, you know, you finished 4th here. Still some things to work on, especially in those respawns. But who is going to face Ultra in the final? Should find out soon.
I'll look through how this has gone so far. Yeah, maybe some surprise runs, some crazy moments for the 8 teams that are sort of battling outside of the top 4. Listen, I know, I saw some tweets like, oh, you know, with the top 4 like this, like, oh, sometimes like I wish we could get straight to Saturday. Like, it's frustrating, but like all those matches are actually massive. When you think about champs, 8 teams going, how much money is on the line, and the Cinderella stories that we can at times have. Every match is insane for all those bottom teams.
Yeah, I mean, next stage is going to be wild.
Every match is going to matter.
And I know there's probably a lot of people in the chat saying start the game. We will when we can.
Yeah,
it's not up to Maven.
Yeah, for those in attendance at home, I believe there was a player maybe swapping out a controller, just getting a backup controller in. Before we continue on, thanks for hanging tight with us. We love you all. Toronto, you have been awesome. This weekend has been truly spectacular. These last majors have had some of the best matches we've ever seen, and it all leads towards this. We're trying to get 2 champs. We are not trying. We're going to get there. It's just how do we get there? Tickets on sale.
Yeah, and obviously, speaking of Optic Texas, yeah, home sweet home for them. So get your tickets now, because I don't think they're going to last very long.
They've been ramping up, building towards champs. I wonder maybe when this team is going to peak. Maybe you got a chance to do it now. Still in control of this one, still up 2-1 with a chance to close it out in the hard point. But the Search and Destroy, I mean, it'll be interesting. I mean, neither team is absolutely look lights out in the mode, that's for sure. But the hard points have really been the story of these matchups. They have been so close. FaZe have won so many by, I mean, the one major we cast, I think it was like the 4 hard points that I think FaZe won 4. It was like 70 points separated between all 4. They've been ludicrous. It's been a talking point amongst everyone in the matchup. We have another one in front of us in the Vista. Something tells me it'll be a nail biter again, and people are going to be sweating.
Yeah, and I mean, if we do get to that game 5, that map 5 invasion, it's been one Optic's been improving on throughout this stage. On the opposite end, it's one where FaZe looked at times unbeatable on it, and now they've slipped up a couple, so should be a great one if we get there.
We're just looking at the shooting bodies that's been coming out of FaZe. The heavy trigger fingers, they have not hesitated despite the situation. Down in a map, ahead in a map, solo holding A on a vision control and cell shooting bodies, which still is absolutely bonkers to me. But listen, the confidence has been there. Draza has instilled a new confidence in that team. But can they still make the run? Scrap is also plugging away. Certainly someone maybe not lacking in the confidence department.
No, but I have good news. We're loading on up, baby.
Ready to go. Sorry for the break, guys. Hopefully everybody got a snack. Maybe ran to the bathroom. Got ready to go. Took some deep breaths. Oxygen is very important for your body. Lock it in now for this match 4.
Yeah, somebody check down Hitch, please.
Yeah, dude, Hitch just tweets like every single match. I can't take much more of these. Brother, you've been taking it for seven years. Like, there have been some stressful ones for you, bud. But onward we go. Can Optic close it out? Thank you again at home and in the venue for your patience. It's standing room only here right now, and Toronto has been exceptional. A lot of people here just waiting for the final. Like, there's many Optic fans, but Toronto fans are ready, lurking, illuminating. Can't wait to get it going.
Yeah, and one man who really took over in that game 3 at BZ wanted to get into this one, but right back into it is Shotzi, matching the double. So trading some time, some great teamwork. Where are the trades? There they are from FaZe.
Nice little snap there from Sully. I know he didn't get the kill, but it was looking clean. Now you try to pick up this time. 15 or so left as we'll begin to think about the next rotation. Drossa, he had a 4-piece from this situation earlier to close out a game. At least able to lock in 2. The final few seconds will go the way of Optic Texas, but from the power positions, top middle, you're holding control if you are FaZe. Talk to me, Joe, about our upcoming hard point.
Well, you had Dashy down low, but yeah, I mean, this is, you know, when this map first started, we all thought it was to be P3 and P4, but really what has emerged is sort of this P1 and P2 with this top middle control, with all the different positions, the boxes that you can slay from. It can be difficult for our teams to retake.
We just got insane line of sight secretly from top middle to make any kind of transfer so difficult to do. Drossa keeps it cooking. 6-2, triple positive early in this one, and FaZe not running away with it, but it's a clean start. It's clean shots from Dross. That is straight headies, but Kenny on the feed as he'll get into the point. Cell looking to get across. Just able to do it, but listen, Kenny's play keeps us remaining perfectly clean at least. You know, start to run away with it, get some momentum. I know it doesn't lead to a lot of time, but at least disrupts some.
No, it's exactly it, right? Maybe you stop somebody on a streak, but Ken, he has been shooting today. And now it's Dashy's turn, and we rarely see that from Brucey.
I love it. I love it. These guys hate each other once we're on the map. There is no love lost between these teams that have been matching up forever. Tried to go for the melee, not going to happen. 3 through for Optic Texas. The BZ the one up. Spawns are coming in. 45 still remaining here, and you'll start to pick this up. Battle towards a change, maybe in leadership, but a BZ is popping and cheesing as Hill will take down 2. Last person will be in the point, and it's Drossa with the multi. It's a break for FaZe. It's frustration for Optic Texas.
And that's what I mean, just some of these doubles that are coming into play. In a stat line, I don't know if I've ever said, but Sims starting off 1 in 10, but his team still in the lead. A BZ, he's now on 5 in a row. Well, you had Dashy on 5 in a row. I think 10 was close. Is someone going to find a cruise?
Well, listen, Hydra, Sim, similar conversations. We've seen a very slow start from Hydra, and he's erupted and
Huge
started
win
to
for
over the
10.
map. Can Sim do the same? But yeah, big win, and Dashy will follow it up. Simps woes continue. Next hard point, it is up, but Drossa, the transfer, the absolute snapper. 14-6, bouncing, bobbing, weaving, but Pred able to shut it down. Now maybe Simps' turn as he's bobbing and weaving on the camera. I think that wasn't actually a shooting bias, that was a pre-fire. There's gonna be plenty of that throughout the course of this for sure, but despite the fact you're 2-12, if you told me he was 2-12 and FaZe was up 60, I'd be like, shut the, no way, yeah?
Yeah, no way, but his ARs are locking it down. That's the difference. Pred was doing what he could on the back end and just try to buy time for his teammates to get there. But playing around the objective, it feels just like anytime they need a double, it's Drossa, it's a BZ, someone's finding it, and then they're turning it into time. But maybe a chance here for Optic, starting to control the map. They can win this rotation through the P5. But they're going to spawn out a BZ. It looks like Shotzi's going to try and read that. He's on the other side of the map, will be Pred.
Down 60, Optic Texas turn to maybe make a rally and run. Pred. It's awkward there as one's tucked away. Draw's not traded out because you run out of ammunition if you are Shotzi. The call over to Dashy, though, to pick up the kill. He's getting shot from both sides. Simp still struggling, but sometimes God needs carried as well as the rest of the team are doing it. But this is much needed time for Optic Texas as well. Still 40 to work with.
And I mean, if BZ's been back here, he rotated early. They spawned him out. He was able to find one. He just needs his team to work through the middle of the map. He continues to win one-on-ones. Just got no help yet. Now they can go. Now the pinch is on. Trying to get 10 out of the hill, and they do.
That's a super mega ultimate pinch. I mean, you got left side push, breach side from mid. A BZ still lurking. They collapse, spawn them out in Narnia, but you try to track back, but it feels like every inch you gain if you're Optic Texas, it's 2 inches to Atlanta FaZe, doubling the height of the Tiny Tears.
You know, I mean, this should be big time right now. You're transitioning in this P1. You're finding kills. You're controlling top middle. If they find 50 or 60 here, the game, it'll be close to over, and we're headed to a map 5. They need a break. Does Optic? It looks like they're going to find it.
Okay, this is, yes, exactly where it starts. As you said, maybe 3 and 4 we thought early. It has been a conversation about 1 to 2 in the mid-map presence and control. An absolute chance to flip the script, close out this series, make the run and rally now if you are Optic Texas. They're into point. The chants are roaring. Draza wants to play spoiler, but it ain't going to happen from that side. Abizi in. One for him, but nothing more. Still time racking up.
Yeah, Shotzi's been here. He's been here. He's just been lurking, being there for his team's trades, but now Optic only down 50. Shotzi's able to find six. Again, he's had moments throughout this series that we have not seen from him in this matchup this year.
But you get a retake in a top mid control at a time where you can answer back now if you're Atlanta FaZe. With about 10 seconds remaining in the hard point, you get set up. But as you spawn out, you got a chance out of collapse if you're Optic Texas. At least make this messy. Don't allow them to get to great positions. You're able to take down two. Shotzi can't quite get the centering onto the next one, but you get into the point if you are now Kenny. Still chipping away, gnawing away at this one. Just trying to desperately get this lead change, or at least keep it close enough that maybe you can make a late rally.
Well, really, if you're Optic, you want to hang on to this so you don't have to invest into the cruise. But now you might have to. That's going to be a 3 dead. It's kind of a stalemate here, so maybe they don't need to quite yet. And Dashy, a huge win top middle. Well, did sip out of that power position. You're right back into it. You're only down 50 now, and like I said, you don't have to use the cruise on that P2.
And it feels like they haven't had like an insane run yet. When's it going to come? I know they've chipped away. At the end of this, though, I mean, yeah, you're down 20. Like, it feels like it's been just a battle for every point, but this is starting to get a lot cleaner than I was saying. You're right into it. Shotzi looking for more. Beamer on point. +5, 4 in a row. Simp, despite some struggles, he's really rallied back. 14 and 21 now. Started to put together a much better game than it looked early on. What are we seeing here early, Joe?
And this is where FaZe was so good on the first rotation, right? Just around the objective near P3 and P4, finding kills, not necessarily having spawns, just keeping it scrappy, winning by the objective. They're doing that so far, but Ken on the pinch, buying time for his team to get there.
Nobody to the point, at least for now, if you're FaZe. They'll get back over into it. Pred looking to pounce, able to pick it up on the other side of it. Multi for him, draws a lone man up. Yeah, he gets one, but you get them out of the point, and once again, you're just fighting for whatever time you can get. Keep it close for maybe a late run, but coming back over the top, it'll be Atlanta FaZe trying to do the same on the other side of it. Still bottom left spawns for Optic Texas, still looking good for next.
Yeah, and you're starting to feel, right, Sim just winning some of these gunfights a little bit more and more. Is Shotzi not able to find that double, but it doesn't matter because Optic's still on the point, only down 25 now, as you said. Here we go. Chipping away, putting the pressure on the FaZe. And now if you're FaZe, you're just a little staggered here, doing 2 at a time. You have to wait for one another. Someone's going to make the call to slow down. They're going to do just that.
It's been chipping away, chipping away. Here's where you try to break their back. Can you get an amazing hold here as you try to win these one-on-one fights? A chance for a lead change now if you are Optic Texas. It's a flurry of kills there for a moment. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you'll transfer and get over into the point. There are fights all over the place. They're all going the way of Atlanta FaZe. So an insane moment in sequence, maybe you think for Optic Texas, does not happen. You shut it down, you break back in, you push this lead up again if you're Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, but you're gonna have these parallel spawns right over towards the P3 for Optic, so we're right back into the point we go. Seldim's gonna have to reposition. He's gonna lose that one. Break on one point, break on the other. But FaZe gonna rotate again, still with the cruise in his pocket. Does Shotzi have it?
When will that come through? Transition kills to Atlanta FaZe. Lead.
Might be now. It looks like he's opened it up. Here we go.
Up 3 points. Cruz is in. Dashy finds a kill. Cruz able to hit. Abizi dropped in out of it. Working through on one side is going to be Dashy as they start to collapse, just like we saw Atlanta FaZe able to do. Pressure on FaZe to win some big gunfights. They've traded back and forth to a degree. Last person in will be Abizi. Not gonna be easy. Optic in, down 11. And they haven't got a ton of time from it yet. It's been chaos, but at least he made sure it's not an easy time for FaZe, yeah?
No, that's just it. Yeah, it's been really just a fight through P1 for both of these squads. That's where we're going next. Still 25 seconds left. Shotzi's on the pinch this time. He's up to 31, leading the lobby again in a hard point. It's been so good in these respawns. Abizi gonna find him, you're gonna be able to take him down. Now, who's gonna fight and take P1 here before it pops?
P1, so important. Simp was once 1 and 11. Now up to 24 and 27. Abizi looking to get it mixy. Early control. I thought for a second going to be to Atlanta FaZe, but is Shotzi able to get a multi? He should keep things in their control for now. Still that 20-point advantage. Simp and Cell pushing through, trying to make power plays. Simp just locking down the bar. slide now. Dipping, diving, Simp with another. Nearly back to even. 4 straight now for Simp. 25 points away from pushing this to a map 5. Simp rallies a chance to maybe earn a streak. Celian winning the fight on one side of it. It is a lockdown hold in defense for Atlanta FaZe. Up over 30 are Draza and Abizi. Time is a ticking. Pressure is a racking. Optic Texas have got to go. They're up against it now. Big Draws out trying to hold. Shots are hidden, but at least able to back down one. Simp is able to get another. He gets another. Draza with 5 straight. Spawning out as Optic Texas. They cannot get through. We go to a map 5. Of course we do.
Yeah, this has been the trend all day. It's going to be a long championship Sunday. I don't think anyone's complaining about that. Nah. But this team always fights back. They're able to win the control. A nice start on this Vista. Optic bring it back with some great teamwork to get some players going. You get Shotzi on that streak, but FaZe able to hold on.
Yeah, and listen, it's not as simple as it's a team game, obviously, but you would hope, I guess, if you're Optic Texas, considering Sip is 1-11 to start the game, then maybe you have a lead, or maybe it's a bit closer. The fact that you're in a 60 to 70 point hold, despite that is rough. And then God comes alive. He brings it all the way back to the point that he goes 28-28, puts up almost 6K in damage despite the rough start. But it's the other 3 that get him there. They were the hard carries early on, but I mean, they go toe to toe. But honestly, that's one of the larger deficits we've had. Like a 65-point victory in this matchup feels like 200 compared to how the rest have gone.
And Dross has been so consistent today. He really has. Just winning so many gunfights, putting so much damage in, but there's just the game flow, right? FaZe have this lead. The second P4 gets close. That's when you use the cruise, right? That second P5, what does it turn into? Time for FaZe. So it doesn't pay off. FaZe then able to win that rotation. You're at 181 to 185 through 3 hills. That's never a good stretch.
Yeah, I mean, Dashi gets a kill, and I think the streak he's able to get one, but you still have pretty close spawns.
Just weren't close enough, yeah.
Yeah, then it's just like this skirmish. We've seen this multiple times this weekend where you use a streak there, but it's not, people aren't close enough to kind of get them spawning out where you can take advantage of it. Instead, it's just like chaos. Yes, you get them out of it. Yes, it's messy for the first 30 seconds of the hard point, but then you kind of get a symbol to balance if you're FaZe. You get back in, you rack up some of that time, and you push the lead out again, but another wild one between these two squads. That's all we're going to get.
Yeah, and I think just, after watching this weekend with Cruises on this map, discussion between coaches, but I feel like P5's so chaotic already, maybe save it for that P1.
No, honestly, or just get somebody to a position, like a power position. Even if it doesn't get a kill, maybe it moves people around and lets you to get aggressive on the map. But here we go. FaZe Optic, a tale as old as time. Optic wants up
as old as you.
Oh, dude, bro. That's true, though. It's 2-2. They're up 2-0, but it slipped away. FaZe have made the run.
Come on! Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
It's time. Back to Toronto. Championship Sunday, Game 5. Optic phase. We go to Invasion. And this has been an interesting one, not only between these teams, how they've done throughout the stage. We just saw Optic play this and look great, obviously, against New York. But FaZe, who historically so good in Surge, Joe, they're still looking for their first victory here this stage.
No, they are. I mean, map 5, I mean, you can see here, Optic leading the way. FaZe haven't gone to that many map 5s, but yeah, Optic have clutched up when they needed to. But yes, on this Invasion, we just saw it, and Optic getting better and better at it overall. What, 7-4 for Optic, 9-5 for FaZe, but throughout this stage, 0-2. So they have struggled, maybe just trying to find some adjustments. Team are studying the VOD. That's what it comes down to.
Also, they've gone to more map 5s than I thought they had. Remember, I said to you for the last major, I was like, with the last series, when did they last go to map 5? And you were like, I think it was 2 at the last major. I was like, really? Like,
yeah, it was to start. It was Thieves.
Yeah, I forgot. I'll be honest, I blacked out. Forgot about that one. But this is Invasion Search. And how it's gone. You saw the map 5 records. This is the Search Invasion record, but 0-2 for FaZe within this qualifier. There's always an ebb and flow when it comes to Search. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're great, sometimes you're bad. But now you need to be a god. It's map 5 time. Offense for Optic Texas. Do or die. Losers final. Winner faces Ultra.
Yeah, just going to be a question mark similar versus New York. How much are you going to contest this if you are FaZe? Going to allow shots to this position. I think with FaZe, one thing we know time and time again near that A-bomb is always Abizi. Using that MCW just feels like he can be so tough to take down. And then on the other side for Optic, yeah, it's always about Shotzi.
Yeah, no, I think those are the two kind of focal points. Is it going to be another guy that likely makes those plays? Sure. Like? But Simp, he's tucked away, and he's pouncing Draza there for help. Trying to spot the shoulder just enough to get back and stay up. Able to finish it, though, is Pred. So now, 3 versus 2, Atlanta FaZe. So he FaZe with the first blood behind Simp, but he's out of it. Now, can you bring this back if you're Pred and Dashy? Pred and Dashy, I don't know, they've been the clutchest or the least clutch. It depends on the round.
Yeah, the problem round 1, you don't have a smoke. You do not have a smoke, and that's just how difficult it is. Draza just going to take his time. Now his teammates are there to help him. Dashy is in a very tough spot.
Best of luck, sir, as the stuns are all hitting. Trying to get the read. Under 15 seconds to go. Between a rock and our place, not a whole lot that he's going to be able to sniff out. Tries to pick a side and Shao, but the shots coming in from everywhere. Simp and Draza, good little 2-man game.
And I honestly thought, because Draza started shifting over towards A. And I was like, what is the timing going to be like? Is Kenny just going to waltz all on up? Because Draza was moving back and forth between the sites. But he's able to get there just in time.
At first, I thought you meant kind of with Simp, like, when's he going to pop? You mean Draza tracking back? And, well, it turned out it worked out really well because they both get a kill. Yes, you trade out Simp eventually, but you have the numbers if you're FaZe. So far, looking good if you're FaZe. Nice round from Draza. He's been so good for this team since he joined. BZ just barely getting through. The wall bang's trying to finish him off. It's not going to happen. He'll have a rival in hand as he tries to move his way up the map. Simp. Now we'll see if the nade can dink and connect. Not going to be able to hit.
Well, Pred, the timing, he's lurked on up. Got into a very good spot to at least flank quickly if he wants to. He's watching the cross back as well. But it looks like FaZe opting to go towards B.
You've got the numbers here, though. You've got 2 set up. Shotzi in one corner. Kenny playing from the tractor.
That's going to help.
Just waiting now for them to try and execute. 40 seconds to go. No, they've got to go. Here we go. Coming through. Shotzi up to it. First blood through for him. Trying to dance around. Kenny gets another. Draza looking to bring it back. Kenny getting shots in, but can't quite finish him. I thought he lost him, but he's able to snap. Oh, on Cell. Kenny, are you kidding me? I thought he was lost. And then he's hitting everything.
I mean, just buying time as well, right? Throwing shoulders, finessing, swapping beams to the Renetti, hitting beams on Acelium. And that was one of those rounds, right, where like that rotation back over to A is just wide open. But because the meta of this map has switched so often, teams are so used to so many different strategies, it's just a classic double B setup. One player on the tractor, one player in the corner, able to hold it down.
Yeah, I mean, more often than not, you're really hoping you got one person there you can isolate. Yeah, right? You're just dealing with the crossfire through from mid, but Shotzi couldn't be easier to get that first one on the board for him. So first blood now for either side. Simp with one, Shotzi with one. And you're lurking your way up on this B Street. Repositioning again will be Draza. Relatively similar to what we saw in the sense you have a two-man game here, but different position now for Simp. And it's just a guessing game as you work for Optic.
Yeah, trying to nade the tractor. Simp. He's going to be the point man. Try to get spotted. Shotzi. I think the smoke went down, so they're going to try to isolate it, but Draza is there for the crossfire. It's been all about the B defense on both ends.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar, right? Like, I know with the smoke out, it's a little bit crazier from the other side, but you lock it down if you're Optic Texas. You lock it down now if you are FaZe. Dashy trying to go to work in a 1 versus 4, but there's 30 to go. Spotted for Tesla everywhere, but those are ropes as he is able to hit at range. Celium will drop. I don't know if you're gonna have time to do much, but God, that is a gunfight and a half. Two of the best to do it at that range.
And again, he's just in a spot where, yeah, he's just got to take his time, maybe not give up another kill for a streak for FaZe. But normally Sim's sort of that connector player. He's able to find another, just not a lot of time to work with. There is the trade. And what is that? I think Draza is up to 6 now. But normally Sim's sort of your rotation guy, playing connector, throwing that smoke. This time, playing near the site with the rival. Draza looking over him.
Well, I think some of the time, like, listen, I think Sip is one of the greatest player of all time, and he's got a game sense that few have. But like when they're struggling in search, sometimes it's like I don't know, he's not having the impact, but he's trying to be that guy going back and forth. He's trying to play that lurk role, trying to just find those great timings. Yeah. He gets a little lost in, and suddenly he has a dud, and you're in trouble. So maybe just trying to set him up for some easier ones, some easier kind of two-man games. And so far, working 2-1. But Dashy, well, if it was beams, at the end of the last round, he's beaming yet again. Just ludicrous stuff from Dashy to get the first blood. 2-2 now in the first blood department.
Again, Pred in this position that he was in last time, just sort of hanging out. The problem is, if he gets spotted, then that first blood is sort of just useless, but he's going to find one. Stays patient, now gets away with his life.
Good job to not get traded by either Simp or a BC. Dude, he centered on his forehead when he snapped back, but Simp will get caught and dropped. Back and forth, we continue on 2-2. The tension building and building.
Very similar to our map too, right? It was just sort of all attack, but
one of the best shooters in the history of the esport putting on, but now to round number 5. So far, yeah, first blood, you try to play mistake-free S&D. You win it behind your numbers. Who makes the first mistake? Or maybe who makes the first insane clutch? Shotzi spotted, but the smoke here, so he'll just kind of stop for a sec.
again, just Simp over towards the B site. But nothing has really worked over towards B. So do you start to adjust if you're the defense? Maybe it takes some risk. Just go for it again. The smoke is down. Right now, Draza watching the cross, and the stun is perfect. Perfect for Draza. There is a quick trade, though. Pred has lived around the cafe area. BZ now has to try to play his life. And Pred able to find a second.
Pred making plays in the mid-map to a 2 versus 3 now. You get eyes, and what kind of timing is this going to be for Cell? Wraps it out. Pred repositions. Pred locking him in. 3 for Pred. Working on an ace, but he'll get eliminated. Simp, though, so much to do. Not able to do it. Optic Texas take advantage and go up 3-2.
Yeah, just finds the timings right. Does Pred as he's able to find onto a BZ, maybe repositioning. Then on to Celium.
And he kind of said, like, you know, it's been a story of first blood and controlling that. Right before we asked, like, when's going to be the first time you get first blood and things fall apart? Maybe somebody clutch up. Well, quickly, it's probably with an answer to that. Draza, first blood is nullified. You have a monster round. If you're Optic Texas, you now take control of this game 5. Pressure to FaZe to come up with a moment. And Celium right now, 0-4. And we know how good he can be in big-time moments in Surge, but not here right now.
Well, there's just been so much presence at B, right? Like,
True.
I mean, saw it with Sky. Sometimes the A Street guy is just in an impossible position. But again, look at number 3 in Pred. Pred is taking so much room. The problem is, though, Shotzi gets caught and broken. But Pred could be the difference maker like he was in the last round.
I thought you stayed alive, Shotzi, if you're long enough to maybe at least drag him into getting traded, but not quite able to happen. You get info there on Pred, just, well, at least with the door, you know his position for now. Kenny, hoping maybe he can just catch one. Can he just catch one, take a fight? Draws a good job getting low, staying alive. I thought maybe you send it behind this, but the help comes over in the way of Dashy. So
well, now they know there's 2B Street. That's the info that FaZe was looking for. Now Pred on the reposition. Just too many players to deal with. 35 seconds. Sim trying to move the bomb over. Cell on the board. On to Ken. It was all defense. Now it's looking like back-to-back offense. And guess who's left in another 1 versus 4?
Yeah, Dashy trying to do it all. But honestly, I know this is like a silly thing, but just great job not getting picked and like getting prone in spots, whether it was Simp there crossing through mid. Just don't give away like a free one. Draza on the chow, but Kenny is get prone and don't drop. I mean, I know these guys have lightning quick reflexes, best players in the world, but we've seen it. You just get caught, you get picked, suddenly the round's on its head, but good job just staying up.
Well, and just the fact that, I mean, these guys can ego chow whenever they want.
True.
And a lot of times I think they do, but in this matchup won't happen using their numbers to their advantage. It's FaZe back on defense. We'll see what opt to do.
4 first bloods now for FaZe out of the 6 rounds. Optic Texas start to work the attack again. Simp getting back over to his spot as he'll be working with Draws on one side of it. The question again is what position will he be in? What kind of timing will there be for Draws? But looks like he wants to challenge Broken this time.
Yeah, first time here. First time in this position. Draza has to stay low.
When you get out of school.
They're normally very good at this, finding the nades, finding the angles onto this player. Last time through, though, it was Pred through mid-tank in Cafe.
One position, so has to take the fight. Comes soaring on through.
He got it.
He goes to planet. He gets it through. Are you kidding me? And he gets away. He gets away. He's a magician. 1 versus 1. Draza, Dashy. The timing's going to make me throw up. 35 seconds. He spots him. Backs down. He nods. Dashy. My fucking God.
Unbelievable lightning reflexes. The shots on Draza. Then snaps onto Cell. He knows where the first chow's coming from. Unbelievable. With the snap, knows the time as well. Draza doesn't reach out. Then down to 77, catches him on the challenge, on the sprint. Dashy puts him up 1.
Oh, Draza is hearing it, but Cell gets right into it. Another first blood for Atlanta FaZe. Holy hell. Draza and FaZe wanting that one back. That is for sure, but they have the 4v3. You have a chance to silence the crowd as you start
Daddy, I have
towards
Shibo.
towards the B-bomb site. Kenny repositioning, hopefully catching somebody sprinting. Just continue to shoulder this for info. Maybe catch someone, set up Pred deep.
Well, I think someone to high rise, right? They get a first blood. They're just going to wait if you are FaZe. Hopefully, like, Pred gets aggressive through Cafe. Not going to happen this time through. Smoke is down. But Kenny's going to get the info. Should come down to Big Bruce again. What is the timing like? He wins the first quick trade. Celium just watching the flank. There will be 2 on him, though. He's got to buy as much time as he can. I don't think he's going to be ready for this. Is Kenny just going to leave him? Feels like you have to deal with this player. Yeah, he does.
Cell's just like melee in front of him. I don't know. He gets it dropped. 2 versus 2. 35 to go. You had a clutch from Optic Texas. Can you answer? If you're Atlanta FaZe, Simp gonna get dropped. They continue to win fights. 1 versus 1 again. Lord Almighty above. Abizi versus Pred. He gets dropped. It's a clutch again for Optic.
Abizi's trying to catch him sprinting and get info. I don't think Abizi's full health yet. I don't.
He was like 105 somewhere in there.
I don't think he's full health. So Pred just snaps.
For some reason full screen lags, not sure why, so just gonna watch it like this. If that's okay with y'all, my apologies, I'll figure it out though.
There, I thought he spotted him at first. Deep courtyard, was just gonna play cafe, tries to get to mid-tank, instead gets caught.
Big round 3 or 4, I said, is it gonna be clutches? Is it gonna be heroic moments? Because the first bloods, it's all been phased. There are 2 first bloods right now for Optic Texas, but they have a 5-3 advantage. It has been the ice. And where that has been lacking in this matchup, it is not lacking right now. In control, one more round.
All good, thank you for streaming.
Just not trying to get spotted maybe by Abizi, trying to chow together. And now pressure onto Abizi and quickly, and he's gonna get caught. They go so fast, smoke down, immediate aim plant. This is beautiful from Optic.
Now you got a 3v4 if you're Atlanta FaZe, or is this one done? The revenge game. Optic Texas pushing so desperately to get into a final. Draza, though, brings it to a 3 versus 3. He's able to hit the shots. 30 seconds. Time is dwindling. Cell is going to fall. Shotzi's going big. Kenny.
He's just buying time. 10
taking
again.
damage. Trying to finesse. He wins one. Now on to Sip. Able to drop one. 20 seconds to go. Just so little time. The shot's through, gets in damage, stun will hit, he won't fall! Send him packing, send him home! It's an Optic Texas win!
It has been a nightmare for Optic, this matchup all year long. Dashy getting the crowd fired up. Some of the most emotion we've seen from this guy in his hometown. And now he's in the final.
The clutch master. Even when they've lacked the ice in moments, he's had that clutch factor despite it. And he has the moment that flips the game on its head. The 1v2 clutch. Dashy, a monster. Optic with the revenge.
Thank you for stopping by, truly means a lot.
Atlanta FaZe will not be going back to back. They are done at Major 3 and now waiting and looming. The hometown heroes in Ultra will match up against Optic. We check out the stats before we get ready for an interview. I mean, it's balanced kind of all around for the most part.
Just 1v1s? 1v1s?
The first bloods too. You've got 6. First bloods if you're Atlanta FaZe. And oh yeah, I'm sorry, no interview on this one, right? Because we're getting ready for the final. Yeah, no interview. So you have to wait to hear from the winner of the final, because we're going back to back. Getting ready to get right into this. This is how it went. You go up 2-0 if you're Optic. You're in control. You nearly bring this one back. You get it to a game 5 if you are
My son has
FaZe.
the mic. I'm letting him play a few games before he has to go to bed while the tourney is finishing, so that's why I'm typing LOL.
You lose this one. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't like misplays. It was just, well, yeah, I guess, I mean, it was. It was just the ice really from Optic winning some insane gunfights.
Normally that's the FaZe side, right?
Yeah.
And what I say, like coming into today, their search had to be better if they wanted to win a championship, and so far it has. Able to take down New York, now able to take down FaZe in 2, and just like that, they're in a final versus Toronto.
Woo, we are setting up for an all-timer. This final about to be insane. This venue is about to explode. That'll do it for Joe and I. That'll do it for FaZe. Adios. To the desk we go to break it down.
Great cast there, gentlemen. You got to be exhausted, and so do these players. Another game 5. But this audience is giving every ounce that this COD team can give us. Optic putting on a show, FaZe putting on a show, and now we have another rematch of Optic versus Toronto in the grand final.
This is insane to me. That is now 5 S&Ds Atlanta FaZe have lost on LAN, and that is not something I thought I would ever say.
Kind of crazy. Their 13-match streak snapped in this one, and nameless, we thought it was going to happen in game 3, but Atlanta FaZe comes back kicking. Abizi takes them to a game 4. The whole squad shows up in hardpoint, and now we're in a game 5 search.
I think this might be the greatest Sunday in major history in the Call of Duty League era. I mean, we've had game 5 after game 5, and man, for Optic Texas, you just love to see hard work pay off. They were preparing for this series the entire stage, and you saw the high-rise search and destroy playing it 5 times throughout the stage. It pays off. They win 6-3, finally fixing some of their glaring issues, not relying on their playmakers to get it done, playing together as a unit. And then this game 5 search and destroy, just excellent all around. Like, I know everybody's talking about Dashy's clutches, which were tremendous. Right. I'm gonna show some love to Pred as well in their defense, like adapting and changing the way that he was given looks inside a cafe, challenging, getting bloods when he needed to. He played such a great game.
Allie, is Dashy the MVP from Optic for you in this series?
I think in the map 5 he was, but overall it was definitely Shotzi. I mean, that map number 1, 39 and 26. He was absolutely shooting 6,400 damage in almost 2 minutes in time. You follow that up with the high-rise 9 and 4, a first blood demon, and then in that game number 5, it was Shotzi, 4 first bloods across the board. And honestly, I just want to talk about how impressed I am with that game number 5. Optic Texas' entire game plan to distract you with a gunfight to third party you from a different angle is not something I thought I'd expect from this team. Like, this is a very talented, individually stacked roster, so to see them build their teamwork this stage in Search and Destroy has been great.
I love Dashy at the end there. By Atlanta for the first time all season. Atlanta will not be in the grand final. Optic will for the second time in a row, and it's with plays like this that got him there. It's your scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at Dashy clutching up and turning the momentum in Optic's favor here in this game 5.
And this was the most important round, right? We're tied up 3-3. It's all in Atlanta FaZe's favor. They get the first blood, but Dashy, he gets this insane gunfight onto the first player, and that's a 1v1 versus Draba. Bot is allowed to go down, and now he's just able to play his life in.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why Atlanta FaZe thought they needed to chow him right away. There was no point, right? Like, unless you were simultaneously chowing that, I don't get it. But then right here, you know, Dashy gets inside a red. He doesn't
I get it, my son is the same.
know where Draws is coming from, but he knows the general vicinity. And then you see him go and check bomb. He's like, okay, you're not on it. I'm just going to come back and get ready for that gunfight. Wins a nasty one with the pistol in his hand.
Toronto fans, get ready to frame your tickets, because this may be the greatest Call of Duty tournament of all time. Look at that winner's bracket. Not a single 3-0 sweep until FaZe took down the subliners. We thought they could handle business against Toronto, but Ultra clutch up. They win that best of 5, the first team to make it into the grand final.
It's been nothing but a record-breaking weekend. We got breaking kill records on Hardpoint according to LAN. We got a Miami Heretics breaking their loss streak when it comes to LAN. We've got Optic Texas breaking their 6-0-6 losses to Atlanta FaZe, and we got FaZe not able to break the Cold War record.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament has just been special, man. Like I keep saying, this Sunday, it's been a treat to watch, and I think this final is going to deliver.
Hit us up on Twitter with your prediction, because when we come back, it's Toronto Ultra, the hometown squad, fighting for their major title against the fan favorites Optic Texas. Major for the ages.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Broom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
from LA Thieves trying to attack this from the middle of the map, but this might play right into Shotzi's hand. They're going to get completely caught off guard, and the bomb is going to be able to go down at B.
LA Thieves, see how quick they do realize this. Dashy just fell off the map.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, Easy's been seen, and he will drop off the map.
On bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shield. What's left? I'm cutting mid.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is yeah.
From this angle. You gotta be kidding me.
Look at that line of sight. Kenny has absolutely no idea. Look how long that is. Look at the size of that thing. Oh, Kenny's got to get off the bomb now. He's petrified. Wait, is he going to stick it? Time's ticking. Kenny's holding the line. If he gets the kill, that's one thing, but oh my, insight pulling out.
Hey, chat, watch this.
All right, let's go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Oh yeah, mine's 5 and a handful, wouldn't trade him for anything.
With the help from his teammates, actually.
What is this? What is this? Hydra from Mars. What do we have here?
It's nothing left but 3 in the backpack.
The ace for Hydra, a magician early in the round. A single second, the Seattle Surge, they are going to send it. If any team is set to fall apart in a crazy way, it could. Oh my God. What a play! Oh my God.
Go, man.
Do you think you could beat Kenny in a dance-off?
Yeah.
Oh, he's lying.
Wait, did I? Really?
Yeah.
In my head, I'm thinking he's unstable on his feet.
He's lying.
No, this is broken because I'm dead ass not lying. I could smoke him. I'm just thinking about his front door porch where he was like trying to control his legs and he crippled on the floor. That's like the first thing I got. Damn, I'm lying on that? That's bullshit. What?
I mean,
I'd smoke him. Where is he?
Bickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
I think this might be
Still
too
there.
slow.
He's still there.
He got it. Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops it right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
It plays a little different. It's nice to have like a map you love back in it, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same. As Drow said, nice little angle through the statue. Rips one for the opening kill.
Welcome back, everybody. There's just one match to go live at Major 3. The Toronto Major has been one of the greatest in Call of Duty history here from Modern Warfare 3. And we have the hometown squad, Toronto Ultra, taking on our number 3 seed for the tournament, Optic Texas, who fell just short at Major 2 to Atlanta. But with Atlanta out of the way, this one should be another slugfest. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Bucket alongside Rosalie, a.k.a. Alley Cat, and we've got Nameless and Nameless. We were talking during the break. This is going to be such an epic showdown. You got Dashy versus Scrap, but it's the SMGs we're fired up for as well.
Absolutely, man. And Envoy's had a crazy turnaround. He's been playing great. Shotzi in that last series, absolutely masterful to start it off on that map, number 1. And it's packed here in the Mad at Me Athletic Center, and I can't wait to get into the finals.
Allie, there is just one best of 7 left to go. We've had 3 Game 5s. Is there a chance that we see a Game 7 grand final here?
I feel like we were robbed of a Game 5 versus Texas and Toronto earlier on in the day, so I 100% believe that we're going to get a best of 7 all the way to the end this time.
Now we're giving the players a few more minutes to have a little bite to eat before they have to take this stage, get a little bit of water while they're waiting prepping to take the stage, let's update you with everything that's happened here in Toronto. It all started back on Thursday when we opened things up with our winners bracket round 1, and after our top 8 were whittled down to our top 4, it was that power 4 that kept powering into our Sunday, where they are here to play for this trophy.
That thing is beautiful. I mean, every single year, Toronto Ultra, they bring out a new trophy. This one, it's just a giant diamond nut, and it looks incredible. You got to also remember the Challengers belt that they had. I saw Asim post a picture of that. Toronto and Overactive, they just do such a great job, man, with this event every year.
Love the trophy last year, love the acorn this year, and we love the cash that is up for grabs at every single major alley. More importantly, for the teams on the right, though, they scored some much-needed points going into champs.
Yeah, for the teams on the right, those points were worth so much more than the cash at the end of the day, because they are battling for an opportunity and a spot to make it to champs at the end of the year, because it's only going to be the top 8 that are invited.
Let's take a look at who is going to champs. If it ended today, well, I think you're going to see guys like the Seattle Surge locked in, and tickets are on sale right now. Pick them up, optic.link/champs. Nameless, of the squads that are at the bottom right now, who do you think has the best chance of rising back up?
I think Carolina. I think Carolina is gonna punch her ticket to champs. We have one more stage. And listen, get your tickets because it's in Texas. It's Optics is going to be hosting it. The crowd is going to be absolutely jam-packed. Could be one of the best champs of all time.
One of the squads that you can expect to be in the top 6 after this weekend is the Miami Heretics. They got a top 6 finish, surprising everybody. Not only was it their first land win, Allie, it was their first run to a Saturday.
Yeah, for Miami Heretics, big ups for them. They are a team that faced a lot of adversity right after the beginning of the season because their roster, some of their players couldn't even play, but they spun into this tournament. They take a search and destroy off Atlanta, which little did we know that foreshadowed what would end up being Atlanta FaZe's downfall here on Sunday. But they lock in some points, they lock in some cash, and we got kind of the preview of what Real is going to be like as we continue to move forward.
Yeah, he's been incredible. I mean, he was the missing piece for sure. I think we've seen glimpses of Heretics before. We're like, hey, those guys can be pretty good, right? And then they pick him up. He's been unbelievable. They went 5-0 in search and destroy at this tournament and on an active 7-0 search and destroy win streak. So that's clearly their game mode, and they've identified what they need to work on, which is that control game mode. But they truly have themselves a star.
He's definitely got the best stats to salary ratio when it comes to rookies. The man is dropping bombs. Look at that search and destroy, a 1.31. His Slayer rating an 84. Basically, you expect him to win a straight-up gunfight.
Yeah, and this is from when he was on Carolina for a couple of matches at the beginning of the season. Obviously, much more comfortable at home here with the Miami Heretics and players that he have teamed with during the past 4 years.
The Spanish speakers getting it done for Miami, but it was the French speakers doing work for Seattle Surge. Let's take a look at what Abuza and Brezzy got done, especially Abuza here. A lot of pressure on the young man. Hook had his stellar games, but I felt like Abuza was the consistent player on this lineup.
Yeah, you know, in the offseason, he was like one of the hottest young rookies, right? We're like, okay, Abuza's frying in challenges. What will he do in the league? And, you know, Seattle Surge, they had a decent start, but he wasn't on his role that he came up playing, right? He gets put back over towards an AR. The organization decides to, like, hey, let's commit to this guy and build around him. They go get 04, who he's just going to run in front of everybody. Like, 04 doesn't care. And Abuza's had his best tournament yet. And Seattle Surge are actually a competitive team. And it's just a wild turnaround because they were at the bottom of the barrel just a month ago.
It is insane to see the turnaround, and a lot of people are rightly crediting the new addition, Allie. Since adding 04 to this squad, they're looking like a totally different team, one that could go deep at champs if they stay in our top 8.
And I think it's so funny that we kind of forget Hook is the veteran on this team, technically. Like, the rest of these players are very new to CDL. 04 is a rookie, Abuza is a rookie. So, like, the fact that they're putting up numbers like this and on their first LAN, they are doing great as we look heading towards champs.
Let's take a look at those rookies. We've got our leaderboard updated, and Abuza stole the #1 spot from Gwyn and Gio.
Yeah, I mean, just unbelievable performance on him. Once again, I can't stress it enough, like comfortability, what that will allow you to do, having the right guys around you. And you're talking about a team that could only win search and destroy. Now they went basically even across hardpoint and control. So they worked on all aspects of their game, and the individual prowess came out.
That is Abuza topping the rookie leaderboard, but in the 3 spot, you saw Gwyn, and the Carolina Royal Ravens were looking to their rookie this weekend. Ravens fall short, though. They wanted another top 6, didn't get it. It was Surge shutting the door.
What's crazy to me right now is I felt like the Rookie of the Year conversation was really centered around Linz and Gwyn for the majority of the time.
Yeah.
I think now Gwyn has kind of moved up into that #1 spot for me right now, because not only has he been consistent online and on land and across the season, but Carolina Royal Ravens are slowly finding a lot more success. They weren't able to get the top 4 placing done, but they still are able to make it into that top 6 and give themselves a case to make it top 4 overall.
Nameless, do you think this is the final roster we see for the Ravens going into champs?
I do. I think this will be the final roster, but I will say I think it was a disappointing major for these guys.
It was.
You only come in, you win a match, right? Like you're expecting to win much more than that. And you know, for these guys, they haven't yet, since the entirety of this roster, been able to all 4 put it together at the exact same time.
Right.
We've seen special moments from the AR players, especially at this tournament. We've seen special moments from Gwyn throughout the entirety of the season. It's just when will they all pull it together at the same time, because their ceiling is very high.
You take a look at their road. They fell to Optic after taking control in the winners bracket, and then, of course, beating LAG before Seattle sent them home. And you can see their road to Major 4. You have 7 qualifier matches remaining, 10 points per match on the line, and you're going through the Big 4 right in the middle of your schedule, Allie.
Yeah, you can't catch a break right now if you're Carolina Royal Ravens. But, you know, at the end of the day, you got to get through the best to be the best. So I'll see what they do online.
They're going to have to dig deep. I'm being honest. Like, Fellow and Clay, they played great on land. They have to do that online. We have not seen that often. They're going to have to all be in the same place going hard.
So many epic games, so many epic moments this week, and it's time to relive some of them, starting with, well, is it the fans? Is it the home team? It's a combination, Nameless. They seem to have an epic combo of power here in Toronto. Scrap dropping the stats, but we don't have a single seat available in this arena, fully booked out, sold out, as Toronto puts on a show.
It is electric in here, man. This environment, this is what Call of Duty needs. I looked out to the crowd. You know, I felt like a proud founding father. Like, I've been here for so long, and now we got a packed crowd going crazy. And, you know, you see in Scrap, obviously, he's the hometown hero, man. After that series that they won, you could see all the pressure. He's just like, nah, this is where I deserve to be. I turn up when my name is called, and I'm excited to see him in the final in front of this crowd.
And the energy has just been so infectious, right? Because now at their hometown major, they are in high spirits. Toronto Ultra making it to that grand final. They don't have to have any falls, and maybe even looking to be the favorite up against Optic Texas. We're going to have the crowd going back and forth against each other. It has been so electrifying to be in this menu all day today and yesterday.
I'm wondering how many Canadians are torn for this grand final. Let's take a look at the epic crowd who has shown up. We've had the hype squad every single night lining up at midnight, coming in and making noise from the start of the tournament to the very end. This has been one of the loudest arenas we've had all year.
I've been cracking monsters left and right. I can't imagine how many deep the crowd is right now, because they are still on their feet ready for this grand final.
Yeah, the teams are putting on a show for him, right? There's actually something to scream for here. And Scrap, like I said, he's just a guy that gets the people going. But yeah, every single year that we come to Toronto, the fans, there's more and more of them, and they get louder and louder. And can I just give somebody an award for best outfit?
Yes.
The woman that's wearing the green wall right there is the best outfit I've seen at an event. I love seeing the creativity out of the fans.
She was part of that hype squad that lined up at midnight, and she deserves that front row middle seat. We're going to check her out in a little bit as the fans are getting ready for this grand final. But first, Allie, you mentioned it. It has been a ridiculous record-setting weekend. Let's take a look at Standy's record for Minnesota. Despite them bombing out in 3-1, the one game they won, it was search and destroy, and Standy dropped 17 on high rise.
Yeah, he breaks that search and destroy kill record going on 17, and this is what they brought him in to do, right, is to help them out in search and destroy. Unfortunately, Minnesota Rocker hasn't been able to figure it out across all game modes to put it into some map wins, but at least we got a really exciting numbered record to hold at the top.
Yeah, he backed it up. I mean, the guy has a 1.5 in search and destroy throughout the split. That means he was #1 throughout the qualifier, and their match that they had here dropped an absolute bomb on the stage in that mode. It just unfortunately wasn't enough, but you know, we got to sing the praises when somebody's able to break a record. Shout out Standy.
1,800 damage to go with his 17 kills. He won 4 of the 5 opening duels as he tried to carry Minnesota. We'll see what they can do with just 7 qualifiers left going into champs. Another highlight we got to talk about is Hydras. What did this young man do in Control?
He went on a 14 kill streak in Control. Hydra, I'm not shocked at all when it comes to this player. He has been the best control player throughout the qualifiers, averaging a 1.4 in this game mode. Unfortunately, wasn't able to translate it too much this weekend, but I mean, again, record-breaking weekend. I'm not shocked he joins the ranks.
Yeah, New York, they showed a lot of fight this week. They did not have a good stage. You know, of the Big Four, they were the team looking like they could be the most easily upset, but they delivered. I mean, even went to a Game 5 today. Everybody showed life. And Hydra, you know, silencing the people who said that he was falling off a little bit.
You know, we were supposed to fill for a little bit of extra time, but I'm told the players don't need that extra time. Let's jump right in to our pre-game coverage of this grand finals. You watched the records broken live, and we have just one more record, and that is going to be in this grand finals. Will we get a Game 7 for the first time this year? It's time to find out as we have Optic Texas taking on Toronto Ultra.
Man, I hope we get that Game 7. We were robbed of the Game 5 earlier when these two teams matched up, and the way their search and destroy is looking right now, that's gotta be the game decider when it comes to this grand final.
Let's take a look at our squad, starting with the hometown heroes. Toronto Ultra comes in with the number 2 seed, just one blemish. That was to Atlanta in their online qualifiers, but they got revenge in that winners bracket finals and are now the team to beat in this tournament.
Yeah, I will say it wasn't easy, right? And those series are always going to be tough, but there was literally a map that Insight had 3 kills, average 1 kill around in the control. That absolutely cannot happen. Scrap made miracles happen. He can do it, but you want it to be more of a team effort. They beat these guys once so far, and I think they know they can do it again. But for the Monster Energy pregame, the good has been the hard point. 12-4 record with a +20 margin, first in holding and second in breaking. That's good because the rotations have not been there going up against an Optic Texas team who are number 1 in rotations.
But to give you the bad, the attack on control hasn't been there. They're pretty middle of the pack in the league right now, and Envoy and Insight again are struggling in the slaying category. Toronto Ultra has made it this far to the grand final, and if there's any time to show up, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and we know what these players can do, and they're gonna have to do it on this main stage.
It's time to get
Mine just turned 8, my oldest daughter just turned 10 in Jan, and my youngest is about to turn 3, and my wife is currently carrying Baby Peyton.
For that Game 4 before Karachi and Rio close it out with a Game 7 S&D.
I think we're going all the way to Game 7, Chris. I really do. I mean, I'm looking at the hard points. I think they split them when it comes to the sub-base and their Rio, and then those search and destroys. We just saw Optic masterclass on Invasion, but Toronto are no slouch. We're going all the way to 7.
The COD deities are smiling upon Canada, and it's time to find out which one of these analysts is the smartest. Rosalie right at the heels of Nameless, and it's time to kick things off. Where are we going, Rosalie? Final matchup.
I gotta go with the hometown. I'm gonna go with Toronto Ultra winning the grand final.
I'm going to go with Optic Texas. They're going to get their revenge. We should have Game 5 last time. I think they take this one. The guns are too hot.
I'm going with Toronto. They won Major 1. It's their hometown. They get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The grand final starts right now.
I mean, seriously, are we serious?
Optic are smashing them, and what an answer is another cruise is earned there from Pred. Oh, you can, because Inside dials up a triple, and it's over. Ultra take it. Sonic gets dropped. He's got it. And Optic move on. Bang! 1v2 for Envoy. Shotzi 5 in a row. Shotzi with the cruise. Shotzi doing it all.
Oh! Swap able to turn this down to a 2v1. Just down to Sip. Not gonna happen.
Toronto backs down. It pops. Dashi. My f***ing God. It's an Optic Texas win.
Toronto in the grand finals here at home.
This weekend, we had the 12 best Call of Duty teams in the world playing here in beautiful Toronto for this amazing trophy. And now just 2 remain, the fan favorite and the home favorite. Toronto, are you ready to get this grand final started? The first squad coming to the stage, get ready, because here comes the new Kings of the South.
Look, I come from a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
this in the finals last tournament, but they got their revenge here. Now they fell to Toronto Ultra, and they got an opportunity to get revenge once again. Shotzi has been in MVP form. Can he do it in a finals to get that trophy? Let's bring out the hometown team.
It's time to bring out that hometown team. And in Toronto, I want to hear your voices all around the country. Get ready for the Toronto Ultra.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making ends opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having it safe since I take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off. He told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show. She told me that shit was a favorite sense. Sprint a fan is spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next? You can take a guess.
Toronto, get loud for the Major Award champions, the Toronto Ultra. We got the man with the plan. It's insight. You can have an issue, grab a tissue. It's Kleenex. We got the Dark Prince, Envoy. And the King of the North, it's Scrap. Toronto, get loud for the Ultra.
Toronto making the fairy tale come true and making it to the grand finals of their own home major. I wish I could describe to you how loud this crowd is right now. And some of you forget the player to watch in the Dark Prince Envoy is known to be taking on that optic camp, but he's got a former teammate on the other side of that stage. The ghost of LA Thieves lives on, but not in this grand final. Let's get this last match of Toronto started, Blaze.
I'm ready to get it going, Allie. And as I said before, we got this beautiful trophy on the main stage for all the glory here. Only one team can walk away with that nut. In Toronto, I got one question for you. Who's about to win? Miles Chance, let's get it going.
Thank you, Blaze. Thank you so much. Thank you, Adve Athletic Center. This has been a really special Sunday. We'll find out if it truly is one of the greatest of all time after this grand finals. My name is Miles Ross, no relation to Bob, and this is Chance, and we are very excited to get you into this one.
This is going to be an incredible tournament. My favorite camera shot so far is inside, just taking the tissues off the bottom and shooting. These guys are locked in, ready to go. Nothing can phase them, and it has been an electric time in this venue. And these two teams, they have leveled up their game. It has been absurd performances through and through. Dashy out here having the clutch of the year already, and Invasion Control, I know that was one where Ultra had the ice as well. The back and forth moments, it is going to be insane.
We're very, very excited to get into this one in front of a hometown crowd, sold out here at the Adve Athletic Center. Only two teams in CDL history have managed to win in front of a home crowd. Back at MW19, Atlanta FaZe won their own home series, and Optic Texas their own major in Vanguard. We'll see if we can add another one to that historic lineup. What a year it has been as well. The Monster Energy pregame here for Optic Texas. The good map ones. That's where we start things off here on Subbase.
And it's, yeah, the fact that it is Subbase as well, it is a square up. Toronto, they wanted to get their chance at it again. They had a small moment, a little mishap that costed them this map against Texas. They want their revenge.
Our grand finals starts right now. Here we go. First to 250 points. The hard point will rotate every minute. You bet our teams know exactly where to go and how they want to attack it. So far, so good for Optic Texas. They're in first. They find their kills. And Shotzi and Dashy are still shooting hot after the series against FaZe.
Yeah, Dashy is a terrifying man when he's shooting like that, which is quite literally always. Kleenex, by the way, trying to hunt down players. Pred sitting and waiting for the pinch. As soon as noise gets made, number 7 getting active. Kleenex might read it, but he meets his demise. Shotzi gunning Scrap as well. Ultra need to wake up sooner than that. Optic already picking them apart.
It's been a lot of kills in a row with no rebuttal. Finally, Kleenex breaks the wheel. Final 10 seconds of the first hard point will come to a close. P2's on its way. Left-hand side of the minimap, that's where we go next. And that's where Ultra are already.
And Optic might have gotten every single kill, but yeah, forgot what side to actually rotate towards. So you lose the spawns and an opportunity from Ultra to maybe take some of that momentum back their way. Dashy, well, he's waiting for the spawners, but so much action over towards the time. Pred, camera to the sky, looking to make the entry move himself.
That's it. 4 spree now for Pred. At 6, he gets a cruise missile, but there's a sneaky Envoy who nearly gets himself 2. Shotsy, though, a tough customer. Kills now on the approach. Optic have got the hard point. They're soaking the time. In come Ultra.
That's already a huge moment, though, just for Optic to get that quick of a break. Pred making those entry plays. Scrappy, though, around the time and inside getting the kills as well. So, bit of a slaughterhouse around P2, and Shotzi through the forklift can't get it done. Scrap, well, his man heating up, goes on a 4 spree. When you need him, he has been the master of MW3.
It's a nice break. It's a good sort of 15 seconds to add to this one, but they've got to make the journey across the map where Optic are. Right-hand side, next points up. Shotzi and Pred. Tie up for a pair. Stun's not going to land. Scrap's going to be able to keep that final few seconds open for anyone. Ultra now on the long journey across the new.
And they really are just so far away. Shotzi, well, that is good information. Nice stunning kill from inside, so you have clearance on your approach. Everybody's from Optic, hanging on the back line.
Hanging on the back line through the front line, though. One void there with a rifle 9. Absolutely singing. Can't get any more. Shotzi has been shooting fantastically since the series started. Kenny from up top has a very important job in dealing with Kleenex. Pred helps him out there. You're covering all bases right now for Optic, and it's only inside, and he's now done. So that's going to be time to the green team.
Yeah, absolutely eviscerated. This is big time as well. You got Scrap trying to set up for the kill, but Shotzi maybe a little off angle. Still a turtle setup from Optic, and Scrap finds the timing just to get out towards the door, and look at those spawns. A similar situation happened the last time they played on Sunday. So Insight gets caught off guard. This is going to be a rotation won by Optic. Toronto mismanaging the moment again.
Well, they love themselves some sub-base. Good shots from Kenny again. No one going too wild in the kills department, but it doesn't really matter. Final seconds go to Ultra, and again, they are being caught unaware on the transition from point to point.
And this could be prime time, too, because you got the cutoff kills. 2 players from Optic playing over towards Warehouse. Somebody needs to actually get the time, but the front line, Ultra are going to struggle to get past it, but Kleenex trying to open that door, but those purple arrows, it is a long way to go before you get to this time.
Once again, Optic in first now with a sort of moment to fortify this hard point. 40 seconds remaining on it. Kleenex now backed up by Envoy. Approach through long. Slight covering fire there. Kenny, he's going to back up. It's a tactical retreat for a moment, enough to get a lot of damage into Envoy. No, can't win the kill though. Trades will be abound. Teamwork here as Kleenex somehow finds 2.
And you were the Optic players just trying to slow him down because the pinch was coming in because of the spawns. Well, Optic still collecting this time. This has been a beautiful hill. Ultra, they make a dent, but you still get bullied on the point. And well, Shotzi, superstar plays already. 13 kills, leading the charge for Texas.
Sitting out of nowhere, he pulls out 13. Dead silence activated. No noise, but no problem for Envoy. Finds it. Dashy immediately looking for that trade. But the teamwork, you can see from Optic, it is going to be massive in the assist column at the end of this opening map. We cross over 100 points. And we move over to a new hard point, the final in the set, before we go back to the first one all over again. That ruined tank and this ruined lineup as Kenny has managed to fight on through. Great work from Optic, that point is theirs.
I mean, they just took that with absolute ease. 0 seconds flat to make that break, and Optic making a statement while they are the best sub-base team in the game.
Locking it down, holding the time once again. As we look back across the first set, it's all Optic. 3 in the feed. Ultra come out a little quiet. Can Insight get anything going here? Waiting for the boys to reinforce. Perfect name from Kenny. Flush him out. Try to deal the damage. It's 3 in the feed once again.
And he's already got the cruise. Dashy showing up 6 in a row, and you don't want to deal with them. Those Ultra arrows are running for the hills, and well, maybe into the lap of Pred. Good damage and a nice reposition. The Reaper on sub-base making his impact, and he continues to thrive.
Yes, fantastic map control from Optic Texas so far. Brilliant work. The final hard point of our first set closes out. Back over to P1 we go, and again, looking at that scoreline, a very telling tale of who's been in charge of this game. Can Scrap and the boys find something here? 11-13 for Scrap. He's the big shooter for Ultra. Eyes on him to go big.
And you got Pred just trying to back the players down, and a nice reposition, but only damage being done. Kenny gets the kill, but traded out, and a nice win on Dashy as well.
LOL, yeah, I'm wore out for sure. LOL, just wait till the baby is born. Prob, no sleep, LOL.
But Ultra, obviously, they are going to need so much more. Right now, they are putting the emphasis on the P1 time, and for the moment, they're getting all of it.
They're going to get a lot of it. They're going to need all of it to get themselves back into this. Still plenty of COD to be played here. Nice 2-piece there from Envoy. Pulling himself back out of the negative KD. A big 3. Stays alive. That's huge work. 20 to go here on P1.
And 20 seconds of scrap time on P1. You're going to love life if you're Ultra in this moment. Still, though, long way to go. Kleenex making moves. Nice 2-piece. 3 down to the feet. And check the spawns. One player from Optic still in the back. And, well, they're going to keep the back spawns. But it is the scrap funnel system.
Oh, scrap. Locking him down. Kleenex from over the top. My goodness, Ultra have got control. Let's go for a listen here with Toronto.
Where is he? I'm turning around. He's in the back crate. Crate somewhere? We're looking at him, bro. Silo's dead. Crate's dead.
Nice, good shot. Turn
I'm mid-lane, Toby. He's going short.
L. Charlie dead.
Could we start or through that?
Have so. Yeah. I'll pick up it. I back loading, okay?
P5, one shot, AG. Dead.
Nice, go in. Come on, boys.
P5. Yo, front P5 on me. 2. One's already side door.
Yeah, I heard you. I know.
2 front, 1 tunnel. 2 front window, 1 tunnel.
I have your front window, Jen. Weak front window.
Front window dead.
Absolute.
Window dead.
There could be side door.
Tunnel.
Absolute side. In tight.
Only one there. One is going to front door.
Let's go left time. Close left time.
No, he's already top, bro. Already top. On left side. Nice. Oh, there's 2 top.
The 2 top, 1 low, okay?
Yeah.
Herbie.
Start him, then.
Good timing.
I was thinking cat.
One's top.
Side door dead. Nice, Ken. Still top.
Top row. Let's try and flip.
Mid. Nice.
Ken was there. Actually, he could have rode. He rode for sure.
Top 10, Fred. One's low 10 as well. Push down. P5. P5. Snow maybe.
At top, he's low snow. He's like low gen. Could go low 10. Don't know where he went, Jimmy.
Maybe low 10 again.
That heard you. It's Ken. Ken low 10.
On time. 1 shot. I don't see low 10. And 1 deep right. Yeah, deep right, 1 low 10. Deep right, 1 low 10.
Dash in tunnel as well.
Nice. Come right to you. He might put challenge 10.
He's out 10. Low.
I got lucky ruts left break.
Absolutely dead. They're going to challenge.
I have tunnel. I'm shut the time here. Yeah. Ready? And then tunnel back up. John. Back up time. Then double tunnel.
Trying to climb it in. Back right. 1 tunnel. John. One more time.
I'm not sure.
There's 2 down. Yeah, we're good. We need to get right as well.
It's fine. Full 60 here. We're in this.
Let's go, boys. Trying to hold the right, bro.
No, got middle now.
Optic, fantastic work there, maintaining the lead and pushing over the 200-point mark. But chance the listenings with Ultra are always something special.
I mean, listen, comms like that are why no lead is ever safe against Ultra, but this lead might just be insurmountable. 100-point gap.
That's always good.
Ultra have the time, but they're going to have a long way to go to claw themselves back in. And Dashy going to break it down with the cruise.
You see the Malmouth moving now, calling out absolutely everyone in position. Lands at least 1. That's enough to take care of some of the Ultra boys. They spawn close to the hard point though, so another fight here on the cards for Optic Texas. Shots like that from Pred certainly help. 2 down on the feet.
And Optic just want to play keep away in this moment though. If you get him out of the time and put him in the back, that's all you need just to cut your losses, because Ultra will be getting a good chunk of this time.
But Kenny trying to find something here. He's trying to thread the needle through the back line. Look for any opening or any weakness here in the Toronto Ultra setup, and he hasn't found it yet. He's about to find something. We'll check in on the feed, but he does catch himself a Kleenex. Shotzi trying to make some sneaky moves happen. Waits for the go button. Oh, he finally gets it. Good break there from Optic, 15 left.
And that's all you wanted. That is what you want. Ultra, though, going to be spawning out. But on what could have been a big hill from Ultra, you still stop the bleeding and you maintain that massive lead. And now Pred, back in prime position, loves to play for the kills. And it's because typically he gets some nice shots from inside and scrap, though. Get him out of top warehouse, but no one for the moment in this time.
We're very, very much in the business end of this hard point. 20 seconds for the win now. Optic get clean off the point for a moment. Fred trying to get in there. Doesn't account for a couple there as Ultra battling back through the middle of the map. Kenny over the top. Tagged up on the approach. Can Insight keep him out of the point? Yes. You've still got 20 for the win.
Insight's been doing such a nice job over besides P2 just to play keep away. But as Insight falls, Ultra's job gets that much harder. Kenny looking to break it down. Only gets 1. The traits for Ultra flowing, but Pred on the flank gets gunned as well. Ultra still a long way to go. Shotzi in the time. Optic, this could be it.
This could be game. Wow, big wins there. Kleenex, they double up and they bring it down. An open hardpoint once again. This has been fantastic area denial from Toronto, but not enough to get inside there. A wide open hardpoint at the end of the second set, and we can't win it here, but we will be 2 seconds away.
Oh, this is painful. They're going to have to rotate over towards New, but even then, you want to flood to the old time, and you just have Optic winning every single gunfight through and through. Pred shooting more players in the back as the hill pops, and he can play for the errant kills. Just be the safety net. Try to get a guarantee. Ultra making the reads, but it is not enough. Optic, the best team on subbase, still.
That is map 1 in our long campaign here in this grand finals. And that is a delightful start for Optic Texas. They'll be very happy with that. The subbase has been an incredibly kind map to them throughout the entire major. Moments like that from Shotzi as well. That's 31 kills to finish the map out. Certainly helps.
And you can just see why on sub-base and the map ones, these guys are on point. There is almost never a moment where they are not in the right positions. Pred always prowling in the power positions, completely on point. And obviously when guys like Shotzi, I mean, the way they set the tone and just punched you in the mouth on the P1, gunning players left and right. That's 4,200 damage for Shotzi and 31 kills. Kenny laying out the damage the entire time. And both of those guys also being the super soakers in the point. You could not ask for anything more.
Yeah, over a minute for the pair of them. Wonderful work there. Shotzi with the objective kills as well, meaning he's getting kills from within the hard point. Defensively, very, very strong mind there. Highlights here from map number 1, friends, an absolute treat. Optic Texas riding the wave of momentum after defeating FaZe in the lower bracket. Ultra, they had a little bit of time to sit and think, and I did go backstage and talk to the players, seeing how they were feeling after the match against FaZe. First thing Insight said, I just want to get back out there and play, man. I just want to keep hot, and that's exactly what they've got to do now. Consider that their warm-up. This series is going to go by real quick.
And maybe the slow start costed just a little bit, right? Again, that P1 a little bit painful. And obviously credit to Pred as well. I know some of these P2 breaks that he had, absolute class. Pred occasionally one-man wrecking crew to break it down. And those highlights right there, might have been a pop-off moment from Ultra, but that was the only sort of clearance they were able to get in game. And Optic, too good of a team and too good at hard point. If they get a 100-point lead, they're never going to let it go.
Yeah, no way. We've not seen too many major comebacks like that, especially in the top 4. It's been a top-heavy league thus far in the season for MW3. A lot is going to change. Again, we'll touch upon the patch and the final few moments here on the way that this game looks for now, but top 4 heavy, top 4 strong.
And it has been a common thread as well that, like, you know, compared to challengers to this top level, the pros just play a different game. I feel like this year there's been the extra level of separation where the top 4 teams play even further of a different game. These guys are elite. They have been here to battle, and on Invasion S&D, you know it's a square-up map. We watched Dashi have again. Clutch of the year so far as well. Ultra, though, they are ready to square up and go toe-to-toe.
Nearly impossible to do this same sort of play back-to-back in the tournament, but we're a double dose of Invasion, folks. We will not be seeing 6-star again, so for those of you who enjoyed the pool hardpoint, well, it's gone. You'll see that maybe only in highlights from here on out. That's the game flow from map number 1, and as you can see, a few bulges, a few moments where things got close, but after P2 and 3 in that first set, there was no real going back. Optic, tremendous momentum, running it all the way to that map 1 win.
Yeah, absolutely clinical performance. Guns hot, and these players locked in as well. Barely a celebration after the map 1 victory. Dialed in, and all attention turned to your coaching staff as well. I know the homework from these squads has been on point. The search game just getting leveled up, and when you go into the majors, and Shotzi, well, dishing out the goods, breaking down the strats, and I know when he wants to get creative, there is no one like him.
Of course, Coach Karma on stage with him, a 3-time Call of Duty champion, those rings clanging all the way backstage. It's a star-studded affair for the Optic Texas lineup, tremendous legacy in that roster. When it comes to this side of the stage as well, for Toronto Ultra, too many second places in the finishing for this organization when it comes to champs. See if they can change that here. They've got a win in a single major so far. Adding 2 at this sort of level would be outstanding.
I know for me, when it's eyes on Shotzi on one side of the stage, it's going to be on Scrap for the other. He's been the superstar. S&D has been the biggest criticism of this guy coming into the major, but so far he has been clinically absurd. Insane in the membrane. First blood's out of control, dropping double-digit kills, and he needs to be able to respond. One of the few players, and actually is included in this list, willing to square up on this map, watching the cross. We might have the occasional instant first blood in a round. There is never a moment to breathe when these guys are alive on the map.
Find the air while you can. This is what Scrappers look like so far at the major, and that is sensational work there, that 1.9. Here we go, though. Bomb in the hands of Kenny on the approach. Search and destroy. We'll take turns attacking and destroying these bomb sites.
And you're just waiting out the nades for that exploding van and maybe getting a little bit of intel, but not too much given away there by Toronto. Shotzi looking to take so much map control already, getting inside of Broken. And notice he still's got the smoke in hand, hasn't used the frag. Nothing being extinguished yet, but Kleenex. Maybe a delicate moment. Damage is being done, and Kenny trying to utilize that to make moves, but has to get out with his life. Optic being back down.
And that's two teams that know each other's tendencies very, very well. They've all done their homework in the build-up to this grand finals, in the build-up to this map. Shotzi looking to find his first blood. Into the fray he finds Envoy. There's the soul smoke for Optic planted down. Kenny finds his on a scrap, so huge advantage right now for Optic Texas.
And this is for an offense win. Pred's going to fall, so maybe the opportunity. Insight and Kleenex for the clutch. Insight, one of the best to do it in these situations, but a 2v3 and Shotzi and a Creddy looking incredibly difficult to break down.
Perfect setup right now for Optic Texas.
And Insight's going to be just waiting, biding his time for Kleenex to clear out everything. And you can see they're grouping up. They're going to try to work it together. Two players coming through dark side.
Starting to run out of time. Here comes the dark side here. Kylo Ken feeling that one. Here's the suppressing fire.
And Insight, you can see, not comfortable in this moment. Still watching his back, and you turn a few too many times. Dashi going to gun you down. Kleenex falls as well. Like dominoes, that round collapses, and Shotzi, that timing in Broken was perfect. Him and Kenny working together as a duo. And Envoy, he just gets caught. Of course, as soon as you get the clearance on the site, especially with a man advantage, very easy to defend. And Optic, that is a perfect, that's exactly what you want for a round one offense.
On the site, finds that first blood and never looks back. Kleenex, he's going to be the man we watch here as he rockets forward towards that A-bomb site. Heavier stack for Optic over towards B. The Kenny is in a very lovely corner inside the park. The view might not be great, but a lot of information is going to be passed over here.
He's just clearing everything out. This is quite literally just playing for the information. Stun check behind one thing. You had a teammate stun land behind the other side of it, so clearing out that space today. But this is just noise. Optic have stacked up B Street. Two players and Broken. A delicate moment for the Ultra players.
It's nice noise, and a couple of tags to just push Kleenex back. Make him possibly rethink the attack towards A, but for now it's going to be Dashi holding the tank position here. This is one of the most important spots on the map.
And Envoy, this is careful. If you choose wrong, you might run into a blender. Stun gonna miss. Ultra don't have any information. They try to make a play towards A, and you get picked apart. Optic, too good of a setup, and the Gunny there to follow. I mean, poor Ultra. You saw every single stun clearing out, just a different spot on the map. They just couldn't suss out the defensive setup, and well, with no information, you just feel the obligation. You try to make a play, and they ran into the Kenny and Dashi blender.
Take our word for it, folks. They were nice kills. That's 3 uncontested for Kenny, 2 for Shotzi, and 2 for Dashi. Pred the only player to fall so far for the Optic roster, so that's a good look there in the stats department. The streaks as well. If you get 6 kills in a row, you do get yourself a cruise missile to throw at the opponents.
There's the opening hail of gunfire again. Players willing to square up, cross map straight off the rip, but that just means when Kenny's shooting, calling out how many players crossed, and a 2-2 split on the defensive side of things from Ultra. As both teams, you can see, they are just thirsty for the information so they can figure out what to do.
Finding any morsel of intel. Anything actionable, not necessarily yet, but scrap, bang, finds 2 out of seemingly nowhere. That's a strong start there for Ultra in the round.
1.9 in S&D at this major. Scrap making a statement. He might just be the best player in the game. 2v4, not gonna last. Envoy catches Dashi. Shotzi cannot make it happen. Scrap finds the timing. Optic played too slow, and he jumps all over you. Big moment for Toronto. They needed that round.
And he's been deafening here in the Matamir Athletic Center all week long. Particularly today, 2 of our top runners here in the league when it comes to fans. And the folks at home as well, whether you're in a watch party, whether you're in the arena or a stream on your own. We're in for one hell of a run tonight, folks. Uncharacteristic attacking around there, chance for Optic Texas. You thought it'd be a bit faster there. I wonder again. You only get a couple of chances to really mix up the play style here before the opponent reads on. In first to 6, you've got too many lives left.
And Pred was aggressive enough inside a cafe that he saw just a 1 player cross through blue side. So I know someone's leaning over towards the broken side of the map, but everybody else from Ultra is still unknown.
Okay, Toronto. I thought Canadians were meant to be nice. A scrap. He's not redecorating the side of that hotel. He's basically looking for information on the inside, but no one home from Optic. All of them backed up on the far left-hand side of the map.
Here we go, though. It's going to be a 4-man hit from Ultra. They're grouping up together. They're attacking Shotzi with Kenny right behind him.
Kenny's right behind him on the inside of the doorwell, so you've got to go fast. Take care of Shotzi ASAP. Lying in wait. Opening salvo fire now complete. And Shotzi Oh, he plays his chances, gets himself one. That's good enough for now. Kenny trying to prevent the players get on towards the bomb site. Lovely shots. Here comes the pinch from Pred.
There's the timing as well. Sent in for the kill. Insight. Well, you're being hunted down. Pred, though, too many things to check. Well, there's the kill, or is it? There we go. 2v2.
2v2. It's a perfect pitch. Polar opposites right now for the Optic boys. Pred wins his fight. Envoy now alone in the 1v2. Has got to stay alive. There's 25 on the clock. Easy pickings there for the Optic boys. Pred takes his time on the attack towards Broken. Guarantees the kill. Helps Dashi out there on the easy defuse. You need 7.5 seconds to defuse the bomb. Those boys had about 25.
And I will say, retaking that site, not an easy feat, even when the odds are even. Pred making monster plays. The timing to go and chase down inside top Broken, but not just that. He's getting fed the information from Dashi about when Scrap actually flies out. So Pred does not get caught off guard, plays it patient, execute, and makes a massive play. A small window of opportunity for Toronto. Get shut down.
We're at the halfway mark here for Optic Texas. 6 will net the map win. And that's a lot of explosions in the distance. That's going to be the frag grenades, and the Semtex is nearly extinguished. Shotzi's gone. He still has the smoke to work with, though.
Stun's not connecting there. A smoke just to be a nuisance. This is the isolated Envoy. He wants the kill, and he's going to get it. That double chow was perfect.
Scrap's trying to cause some chaos here in the smoke, but as soon as it settles and clears, he's going to find himself alone and in dear, dear need of teammates. 50 seconds on the clock. Backs on up. Insight wins his on the other side of the map. The 3 remaining members of Ultra now turtle up and hope for the best.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing on the island fight, and now Shotzi just into death. Ultra, well, you still have an opportunity from Optic as Kenny finds the nade kill. 2v2. And Kenny backs out 1 HP in a dream. 30 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, no one here from Ultra is going to be able to maneuver in a position. They have to hope for a fight. But speaking of maneuvering, it's exactly what Pred has done. He has got himself into a dangerous, dangerous corner.
And Ultra haven't sussed this out just yet. Doors being opened up inside. You get baited the wrong direction. But inside, very patient player. He's waiting for a Kleenex to get involved as well.
They've opted for the other corner. Kenny, oh, the timing not great, but the shot's magnificent. 1v1. Kleenex versus Pred. 2 submachine gun players, 30 seconds to do it.
And Kleenex has just never seen him. Yeah, it's a guessing game at this point. You got to hunt him down, but he just does not know what side.
MCW there in the hands of Kleenex. He's going to try to maneuver through. The Renetti has been such a dangerous tool for so many players this tournament.
He's still going, though, trying to clear every single corner. The final one to check.
Pred, he sees him, lines up for the fight. Oh my, Kleenex! What an unbelievable win. Keeps the 3 spree alive and gives Ultra the round.
Tobias Yule Janssen, there are very few like him. Didn't even check the corner. That is all reaction time, all gunny. In a moment that Ultra desperately needed, him and Scrap taking turns to pop off and make the big play. And here's the second look at it from his perspective. Wow. Just a beautiful moment to have the MCW as well. Pred doesn't connect with that initial bullet. Able to chow with 150 HP.
Pred's still very much within extremely effective range there, so that's an outrageous 1v1 to win. Kleenex now on the 3 spree. We'll see how far that goes. Trophy at the ready as well. That is going to be very handy on the approach towards the B-bomb site.
We're getting mixy. Envoy nearly runs into death, but it turns out just to be bait. Scrap running it down with an AR. This man is happy to be aggressive.
Scrap with a forward position now. The heels are dug in for Ultra. Kenny will throw shoulders. He will just try to bait a waist. And that bomb now making its way forward.
And it's a commitment too. They're going straight towards B, even though Scrap knows 2 players are nearby. His teammates trust him just to keep Kenny and Dashi at bay.
They're happy to take the fight. They've got Insight covering the flank as well, so the backside of their setup is totally safe for now.
And the spot Insight is in. He can see the full map cross, so I think he has the information to play through dark. So Kleenex, he'll be staring at it all day long.
Scrap just taking a couple of love taps here. They're not warning shots from Dashi. He's trying to go for it. Insight again watching that flank. Information pass to Kleenex. Back and forth now you go. Dashi manages to find one of the front lines. So the numbers for Ultra thinning. Bruce pressing forward. Envoy finds himself here a moment ago. The clock ticking. Ultra have got to send it and they can't. Ultra hold the line.
And information wins wars. Envoy might have gotten spooked by the location of the first player, but he gets out with just enough HP, and Scrap again has turned into a beast in search and destroy.
Goes and hunts down that first blood, gets in position, and again, the positioning from inside. He's got control of the rest of the map. Pred never able to make the high IQ play. Insight making sure he stays ahead of the game.
All tied up 3-3. Kleenex managing to find one in that round, so his spree continues. We'll keep you filled on that one, folks, if you're on a mobile device and maybe those digits are a little too tiny for you. But for now, it's an aggressive look. Ultra, that box formation through the middle of the map.
Well, that's unfortunate too. Nate connects for Kleenex, but not quite anyone else there for the follow-up. You see the crossfire being set up as well. It's almost like a guarantee. If you slide out,
I mean, gets in a bit of trouble, it should be fine. Kleenex in trouble. He's going to have to worry about the players from behind. Here comes the hit through the front.
And it's such a big spread because you got Scrap over towards B. You got number 3 Insight over down A Street. So Kleenex never has to be worried about turning. He'll be told if he needs to look.
That door, here it comes. Trophy system working overtime. Optic. Here comes the 3, 2, 1, go. Smoke. Shotzi, tip of the spear, right on through. Envoy. The hard point opener, that is going to sting. Here comes the pod. Inside right into it. Can he catch out another? No, the pinches are on. Scrap, scrambling to find this kill and make it a 1v1. He has sent it. Here comes the push. Oh! Red turns around and gives him the old 1-2 good night.
He lost a 1v1 to a gunfight. Well, his teammate wants to pick it up with his fist. Dashy. PF Flyers on, out of control, and what a moment from Optic. The entire play being set up by Toronto gets broken down by the door and the smoke. Man.
Dashy was 6 HP on the entry to that fight. Scrap had to hit a single bullet, and Fate would have had it another way. Wow, Optic take the lead.
And look at how even this scoreboard as well is for both of these teams. Everybody getting involved in this lobby. And Optic, that is so much mid-map presence. They are getting aggressive on defense. And Ultra going to be here to match them. Already kicking open the door. Dashing for the first blood. Next player by the site. Dead to rights. Pred taking him down.
Pred decapitates Kleenex. Looks for another. Pred! Map point. Optic Texas.
There is one call out and one call out only. It is dead, dead, and then the absolute roar as Pred dominates you in that round.
His player cam has gone sky high. I don't know what he did.
Every single map.
He's been absolutely pumped. Well, a single round is all Optic Texas need. They're on attack. Ultra have got to rip 3 straight in a row.
Only thing more turned than Pred is his camera. One round away, though. Optic, they've been on point on offense. They have shown us different looks and maybe trying to play with the intel. They actually showed so many players cross over towards B, and if Ultra give it up, and they might have, because a bit of a rotation coming back towards B Street. Maybe Optic slightly ahead of the intel game. Belly crawl even, trying to give away nothing.
Still relatively even 2-2 setup. 2 players on the B Street there for Toronto Ultra, 2 players in the middle of the map. So whatever you do, Optic Texas, you're running into trouble. Oh, Kleenex manages to pick out at least Kenny. Advantage now on Shotzi. Can he take care of Kleenex? The answer is yes.
You just never expect the player to be that aggressive. And well, here's the bomb potentially down. Shotzi wants to give it a second, but it's only stun, not a nade, and Pred gets number 5. Pred out here calling game.
Optic Texas come out swinging. Map 2 goes their way. And a devastating performance there on Invasion. 6-3 our final score. And they are halfway to a championship.
And Pred getting his revenge as well. Got picked apart in the 1v1 and responds by dropping double digits in the game and making the play of the game as well. Optic on both ends of that map completely on point, and I just love the way they even set the tone. The offensive round right off the bat in round number 1, able to execute and get it done. Strats on point, game plan on point. Kenny dropping damage the entire time, but Pred, make no mistake, that game is him and Shotzi, the SMG duo. 10 kills for Pred, 4 entries from Shotzi. Again, there are very few like them.
Well, we are marching through this grand finals swiftly, thanks to the efforts of Optic Texas. Invasion Control coming up in just a moment. We'll be dealing with that in a sec, but until then, just a look back across how things have gone. Proceedings very much going the way of the green team. Chance Ultra have come out a little too slow. they had plenty of time to get things going and warm up, and it's not really happened yet.
I mean, look, again, a square up on sub base, the decision in the pick and bans rather, that is just a massive opportunity from Optic early on in the series. They have taken full advantage of it, but make no mistake, Toronto, they're gonna strike back.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to strike back. Our Major 1 champions have got an opportunity to win another one here, but they need to peel a few maps off. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, folks. On the other end of this, we play Control. Our grand finals here at Major 3, far from over. When we come back, we stay on Invasion.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, taking my hot. Yep, don't worry about it.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're not only coming at you live from Toronto, we're also there in Columbus as well. The folks putting on the show all over the place. very, very excited to get through this one. Do it for the game flow. Whatever that means. I'll find. Oh, actually, that might be an insider joke. Well, we've got a tough nut to crack here, and it's a diamond nut on the stage that our two teams will be playing for. Toronto, once again, have outdone themselves. As a team and as an organization, we're putting up these absolutely gorgeous trophies, whether it's a squirrel holding an actual nut or now a gigantic diamond nut in what looks like a little bit like the TN Tower. Is it TN? Maybe. We'll come back to that later. We're staying on Invasion, folks, so we're playing Control. Here we go.
And either way, for Toronto Ultra, as good as the tournament has been, as much as we love the organization for the team, job's not finished. You are down 2-0 in the series, and Optic seemingly have completely found their form. They have leveled up the game, and I am digging the energy that Pred has brought to this squad. We're watching him levitate out of his chair. Shotzi, the most animated we've ever seen him. These guys are roaring and so far cruising through the grand finals, taking Toronto to task.
And momentum's a hell of a thing. You bring down FaZe, and now you get brought down by Envoy. Nice opening kills here from both teams. Now in Control, we've got two zones to capture. Ultra will be defending first. Optic will be diving into the A and the B zone. Find out whatever happens first. Capture the zone or eliminate your enemies 30 times. The race is on.
Well, right now with Optic, if they get like one kill and maybe get prepared, actually Ultra, they're swarming on the A pressure, so they're ready on defense, but can he be ready for Pred? Looking for the trades, you're gonna get it. Toronto dealt with the pressure, and now Scrap setting up for the spawn kills. This is a big kill Kenny's gonna need to get, or else you might end up in a spawn trap, and Scrap delivers you to hell.
At the very least, Shotzi manages to fight his way out. Now pressure on towards Insight. Crawling towards that B zone. The other side of the map has been made safe as the pinch is complete, and it's a purple feed. Ultra in Control.
Oh, this is terrible. This is worst case scenario from Optic, but big wins. Kenny gives you 2 and Dashi for 1. You open up the floodgates. Now you can safely traverse over towards B.
The calamitous situation to be in if you lose more than 2 players at a time. Very, very tough spot to be in. 2 players now for Optic. They're capturing the B zone. It's going to make it go by very quick. The first segment done and saved. Wow, Scrap though. Immediate attack on towards the zone. Kenny gets 2.
That's an interesting decision. Kenny hops off the point just to sort of fake out Scrap for a moment, but right now 18 seconds, desperation effort. Optic still clinging on to dear life. That B zone, 2 players on it, gonna fall fairly quickly. Ultra might be chalking this one up, and well, they're gonna have to play the long game.
An additional minute will be added to the game clock in a second at 16. There we go, forward on towards the A zone now. All that remains for Ultra in this opening round.
I will say those were huge gunfights being won by Kenny and Dashi just to make sure that the spawn trap doesn't commence, because Toronto could have picked you apart in this rounds. Now though, trying to hunt down Pred. Kleenex able to get out with his life, but as Scrap falls, A Street becomes much more open.
Yeah, we've still got Insight to worry about.
A Street's wide open to the zone.
They're going to keep a run for it. Kleenex, you've got to cut 2 players down. Big wins from Optic. Oh, Kenny finds a pair. It's a full spree, and now they're on A.
It is the entire blank. How many players can stack number 6? Turn your around and get on it. It's going to be a triple stack.
Whoa!
This is going to fly.
3 players on it. 2 trophy systems. They're going for it. Nothing's going to make it through there but bullets, and that's exactly what Envoy and Scrap do. Shotzi now alone. Brought down. The A zone safe. And now secure. A single segment remains. 40 seconds to capture it.
For Optic fans, I know you wanted more. Technically still though, well, it is fantastic that you get those 2 ticks, but how close you would have been just to being devastating. And well, Scrap, the main that picked up 3 kills to shut down the A zone, gives you the hands as well.
25 seconds on the clock. Starting to run red. Envoy on the A Street side of the map's going to have to go very large here. Perfect coverage there from Scrap in the middle. This is a beautiful interlocking field of fire. And Envoy will be able to drive the dagger. The first, the second. As the Dark Prince springs to life, and that should be the round. No way they make it towards the zone in 10. Strong work out of Ultra here in the first.
Yeah, Scrap will be the iron wall in this moment. Nobody's going to be able to slip through and get to this zone. Not before they meet death. That is an absurd first round. Optic, honestly, that is a heavyweight punch. Nice little right hook to get those 2 ticks, but Scrap, nice little uppercut of his own. The savior right now for Toronto.
While we're keeping count, Optic managed to capture 5 segments in that opening attacking round. That will come into account if we do have to go to a decider. The team with the most segments captured gets defense. Whether that makes a difference for either team, we'll soon find out. We swap sides now, and we see Ultra attack.
The positioning looks like Toronto, yeah, going to do the default straight over towards this B zone. Nobody on Optic watching the cross, and you can see triple stacking A. Optic were that concerned about potential funny business off the rip that they're willing to play for the retake scenario. And Kleenex up top, checks every corner. Shotzi, though, ahead of the game. High IQ. Optic on the defensive end. Well, they're not going to stop the B capture just yet, but they are storming. They are on their way.
Shotzi looking like Andrew Garfield in the corner there, little spider and Envoy preparing these players up, not enough to get both, or will it? Beautiful teamwork, the double bait and switch there, and Ultra, they come out on top. That car comes out on top as Shotzi gets the kill, but you're still getting the B zone capture done. One segment down, halfway through the second.
There's interesting timing going on as well, potentially down that A street, but Dashi going to back up and be the iron defense because his teammates are putting in some serious work towards the zone. I mean, Toronto are having to battle and do absurd things just to try to capture it, but a solo cap for the moment. A free kill there for Scrap. But here's the potential big moment in sight. If you win that gunfight, the pressure on A could have been problematic, but instead, back over towards B.
He didn't win the gunfight, but he got his own trade with the nade there. Now, pressure is on. 2 minutes on the game clock. Not a whole lot of lives lost either side. And ooh, Scrap's getting sneaky in the attack here.
Yeah, he wants these next 2 kills. Well, now he just wants this. A cruise missile can go such a long way, but he gets cut down immediately. Big moment there from Shotzi. Shut down the 5, but now look at insight. The pressure on the zone. Optic, how many nades and stuns do you have? You got to weed them out.
Oh, cook that one well. Does get 1 out of it, but that's going to be the attack there from Optic. Saved. Minute 40 to go. Kleenex still keeping the pressure up. Lovely shots. In and out he goes. Pinch there. Oh no, what a snap on the first player. The transition now. You're trying to buy time and space for your squad to move forward.
Oh man, Dashi's slowing him down just enough as well. Scrap and Envoy could have made the play, but Envoy still currently is the nuisance, the thorn in your side. 2 players' attention drag back his direction. And that just means his teammates need to get in the mix. Kenny, not the right corner to check, and Envoy continues to be Houdini.
Oh, well, he's Houdini, and now he's got to be something a bit more special. Regardless, the team has been wiped. Optic are gone. Now, Ultra able to stack 3 members in. Scrap's like, boys, wait for me. I can come help cap it as well. Shotzi finds 2. This is far from over.
They line up for Shotzi, and now only 2 cap. Well, the second tick doesn't even go through. Can you flood him before it happens? I can't tell if they got it, but Ultra did just enough to tie it up on the tick front. And with only 9 lives remaining from Optic, they have to pump the brakes and be delicate. You can lose this 2 different ways.
Give a minute to go, and you have 14 lives if you're Ultra on the attack here. Optic Texas have got to be far more economical with their lives. 9 remaining. A moment of quiet falls across Invasion. Kenny and Pred turn the volume right back up. Here comes Shotzi, not able to get his. Mid-map presence now lost. Inside, whoa, loses a tough one against the pillar and against Dashi there. Pressure now on, 30 seconds.
And this is going to turn frantic with only 30 seconds remaining. Ultra, they're going to have to start pushing the pace. No time to clear every single corner. Going to have to start running it down. Envoy leading the charge with the reinforcements behind him, getting picked apart along the way.
Oh, Shotzi stomps on the outside now, allows Envoy to push through. 15 seconds. Got to get a few more kills. It would have helped, but it's 3 in the feed there for Optic. Final 10. We're about to be all tied up.
And these rounds, I mean, they are just being executed by the smallest of margins. Both teams having opportunities to capture the A zone, but the smallest of slips cost you the offensive round win. The 2 ticks of progress are fantastic, but that just means we are all squared away, all tied up going into this next one. And I know Shotzi, very proud of the 2-piece he was able to get when those players lined up. A mishap Ultra. Atypical for them to make.
I know, it's a wild one. Scrap giving up that position. Oh my good God.
And his movement even just insane. To have the awareness to know to hop on the center block. Shotzi, everything he does is dialed to perfection.
Wow, well, Scrap got him back at the start of this round. That is a brilliant opener and a very, very important thing to have here. Can Fred, oh no! Ultra have come out and they've knocked the teeth out.
I mean, this was Optic trying to be aggressive in the moment. They're still trying to pour on this pressure. Nice reads! Could have been 3 in the feed, but Envoy built different. Kenny, he's on a 4, but he's also completely by himself. Great damage being done, but a long way to go. There's number 5. You want the cruise, you want the time. You bite off more than you can chew, but you also buy your team some pressure. But Envoy, the key gunfights he has been winning, he's on the pinch inside of Ice Cream. His Optic are getting aggressive on the map, but right now, I mean, no one is on either zone.
It's nice kills again from Optic. Envoy still, he's that top left-hand side of the minimap. We call that area Ice Cream. He's roaming around by B now. His spree comes to an end. His little run is done. A zone. All Ultra boys for now. Shotzi managed to pick Insight right out of the fight there. On to B for a second. In comes the cap.
Yeah, the value of Shotzi's life, by the way. Getting inside a cafe, Ultra is so careful to roam back over towards that A zone that it just opens up the pressure on the map. Optic can recollect and go capture B. So, Toronto, you can see they are happy to play a very safe game on defense. But for the moment, getting picked apart. While Shotzi's going to fall, you still have Dashi on a 5.
Dashi's absolutely staying alive for that moment. Beautiful work there from Scrap. That was purely a wallbang kill, so he didn't see him. Oh, Dashi saw that. Here comes the hits. That's the cruise. Scrap gets dropped. 15 lives remaining for Ultra on the defense.
And Dashi centering absolutely perfect. Knows the slide is going to come in. He's aiming down just a little bit. His read's on point, and this is the moment from Optic. This is the go button being hit. 2 kills in the feed. Now you flip towards A as Dashi unkillable. Big Bruce slamming you down.
Ultra now having to fall back immediately towards the A zone. Do not want to lose lives here. Kleenex caught out. Pred assassinates his way forward. Another now. Dashi finds his 10th in a row. And you've still got a bit of space to work with. Pred eliminated. Now, Ultra on the back foot.
I mean, just keep like the foot on the gas right now. They only have 8 lives and you got a minute. Continue just to slay.
A very different round this time. Optic have gone for the absolute jugular. You've slaughtered Ultra in the kills department. Kleenex doing what you can to stay alive. Push forward. You've got 45 seconds of the round is yours.
And Kenny, the most objective-minded player on Optic in this moment, when he was trying to get towards A, gets gunned across the map by Insight, wins a huge one-on-one. 7 lives remaining, and this is 30 seconds burnt off the clock. Optic might be missing the moment, but here comes the cruise.
Might be able to get another one. The cruise is going to be good enough to push Envoy inside. Not enough for the kill, but that allows Optic to run through the streets uncontested. Oh dear, they managed to find a kill or two before being traded, but that's onto the A zone now. Pred on the hunt for another. Kleenex wins it. On the zone, Dashi alone, tagged up. Can he find kills? 1 and done. Ultra holding on for now.
This is a missed opportunity from Optic. Like, the pace has just been slowed so much. 14 seconds on the clock, and look at this setup from Toronto, swarming around this time.
They're pushing it back. 10 seconds though. There's still an opportunity to get in here if you're Optic Texas. They find 2 kills. Shotzi is in. Kleenex wins his. He gets himself a cruise as well, and now the clock ticking. Stay alive for a moment. Kenny wins it. They're in. 1.2 on the clock. Insight has got to go big. Can he win the fight? No. Optic slay him out. The live count dwindles. And the opportunity this time is not missed.
And that is how important moments like that are and how big the round was. Shotzi getting on his feet. A moment like that could be decisive for the game. And Dashi popping off, gets 23 kills, nice stun, and easy wins for Big Bruce towards the end. 1.2 left on the clock, the 1v1. Insanity. A 10 spree from Dashi to set the entire thing up.
Absolutely outstanding work from Big Bruce. They're not booze you here, it's a Bruce. And for now, it's bruises on both teams as the opening hits land. A couple of contusions and confusion across Invasion.
This is too much right now for Toronto. Going down 3-0 would be devastating. What has now been a nearly perfect series from Optic Texas in the grand finals. The onslaught just continues. Seemingly every kill been flowing their way. And, well, last man near the point is Kleenex. Shotzi, easy reads and great hit fire. MCW reigns supreme.
Absolutely brilliant work. And Dashi right back into it. Inside. Well, finally, I only had to land 1. Good enough for now. Shotzi still keeping the pressure up. Desperately keeping Ultra away from the A zone. Less than a minute to play here.
And it's another one of these moments. It's Insight sort of roaming over towards this A zone. Might be able to get the pressure and cross over towards time. Kenny, though, trying to back him down. Good tags through the wall. And this is the same situation. Wow. You can't even stop it. And now you might have the opportunity from Optic. They can go quickly back over towards B.
Kenny's just absolute magnificent game knowledge. Beautiful teamwork here from Optic. Kenny and Dashi running the A street. That is their part of town. They're not letting it go. B, they might have to let go. The second segment on its way out.
I thought Envoy wasn't going to shoot. I thought he was going to try to make the sneaky play, but why be sneaky when you can kill everything? Pred, though, talk about a big gunfight for him to win. Insight still pouring the pressure. Ultra trying to do everything at once, but the defense has been spectacular for Optic Texas. Still in prime position.
That one gunfight from Pred basically saves the A zone from any sort of pressure now. B gets captured, and another minute to go, and only 3 lives. Make it 4, separating our teams.
Ultra, they are just trying to be so annoying, but they can't get anything done in a big down 3 in the feed. Go and take that space. Dashi on the bridge. Everybody else flooding up the map. In Toronto, you are trapped in Palace, and this is not a fun spot to have to use the cruise.
Yeah, this is not ideal situation to be in, but you're going to land this, say bye-bye to Kenny. That's 2 down. Can you take care of the player on bridge? Yes, you can. A free reign across the map for about 4 seconds. Ultra have got now. Pred off spawn, straight into the feed. That is sensational defensive work.
Those long-range shots, incredible. Doing that to Scrap as well. Optic stabilized in 55 seconds. Ultra trying to group up together and look to see if they can find a little bit of magic too in the feed. And well, the go button here, Envoy though, by his lonesome, gets caught out, come off respawn, got to do it all again.
And it looks like the kills might be the decider again. 8 lives left here for Ultra, 40 seconds to go as Optic. You slay out 8 more players and you win the map, and you're on tournament point. Time to get going.
Optic are turtling. A lot of space taken. Pred 1 shot near the zone, trying to clear out Laundry. Insight. 1 more set of gunfights, and Ultra, they're going to get to the zone, but Pred able to drop them. Now it's a 3v4.
Pressure, no, still not losing space. Kleenex flies into danger, and he's eaten alive. That's it. That should be the map. The last few set of kills, the lives thrown from Ultra. And Insight is going to swing for the fences, but it is all going to be in vain. The invasion has been halted. Optic Texas, they have marched across the border, and they are well and truly feeling good here in this grand finals.
Possibly the best Optic has looked all year. These guys have collectively achieved the flow state. Effectively 2 rounds of invasion against Toronto Ultra where they bullied them on the life count. The round where Dashi goes on the 10 spree Ultra, they have had no answer, no response. Optic Texas on an absolute tear. The defense is spectacular, but those offensive kills, Optic Texas, I mean, they might just be setting a new bar.
It is tournament point right now for our Texan team, as these 2 squads have had their fair share of grand finals back and forth chance, and this is another blowout.
And it's the offensive kills that are the separation on invasion. You have 19 for Dashi and 17 for Kenny. The ARs taking Toronto to task, and here's a couple looks as to why. Great information, big 2-piece for Kenny, and everybody is roaring. When you got the big call-outs like that from Kenny, you know, yes, in fact, they are cooking.
This is a wonderful set of highlights here again. Good work there from Ultra from time to time, but not enough, man. Optic, they are just on another level now. You bring down FaZe, well, both your teams do technically, but you send FaZe home, and now you look absolutely devastating.
Yeah, and we're going to need a second look. Here's the Shotzi moment. Talk about the impact of those gunfights alone. The little hop onto the cinder block, able to catch 2 players as well. So instead of a 4-stack where that might have been a guarantee that Ultra win the round, Shotzi just rips your soul out before you and breaks your heart in front of their home crowd and saves that round. And really just setting his teammates up for the kill. Optic, this started to get just bonkers. To do this on the life count, to get down to 1.2 seconds on the clock, and truly a 1v1, Dashi on point. If that stun doesn't connect, who knows how that gunfight goes, but Dashi, the ice has been existing in his veins on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's outstanding composure from the native Canadian on stage, of course, Karma also in the roster there, but for now, Big Bruce putting on for his country, not necessarily the one he's representing in the matchup.
Rio Crud.
What we know about Toronto, though, these guys have had incredible comebacks and hardpoint you've seen this year. Down 140 points against the top team in the game, doesn't matter. It is because of that resolve. We know they're a team incredibly capable of regaining, but from Optic, we talked about in the sub base, at some point, it is just too big of a lead, and up 3-0 might very well be that. I want to talk about the impact of Pred. What a pickup from Optic in this offseason. I know when Shotzi has talked about it in interviews, it's taken them a bit of time to get used to each other's play styles, but here they are in a grand final, and it's looking like they've been playing together for a decade. The energy feeding off of one another, and you can see how comfortable they are now. The last of Kenny. Oh, how things change.
Great thread from Josh on the Bluebird today. But for now, it's right back into the game. We're almost ready to get into this next one. Now, Charles, a very, very spicy hard point here. I mean, I don't know where we go from here. This Rio should be a blinder. Optic Texas have looked sensational on it so far, and you can feel it in the air. They know this is the last course of the meal that they are hungry to eat.
And this is a Rio that I think Ultra fans are going to be a little bit spooked to see, because the biggest hardpoint struggle Toronto have had throughout this stage, it has been their SMG Envoy that certainly turned the tide around, but there was moments where he was struggling, and Insight had his share as well. Rio, a map specifically that they have shown those weaknesses on, but the 6-2 record, where it has been good is where Scrap, AR for the team, pulls out that third rival 9 and again turns into the absolute master. You need a masterclass performance here, or else Optic might just run you over.
Tournament point, Optic Texas, one more map, and they get to lift that big old nut over their head. Here we go, folks. It's going to have to be an absolute stormer from Toronto here. Kleenex starts things off explosively. We trade things out and you get a little bit of back and forth, but that's Optic's hard point.
And you see MCW off the rip there from Scrap, so he might be switching things up depending on the hill that we're on. But right now, Optic inside of the hill and maintaining those right side spawns. Right now, things are flowing. A nice two-piece from Kenny. Optic already setting the tone.
Scrap it. Doesn't check it. Wow! Still gets the kill, though.
If you notice in the feed, though, Shotzi did take one extra player to the grave, so it looks like he got world starred. No, he got the extra kill. Optic still in control, except for they do not read these spawns until number 5 spawns out, so Ultra maybe going to be able to take advantage on this rotation, but still a long way to go.
The iron grip of Optic across P1 pays off. They're going to get every final second there as we go towards the second hard point. Shotzi running circles around you in your spawn.
Yeah, he's such a problem right now. So many players turn his direction, and it takes 3 players effectively to keep it. But look at the spawn from number 5, because Scrap spawns out at the old time. Optic get gifted the back.
They've got a lot of presence here towards the back. They've got a few more kills to get. That helps a lot. Kleenex is gone. Members of Ultra now on the hard point, starting to thin out. An awkward gunfight there comes to a close. And with that said, Optic are wiped. That's Ultra's hard point.
And what a moment. Well, Pred doesn't even last. Can't be a nuisance on the flank. Now Optic might actually start getting spawn trap on the right side. Key gunfights attempted to be won. Envoy staying alive. Scrap the overseer. The teamwork of Ultra is starting to connect.
Starting to connect. The 3 spree though for Envoy done. Scrap, he's up next. Keep him at bay. Shotzi with in and out. Trades are going to be done in a moment, and it's Kleenex. Can he find the next one? Beautiful work, Envoy with the coverage overhead, but it's Optic's hard point. Dashi gets in there and gets ripped by Envoy.
Those shots are clinically absurd, and that's just to strip away a little bit of extra time. So one gunfight, maybe for 4 seconds, and Insight, well, he just gets red. The stun connects. Optic there to drop him. Kenny trying to put the pressure on the flank. Ultra, though, nice and secure. Nobody slipped through the net, except for maybe number 7. Scrap's headset works, though, able to go and hunt him down.
It's working fantastically. Thank you very much. His controller working pretty well also. Well, the new hard point's up. This is a tough one. A tiny little room, lots of ways in, and lots of problems to deal with. Envoy finding at least one out of this. But again, so much aggression from the Optic boys. Pred soars in. Last man Scrap wins the fight, and a bit too much salt and pepper on that steak.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of extra confidence, trying to get back in the mix. His confidence so far in this series, well, gotta crank it up.
Lead change. Ultra now in control. The guns are starting to heat up. Scrap starting to feel it. Mouthing off in game, mouthing off in real life. 15 seconds remaining here on our next hard point. And we go towards Nude. Here we go, Chance. Solid lead here for Ultra. They've got to keep it going, but Optic are in first. Down bottom of the map, the garage.
On Optic, well, yeah, nice and secure. You get the left side spawns as well, and he capitalized with a full advantage on this rotation. Envoy gets caught as well. Optic reading everything perfectly, and Dashi in his brand new home behind the van.
Yeah, that van is an absolute stalwart of defense here. Trophy systems as well, making sure that nothing makes it through the air except for bullets. And whoa, Kleenex and Envoy find theirs. The trophies are gone. They've been replaced, but it's Pred on the flank at 10 and 5. A few more kills and he gets a cruise. Ow! Pred roaming the halls of Rio right now. There it is, 6 in a row. Optic's hard point, lead change.
It takes so many players to hunt this guy down. Popping off once again. He's got 12 shots, he has 10. How much this SMG duo loves to see them some Rio.
Also get a little sweet corner, lie down, enjoy the roses. Shots, he finds himself another 11 and 9. He has had a brilliant Sunday so far here in Toronto. New hard point on its way. Ultra in there first.
And Pred's going to be able to follow this up off spawn, calling it a cruise missile. Teammates going to get in position, use that as the entry for the time, or maybe just want to run it down. Pred going towards the middle of the map. He's happy. He's got a rival 9. That's the real streak.
Here it goes towards that point. Insight might have caught that. Nice kills from Toronto. Shotzi from down low now. Cut his way forward. As Insight manages to stay alive once again. Nobody in the point, but Ultra have got some space to work with. How's he still alive?
Insight loves that angle. He's going to stay there as well. Pred now on the prowl. Insight finally taken down. An Envoy, you know he's behind the pillar. It's a dancing game around the zone. And Optic, the better dancers. The boots are made for walking, and well, the time is theirs too.
Those boots were made for kicking ass. So over 100 points we now go as Optic Texas marching into the lead. 25 seconds remaining here. Scrap with a couple. You still have yet to get the boys out the point. No winner is decisive. Nice work from Insight there as you can breathe a sigh of relief for now. We go back to the middle of the map once again. Our second set begins in 10.
I will say that is a big 20 seconds from Ultra to get. I was going to say, Shotzi doesn't want to have the scrap time, but either way for Toronto, they are getting outslayed. Only 2 players positive, and it is by the thinnest of margins. Right now being outslayed by the SMG duo, but Toronto doing a good job at keeping things close, and here comes the cruise call from Pred. Can his teammates get in position though? Shotzi makes his way to the top.
Able to get themselves into the point. So under the coverage of the cruise, no kills, but that is huge map control. Now the hard point. Guns are at the ready. Scrap never going to win that fight. Not enough hit points to get the job done. Pressure from the Eskies as Envoy goes toe-to-toe with Pred. Not a friendly fight, especially when you don't have the first shot.
These guys are soaring right now. The no pop-off plays for Toronto. Kleenex able to give you 2, but Optic on P1, almost skeet shooting right now from Kenny. Overwhelmed by the stuns and nades. Ultra still have the right side spawns as well, but big scrap time. Final 20 seconds to get an Optic. Just forcing you into dead dashy, letting it run.
You're winning the trade battles. You're walking out on top of all of these major engagements. You've always got a man in the point. It's wonderful work from Optic Texas so far in the feed. Let's go for a listen in.
Let's go. Inside gate.
Watch the ramp. I'm on the ramp.
Nice job, brother.
I'm on the ramp. Go, absolute.
Nice job. I did it.
Nice kills, Ken. We scored that, Ken.
Tell me. I'm dead. I mean, half one. I 3 it up. 3 it up. Contest is a little bit.
Time on somebody, no trophy.
Yeah, you guys are gonna pop. That's one.
You guys hot dog or some shit. On time, scrap. Absolute scrap on time.
Plat. He's in the plat corner.
Plat corner. I can't see plat corner.
Nice job, man. Take it.
Let me show them. Gate. Gate inside. I'm running a gate. Get time.
I got time, baby. Go.
He's gate. He went halfway.
Too short. I got one down there. It's 20 feet. I'm caution on me. Right there.
Over there. Same spot. Nice.
One more. I'm playing the mode. Pick up middle. I have a left.
I'm playing mid aggressive. Get time, Bruce.
I have a pusher.
I have a limit. Get time, Bruce.
First guy Kleenex going right, but where's the Envoy? You heard?
Yeah.
Alright, first guy Kleenex. He's going right. I got it, AJ. You're good.
AJ, pitch right. Turn right.
Go right. Come back.
I can be the back.
Hey, go ahead.
I'm pitching him.
Let me, bro.
Go to the back. I'm behind him all. Stay left.
I'm looking at it. Yeah, back there.
Inside the back. Stay left.
Inside. Understand.
Last guy time.
He went Eskies.
I'm behind the mid.
I'm trying to make
I'm really fucking age right now.
I'm back.
Upstairs. One shot. Tom, one shot.
Mid. Mid.
Both point. I got Eskies.
I have Eskies in a second.
Eskies clean it.
Alright, hitting the wrong button. No.
I'm pitching.
No, I'm right.
I'm pitching the lobby.
I got him.
I'm pitching the lobby. One second. I can kill him. Stay left.
I'm staying alive. Flood new.
Keep flooding. I have pitch, Bruce.
It feels like destiny right now. Optic Texas, the listening was absolutely brilliant. The kills have been unreal, and the scoreline is unstoppable.
These guys have elevated. They are gods on the map. They are playing with too much energy. They cannot be stopped. Pred and Shotzi out of control. 4 in the feed in domination on Rio. A flawless grand finals performance.
20 for the win. Optic flying forward. Ultra, it's a last-ditch attempt to stay alive. 3 in the feed and a bit of a hard point.
No, this is hopeless. There is nothing Ultra can do when Optic are playing like this. 32 kills from Shotzi. They can switch up the pace. They just have too much energy.
Optic just waiting to collect that trophy.
Chemistry and time now put to the test. They have been so unbelievable in the 1v1s. The trades every time as Optics comms furiously calling out the final few positions of these players. 10 seconds and they are your champions. Dashi brought down. It's another last-ditch attempt here from Ultra. Have they finally found their footing here in this finals? We'll find out as Pred battling forward. Ultra survive again.
It's not going to matter. Optic are going to do this. They're going to get it done. The onslaught is coming. Insight can feel the pressure. He's going to fall one by one. Ultra, your final stand.
Here we go. The last march of Toronto here on Rio. Dashi cuts them down. It's 5 for the win. And on this Sunday, what a Sunday it was. A wave of elation across the Matamei Athletic Center. Optic Texas have done it. And in front of a sold-out home crowd, they have turned that sea of green. What a unbelievable hard point from Optic Texas.
And that is the moment that ends the drought. Such a long time since Optic has won in the CDL, but a performance like that, absolutely flawless.
It was a tough nut to crack. Your champions, Optic Texas.
It's been a long ass time, and honestly, I'm really fucking proud of these guys. We started the tournament, and I mean, even this split pretty shitty, and we turned it around. You know, the first 2 days weren't great, and I don't know. I think it's just a testament to all the hard work we put in, and you know, it's been hard to get it to all come together. And, I mean, I think a big thing is AG, this guy right here. Just everything we've been trying to do. I think he was like the glue with how he played today, and we all played fucking great.
To AG, aka the Thunder from down under. It's Pred. Pred, talk to me about how it feels to win yet again in the CDL.
Oh man, the words can't explain. I'm honestly speechless right now. It's my second time winning in Toronto, so I might rock and run Toronto. I just want to say shout out to my teammates in the green wall, man. Like I always say, you guys are unguardable, man. My teammates right here, I couldn't do this without them. Damon, JP, man, we are fucking disgusting, dude.
Disgusting. Pass the mic on over to Bruce.
Yo. Okay, I see you, Toronto. Okay.
Bruce, it's been 805 days since you and Shotzi won.
God damn.
How does it feel to bring a chip back home to the green wall?
It feels unreal. We put in a lot of work for this, so shout out to the boys, shout out to the green wall. This one's for you guys. It's been too long, man. It's been too long. But yeah, my teammates are disgusting, and we're putting in the work, and it's been showing.
Definitely did put in the work, okay? Pass it on over to Shotzi, the multi-FPS champion. Make some noise. Shotzi, man, what a tournament this has been for you. Talk to me about how you're feeling in this moment.
I'm feeling amazing. I lost my voice. I'm proud of the boys. I'm just glad that we were able to bring one home.
And you know what, Shotzi? I need to let you know, and everyone here and around the world, that you are MVP of Major 3. Shotzi!
Let's get it. Let's get it. We're going to get you that trophy. Now hand it on over to Kylo Kid. Hand the mic over to Kylo Kid, Shotzi. Bro, talk to me. You're back on top. How does it feel, Kid?
Feels amazing. I mean, I came to this team and promised some championships, so I had to fulfill my promise, and here's one. And it's not enough yet.
There you go. Hand me the mic, okay? Hex, is there anything you want to say to the Green Wall fans out here that's been cheering for you guys?
Do I have anything to say to the best fans in the world? 1, thank you for your patience. 2, another round of applause for these fine gentlemen. Yes, 3 new chains are gonna be printed as we speak for my man Kenny, my man JP, and of course, Pred.
All right, you heard it from the man himself, Hex. One more time, Toronto. I want your voice to be heard. Give it up for the major 3 champions of the Texas.
You can't ask for a better year of Call of Duty than what we have here in Modern Warfare 3. After 805 days, Optic gets the W in an emphatic fashion, a 4-0 over the hometown Toronto Ultra.
We have now had 3 different winners at all 3 of our majors thus far this year, and the funniest part of it is still the Ghost of Thieves. Now all former members of that LA Thieves roster with Octane have a chip on their shoulder for this year.
Yes, Scump retiring was not in vain. They restructured this roster, repurposed, and brought in some players to get championships. It was a tough start to the season, but you could see them inching their way towards that victory. 2nd place finish at the last event, working on their game, and hard work pays off. Getting the championship here, 4-0 fashion? Are you kidding me? In the grand finals? These kids are unbelievable.
Well-deserved change. You see one rocking around Hex's neck. He is going to give one to JP, Pred, and Kenny, of course, for their championship one tonight. And wow, what a road this was. You ran into Toronto in the winner's bracket, a 3-1 beating. Kenny takes to Twitter saying, I didn't do enough. I didn't play hard enough. Today, he brought his A game, and so did the rest of the team.
And that's the main aspect of this roster and why they're finding so much success. Accountability. You know who brings that to a roster? Kenny.
Yeah.
Some of the rosters he's been on, the world championship that he has, he's brought that mentality, and you can see it was infectious to the guys around him, and everybody has improved. Dashy, best tournament of the year so far, clutching up every time you needed him to.
And I completely agree with you. And something else that I think I've really felt from this Optic team during this year is the fact that their resilience just has been showing through each and every one of these matches. I felt like it used to be in the past, you know, when they would start to slip up, they'd be really hard on themselves and they struggled to get back on their feet. That did not happen this weekend. It was game 5 after game 5. They get sent down to elimination. They come back. They had to play 3 matches in a row, and they 4-0 Toronto Ultra at their own home major.
We said they were the most clutch team throughout all of the major 2 qualifiers. They fell short to Atlanta in our grand finals in Miami, but now 1 major later, they have taken down Atlanta, they have taken down Toronto, and they are the top team in Call of Duty right now. When it comes to the best player, well, we at least know the most entertaining and most valuable player for this tournament is Shotzi. Let's take a look at some of his best.
Shotzi's been a force to be reckoned with, Ali. I see you gearing up. What you got to say?
I was just about to start spitting numbers that I know a lot of you sometimes don't care about, but like just overall, I mean, this guy almost dropped a 40 bomb. He's triple posse and search and destroy. I mean, throughout the entirety of the weekend, when Optic is finding success, it's off of plays from a player like this, just always taking that extra step to take the risk to try and make a heroic play.
I felt like this was the first tournament in so long where Shotzi actually fed off the energy of the crowd. You saw him after these maps when he was had these takeover performances. He relished in it. He's like, okay, yeah, I am him. I'm taking over this game, and he would use that momentum going forward, and that's why in this finals they destroyed them. Like, they were challenging everything, and Shotzi, every single time you give that guy an opportunity, he runs with it. That elusive movement, the shot, and then the intellectual play as well. When he gets behind enemy lines, you can't find him. Shotzi's unreal.
Unfortunately for him, the pool will no longer be in action in Major 4, but this man is the king of the water and the king of Toronto. Congratulations to the movement god, Shotzi, on the Major 3 MVP award.
And his name has been in question by a lot of people on social media. Everybody's saying like maybe sometimes he gets worse on land or that he can't play well against Atlanta FaZe. Well, he dispels all of that, saying none of you guys are right. I can come in here, I can be the best in the world, put it together and get a chip. And he put it on full display this weekend.
And there is a look at his teammate Kenny coming over from LA Thieves, joins up with Optic Texas. A leadership role on the comms, a leadership role on rotations, but this young man is the new face of Call of Duty. He took over that role after Scump retired, and he is living up to all of the hype we heard when he came over from Halo to the COD scene.
Yeah, and it was throughout the whole weekend, right? It wasn't just in the grand final that Shotzi was putting up these numbers. It was the match before versus Atlanta. It was the match before versus New York Subliners. Throughout the entirety of the weekend, he's been dropping MVP numbers. Even from the first match that they played in, where the crowd was already shouting MVP for Shotzi.
Yeah, and also, you know, the players are so great. Shotzi was fantastic, phenomenal, but the coaching staff did a great job throughout this stage. I mean, you're talking about a roster that fine-tuned and focused on certain maps that they couldn't win against Atlanta FaZe, and then when it's actually crunch time, it's time to play them, they put those right in the map pool. We ain't afraid of it. We prepared for a reason, and we're going to put it to use. Shout out to JP, shout out to Karma, taking that risk throughout the stage and showing that it pays off.
Who knew all Dashy needed was a 20v1? He now clutches the most in the league, 15 officially before the finals even kicked off. But tonight's play of the game, brought to you by Scuff, belongs to Dashy's teammate, the man from down under, the best player to ever come out of Australia, and arguably one of the most dangerous players to ever touch an SMG, Pred, with the 3K.
Yeah, you know, you heard Karma sort of allude to it in the interview. He was like, we were kind of waiting on Pred to sort of, you know, fit the system of this roster, and that's what happened throughout this weekend, playing those power positions when needed, but also being available and readily able to help guys like Dashy get to those positions, and that's what we saw throughout this, but he can light it up.
And I really felt like Pred needed this as well, because again, it was a lot of virtue signaling of like, when is Pred gonna fall into his place in this roster? He's kind of been talked about, that rookie from the previous years, of like, he can be a superstar. And so I know getting that trophy and getting this very dominant win over Toronto Ultra at their homestand was really important for him.
A clean 4-0, and it wasn't even close. A 100-point difference on sub base as Optic claims the throne on that map as the undefeated champions, and they are going to close things out defiantly against the Toronto Ultra. Let's take a look at what they've earned. $150,000 for their efforts. The bank accounts get richer, and of course, the much needed 100 points. They are right behind Atlanta FaZe now.
Yeah, they're right there, 405 points. They could eclipse Atlanta FaZe with a really good stage going forward. We only have one major left. I'm anticipating a lot of shifts in these standings.
We gotta say a big thank you to everyone here in downtown Toronto, to every fan that has come up and said hi, to everyone who made noise throughout the day. Allie, final thoughts on an epic weekend?
It was an insane weekend, easily one of my favorite, if not the favorite of this year. And not only that, all the records that were broken. I'm gonna be thinking about this one for a very long time.
Namwis, is this the most gifts you've ever received in a single weekend?
Yeah, listen, shout out to the crowd. Absolutely amazing. I hope Toronto is a mainstay every single year. It was electric in this arena, and I can't wait for more in Major 4.
If you don't already, get your tickets to Champs. Optic, your champions of Major 3, hosting the final event of the year. We'll see you all there in July, and we'll see you in just a few weeks for the Major 4 qualifiers.
I just came to win, never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. What it takes, I'ma always bring my dues. I just came to win, off the shuttle and I'm staying locked in. I was always underrated, now I'm in the top 10, making big plays. I was going for the big days, screwed it up by the team, though I'm going hard on a rampage. I'm back up on my grind, y'all be on the grind, watching from the sideline while I'm steady getting mine. Even on the road, we've Ready for whatever, my skin tough for the leather. I'm on the bigger endeavors, my game plan is to have it. Will I lose? Guess I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. I can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win, never will I lose. Guess I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. I can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to dug it, how can people be? I do this so easily. Every step I lead the lead, that's where I got the MVP. 10 steps ahead of y'all, catch me if you can. Fell for a second, now it's time for me to stand up. Move close, turn on the lows when I get involved. Y'all got control, y'all what beats, and I'm taking over. Had I'm spotting, I'm head over this zone. I'm looking for my flowers while I'm here. When I come into the spot, watch the whole crowd change. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win, never will I lose. Guess I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win, never will I lose. Guess I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win.
Hey, what's going on? What are we doing today?
You're streaming? We have the designs to make your stream look awesome. Owned.tv is the largest streamer shop worldwide. We offer branding packages with everything you need. With our do-it-yourself tools, you can easily create designs and choose from millions of possibilities. Get started and set up your stream with our free setup guides right away. That sound good so far? It gets even better. Talk to our streaming experts until everything...
Hey, what's going on? What are we doing today? We're doing, what's the... Hold on a minute. Hold on. Feel the power building. Today, we're going to cover two stories that are of the strange but true variety. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. Not 3, 4, 5 times a week. I know, but it's still pretty good. We're still doing it, okay? Still pretty good. So, if that's of interest to you, please install hidden cameras all around the Like Button's house, and then live stream those cameras to Facebook. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the morning of June 20th, 2005, a 40-year-old man named Wang Diang stood just inside the doorway of a little home in rural northeastern China. Outside, it was pouring rain with all this crazy thunder and lightning, and also there were these hailstones coming down the size of golf balls, smashing into everything. I mean, just the impact on the roof must have been so loud. And so as Wang was standing in the doorway, he was actually looking out in the direction of the storm because all these people were running towards him to come in the house. Wang was actually hosting a wake for a friend, and he was hosting this wake at this man's home. And all the people running up to him were all the mourners coming to pay their respects. Now, by this point, most of the mourners had already made it inside the house, and so Wang was basically just waiting for the last few stragglers to make their way inside. And so from his post at the door, Wang is watching the storm and all these people, and he also took stock of the fact that as he looked out to the big tobacco fields that kind of were all over the place in this town, that was the primary way people made money in this town, he noticed that, there was nobody out there tending the crops. And even in rainstorms, people would tend these crops because this was their livelihood, but Wang understood why nobody was out there. Yes, it was the storm, but specifically, lately there had been these crazy lightning strikes in storms like this that struck the field. And so these workers that were normally out in the fields every single day, They weren't doing that anymore. Finally, the last couple arrived and Wong greeted them and brought them inside, and then he shut the door and then began making his rounds inside the home, making sure all the guests had what they needed, and also just kind of making sure the wake was, overall a positive experience, all things considered. Now, to be clear, Wong was not a monk or a priest or even a relative of the person who was deceased. Instead, he was just kind of like the guy that emceed virtually all events in this town. So if there was weddings, he was the guy who officiated the weddings, and if there were funerals or wakes or things of that nature, also Wong was often tapped to MC that as well. He was kind of like the village elder, if you will, even though he was only 40 years old. And Wong, he really treasured the fact that he was the guy that got to do these things, and so he put a lot of time and energy into making sure they went extremely well. So on this day, as he was making his rounds, checking in with all the mourners, nobody really needed anything, and so Wong sort of felt like he didn't have a role, and he scanned around the room looking for something else he could do that would be productive, and he noticed the incense near the casket was going out. And so Wong walked over, he pulled out the extinguished incense, he got a new stick of incense, put it in, and he lit it, and then he just kind of stood over the casket and closed his eyes and began saying a silent prayer for the dead. And as Wong did this, suddenly there was this deafening roar, and then everything went black. A few seconds later, that deafening roar faded, and it was replaced by the sound of all the mourners in the house basically screaming and trying to figure out what just happened. And so as people began kind of trying to size up the situation, they saw there was all this smoke near the casket, and there was all these wooden debris everywhere, and then people looked up at the ceiling, and they saw there was now a pretty good-sized hole that had blackened char around the edges of the hole that was kind of smoldering, and then unfortunately, once the smoke really had kind of dissipated, Wong was laying right underneath this hole in the roof, and half of his head was gone. It was very clear he was deceased. And it didn't take long for mourners to figure out what had happened. Wong had unfortunately been struck by lightning.
I became a therapist to create safe spaces.
To help people change.
Running a private practice is hard.
But thankfully, insert Alma. They take care of our
2 days later, Wong's family held a funeral for Wong, and basically the entire village showed up for this funeral because remember, Wong was really a central member of this community, and so it was a really big loss that he was now dead. And candidly, this only stoked the fears that everybody had about lightning strikes. I mean, this was really becoming a huge issue. But after the funeral ended and Wong had been placed into a hearse and driven off to the crematorium to be cremated, the people at this funeral who were kind of making their way out began kind of talking a little bit more candidly about what had happened to Wong. I mean, it was obvious he was struck by lightning, but in this town, there was a lot of superstition around deaths like this, when it seems like how he died is almost like an act of God. I mean, how many people get struck by lightning? Even if you're scared of being struck by lightning, that is a very rare phenomenon, and everybody knew that. And so the mourners couldn't help but suspect that maybe Wong was not this incredible person that everybody loved. Maybe he had deep, dark secrets, and the way he was killed was like God's punishment, smiting him for the terrible things he was hiding. But nonetheless, the mourners who had just left the funeral followed tradition and actually walked over to the local crematorium where Wong would be cremated. Basically, it's the absolute final goodbye, and typically the family will stay there and wait for all the people to come by and pay their final respects, and then at that point the family hands off their loved one in their casket to the manager of the crematorium, and the cremation process begins. And so all that happens, all the mourners go to the crematorium, they pay their final respects, and then before long, Wong's family was brought inside the crematorium with the manager, and they were placed in this quiet room to kind of wait for this process to happen. And then the manager left them and went down the hall to the furnace room where Wong's casket was waiting for him. So the furnace room inside of this crematorium is basically like this big industrial space where in the middle is this huge, intimidating metal furnace, which is actually where, the bodies are slid in and burned until they're just ash. And so picture like the biggest oven you've ever seen with a big metal rectangular door and these rails that slide directly into this furnace, and the casket is placed on those rails and then kind of fed into the furnace. They seal the door, and then of course ignite the furnace, and then the cremation begins. And so the manager, who had done this many, many times, walked up to Wong's casket, which was already placed on the rails. Workers had already set it up for this process before he came in. And so the manager walks up to the casket, he opens it up, he sees Wong's body, and he confirms that Wong is just wearing a robe with a belt, and he did not have any jewelry or metal on him or anything like that, which was not allowed during the cremation process. And so feeling confident that this was all good, he shut the casket and then slid loaded the casket into the furnace, he shut the door, the big metal door, locked it, and then started the furnace. And as soon as he hit it, the manager heard the familiar sound of gas hissing as the gas kind of filled up the inside of the space, and then the familiar whooshing sound of the flames igniting. But as the manager kind of stepped away from the front of this furnace and was kind of making his way back towards the door, he noticed there was another sound coming from inside of this furnace. It was a hissing sound, but different than the gas sound. This was something else. And then before long, the hissing got louder and louder and louder. And then finally, there was this massive explosion inside of this furnace. And so smoke is pouring out of the sides. It was unbelievable that the furnace itself even held its shape. I mean, something massive had detonated inside of this thing. And in fact, even though that door that seals the furnace shut, even though it had not been blown off, the force of whatever detonated inside of there was so strong that the manager actually was knocked backwards from the blast. And so in a panic, he got up and there's smoke filling the room and there's flames kind of dancing out of the edges of this metal door in front of the furnace. And he hits the emergency stop and the flames cut, but it's still all smoky and it's totally chaotic and workers are rushing into the room to figure out what's going on. And the manager had no idea. This was something he had never, ever seen before.
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own story instead of following a net.
Just minutes later, firefighters arrived and basically extinguished the remaining flames that were kind of residually burning inside of the furnace and slightly outside of the furnace. Remember, this was a significant explosion, so there are cracks and breaks all over the furnace where some flames were still lit. But finally, the firefighters did extinguish all the flames, and then after it was safe to be in there, an investigation was launched as to what the heck happened in there. And so police officers went into this room and began sifting through all the debris in this room, both inside of the furnace itself and also, outside where it had cracked and things had shot off in different directions. And for a while, they found nothing. I mean, all they found were basically pieces of Wong, ash and some bone and some tissue from him. But there was nothing else that was unusual. But at some point, one of the officers did find something that was unusual. He found a piece of metal that was inside of the furnace that clearly should not have been there. Because remember, it's not allowed to have metal or jewelry or anything on the deceased when they're brought into the furnace. And considering what happened, they're like, okay, does this have something to do with the explosion? And so the officers kind of huddled around this metal and they began kind of cleaning it off to see if there was anything written on it. It's not a very big piece of metal. And eventually they had cleaned it off enough that they realized there was something written on it, and it absolutely explained what had happened here. So to understand what happened, you need to have an understanding of how the Chinese government responds to severe storms like the one that was going on the day that Wong was struck by lightning. So remember, Wong's village had all these tobacco fields all over the place, which was not only how the villagers made their living, but also China as a whole. They need these crops to be bountiful. And these huge storms that produce those golf ball sized pieces of hail, those can severely damage tobacco crops. And the Chinese government doesn't want that to happen. And so the Chinese government has set up these things called weather bureaus, which are these government agencies all across the country whose job is to try to weaken these storms. And the way they do that is very interesting. They use a chemical called silver iode that they put into the actual storm clouds. And what silver iode does is it attracts ice particles and water. And so with this chemical up in the clouds, it kind of breaks up the hail a little bit and either makes them really small. And sometimes this chemical can actually completely destroy the hail and convert it from hail to just plain old rain, which is great. So how do these weather bureaus and this silver iode have anything to do with what happened to Wong? Well, unfortunately for Wong, the way these weather bureaus in China actually get this silver iode up into the clouds is they basically take a rocket launcher and fire a literal rocket, like an explosive device, that contains this silver iode inside of it, and the rockets get fired up into the sky, into the clouds where they detonate, and then the silver iode is kind of sprinkled all throughout the clouds. And unfortunately, on the day Wong was killed, one of those rockets were fired into the sky, and this rocket, it goes up, 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 it goes into the cloud, but it doesn't detonate. It turns around and falls straight down, and it just so happens to go straight through that roof into Wong's head, blowing off a portion of his head, and then the rocket itself got embedded in his torso and did not detonate. And then when he was wheeled off to the crematorium and slid into the furnace, and that manager turned on the furnace, that hissing sound he began hearing right before the explosion was the sound of that rocket inside of Wong's torso heating up and then finally detonating. When the police officers found that little piece of metal, what they had found was actually a piece of the rocket itself. And when they cleared it off, they saw there was a serial number for that particular Weather Bureau rocket. And so that was how they were able to solve this mystery. 3 years after Wong's death, the Chinese government came out and said, yep, this is our fault, we did this. And so they compensated Wong's family 80,000 yuan, which is equal to about 12,000 US dollars. And while that's a pretty underwhelming settlement to be paying for somebody's life, what is significant that came out of this case is following Wong's death, the Chinese government altered their rockets that they fired into these clouds, and they added this feature where if for some reason the rocket goes into the cloud and doesn't detonate, it will automatically deploy a parachute and will safely fall to the ground and not detonate. All right, I have some bad news for you. Seagull Lung is missing. You see, it all started about 4 years ago when I began feuding with the like button. You know, doing silly pranks like, rattling up a hornet's nest and jamming it inside the like button's toilet, or, releasing angry honey badgers into their vacation home. Just fun stuff. But lately, the like button has begun to retaliate, and it's escalating quickly. Just the other day, Seagull Lung received a package in the mail. He opened it up, and boom, it was a brand new lily pad. He was so excited, he hopped on it, getting ready to settle in for a nap, when he suddenly realized this was not a normal lily pad. This one was riddled in poison ivy and also strapped to the brim with fireworks and explosives. It was obviously the work of the like button. And the second Lung tried to move, it detonated, sending Lung flying across the yard. And it was at that point that something happened to Seagull Lung. He got laser vision and realized he was going to exact his revenge on the like button once and for all. And before I could stop him from going rogue, he was gone. And so unfortunately, it's now been a week and I still have not heard or seen Lung. And so naturally, I did the only thing anybody would do in this position, and that is I created a limited time merch drop. I created a brand new limited Lungy merch line commemorating our rogue comrade. Right now, you can go to shopmrballin.com and check out the entire Lungy merch line that's only available for a limited time. We have a new graphic tee and tank top. We have a new pin that everybody loved. Those sold out so fast last time. There's a sticker set. There's even coasters. I mean, if you're into Seagull Lung, which I think a lot of you are, it's pretty good, but you gotta act now because I promise you this stuff is not gonna stick around. It's gonna sell out quickly, so go get your Lungy merch before it's too late. Again, shopmrballin.com and get your Seagull Lung merch, which is your way of supporting Lung on his mission to destroy the like button. Enjoy.
How do you keep something secret? You hide it in plain sight.
July 8, 1940.
On January 30th, 1989, two young men were working the afternoon lunch shift at a Domino's Pizza restaurant in Chamblee, Georgia. Their names were Daryl Wilson and Sean Burnset. And most weeks, this shift that they worked together was really boring because virtually nobody came into the restaurant. But on this day, at around 11 a.m., as Daryl and Sean are kind of twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the shift to end, a man who was obviously disgruntled and very agitated stormed in the door carrying a gun, a .357 Magnum gun, so a really powerful handgun, and he aimed it straight at them. Daryl and Sean were so shocked by this that at first they didn't do anything. But then it kind of dawned on them that, oh my goodness, this guy's coming in here to rob the place. And so Daryl and Sean suddenly put their hands up and they begin saying, okay, take whatever you want, take whatever you want. And the man suddenly began shouting something at them like he wanted something. And it took Daryl and Sean a second to kind of understand what he was asking for. But when they started to process the things he was saying, they kind of understood that this did not seem like a robbery. The guy was demanding that they call Tom S. Monahan so he, this guy, the guy with the gun, can talk to Tom. Now, Daryl and Sean Sean may have known this, but probably not, because they likely didn't care. But Tom S. Monahan, at the time, was the owner of Domino's. Not like this particular restaurant in Chamblee, Georgia, but like the entire national chain. He was the actual owner of the company. And so this guy is coming in being like, you know, let me talk to the owner of Domino's. And so at some point, Daryl and Sean understood who Tom S. Monahan was. Perhaps the guy with the gun explained it, or maybe one of them did know who Tom S. Monahan was. But either way, Daryl and Sean suddenly realized, oh my goodness, this guy wants to talk to the owner. But they have no way of getting in touch with the owner of Domino's. They're just pizza cooks. They're not like connected to the C-suite. But when Daryl and Sean told the guy like, hey, we don't know how to get in touch with the literal owner of this major franchise, well, the guy didn't like that. And he got really frantic and began yelling and screaming like, you gotta do it, you gotta get Tom on the phone. And so Daryl and Sean are like, okay, and they grab the phone and they try to call their own boss because they don't know who else to call. And as they're calling their own boss, this guy fires 2 shots into the ceiling. So this is like a really high intensity situation that's escalating really quickly. But Daryl, who actually was the one on the phone, he did his best to stay calm, and when his boss got on the other line, he tried his best to explain the situation as quickly as he could, because he could tell, you know, this guy with the gun is very close to potentially shooting them. And the boss of Daryl and Sean did understand, okay, clearly there is a crisis happening at this branch. And when Daryl said, you gotta find a way to get Tom S. Monahan on the phone, like right now, well, his boss was like, I got it. And a few minutes later, Daryl's boss, who's still on the phone with him, was like, okay, I'm gonna patch you through. And then a second later, Tom S. Monahan hops on the phone and he's like, what's going on? And at this point, Daryl just handed the phone over to the guy with the gun and said, here you go, Tom's on the phone. And the man with the gun grabbed the phone, put it to his ear, and then began rattling off these totally bizarre demands. He wanted a white limousine to show up to the restaurant to be his getaway car. He wanted $10,000 in cash, and he wanted a copy of a science fiction novel about the Freemasons called The Widow's Son. And so Daryl and Sean, who are behind the counter witnessing this, they're hearing these demands, and it's clicking for them that clearly this guy is not mentally well. This is a guy who's totally unhinged, and who knows what's going to happen. After a few minutes on the phone, the gunman hung up and then told Daryl and Sean very calmly that now the 3 of them were just going to sit in this restaurant and wait for his demands to be met. And for the next 5.5 hours, that's what they did. Daryl, Sean, and the gunman, who just kept the gun aimed at Daryl and Sean, they just sat inside of this restaurant. And at the same time, you know, by this point, the police have been called and they're completely surrounding this restaurant. And when the gunman came into the store, because this was a very slow day, there weren't any other customers or staff inside. So it really was just Daryl, Sean, and the gunman. And so it's a total standoff. But interestingly, for Sean and Daryl, who were right there with this gunman, they started to sense that this guy was not here to hurt them. He was really after Tom S. Monahan, and over those 5.5 hours, they were just sitting there with him with his gun aimed right at them. He periodically began telling them, you know, what his gripes were with Tom S. Monahan. The gunman told Daryl and Sean that Tom was specifically targeting him, the gunman, and also Tom was secretly communicating with the gunman when the gunman didn't want to talk to him, almost like telekinesis or something. And also the gunman told them that Tom S. Monahan periodically will walk around his property at night, kind of creeping around, you know, scaring the gunman. And Daryl and Sean, you know, they're hearing these things and not believing any of it, but they were very empathetic and said, oh yeah, I can understand why that would be an issue. I can understand why you'd come in here and demand to speak to Tom S. Monahan. Yep, totally get it. And that was just kind of how the day was going. And then around 4:30 p.m., so they've been in there a long time by this point, the gunman told Daryl and Sean that he was really hungry, so they better go make him some pizzas. So Daryl and Sean just got up, they went in the back, they made 2 large everything pizzas, and after they were made, they put them in boxes and slid them across the counter to the gunman. And at this moment, Daryl and Sean knew the gunman, in order to eat, would have to put his weapon down to open up the box and get the pizza. And so the second they handed it over, without even communicating with each other, they kind of waited for the gunman to put the gun down. And he did. He put the gun down, he opened the pizza up, he grabbed a slice, and at that moment, Daryl and Sean began sprinting past him towards the door, and the gunman, who's seeing this happen, he drops the pizza, he grabs the gun, and he turns, and he aims. So to really understand what's happening here, you need to understand what type of marketing Domino's, like the national franchise, was doing to advertise their product. Starting in 1985, Domino's came up with a very popular advertising campaign called The Noid. And the Noid was actually a character. It was like this weird claymation character with big sneakers and bunny ears. He was like this goofy thing that was the equivalent of McDonald's Hamburglar, but this was for pizza. And what Domino's did with the Noid is they would run these ads on TV where the Noid was like this menace who was always out to disrupt pizza deliveries. Not necessarily Domino's pizza deliveries, but generally pizza deliveries, it's like the Noid's gonna destroy them, either by, freezing the pizzas on their way to the person's house, or smashing them into the ground, or causing whatever mayhem the Noid could create to stop pizzas from getting to their customers. And so Domino's kind of catchy thing was avoid the Noid with Domino's. Meaning like Domino's, the chain, was the only chain capable of avoiding all the chaos that could disrupt you getting the thing you want, your pizza. And this advertising campaign was brilliant, not only because it really worked, people really liked Domino's because it did seem like they were superior, but also they were able to kind of franchise this character itself, the Noid. It became a toy you could buy, and there was talk about doing a TV show and maybe a movie around this Noid character. And Michael Jackson, like the king of pop, he put the Noid in one of his music videos. I mean, this was a really, really successful advertising campaign, but for as successful as this campaign was, it did unfortunately lead to what happened inside of this Domino's restaurant in Chamblee, Georgia. So on the day this gunman came charging in and held up the place, aiming the gun at Sean and Daryl, it would turn out the gunman's name was Kenneth Lamar Noid. And Kenneth Lamar Noid was not going into the store to get money or to steal food or to hurt, Daryl or Sean. He was there to get his revenge on Tom S. Monahan, who he looked at as the person responsible for coming up with this Noid campaign. Because Kenneth Lamar Noid was very mentally ill, and he believed the Avoid the Noid campaign was not a marketing campaign, but rather Tom S. Monahan specifically targeting Kenneth Lamar Noid, basically making him out to be this big villain. But Kenneth's plan for how to deal with this totally backfired, because in a totally ironic twist, by holding up this Domino's franchise and creating this huge standoff, he literally became like the Noid because no pizza deliveries could be had that entire day out of that franchise. And so Kenneth Lamar Noid, in an effort to stop Tom S. Monahan from running this Noid campaign, because I'm no villain, I don't go after pizzas, I don't try to stop people from getting their pizzas, in an effort to do that, that is exactly what he did. He literally became the human version of the Noid. And so after Daryl and Sean made a run for it towards the door, Kenneth did grab his gun and he did aim it at the two men, and he even fired it a couple of times, but he missed, and Daryl and Sean were totally unhurt. In fact, nobody got hurt. All that happened is Kenneth Lamar Noid looked like the Noid and he got arrested. However, instead of going to jail, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital. As for the actual advertising campaign itself, which was very successful, Avoid the Noid, well, it would not survive this total PR nightmare, and Tom S. Monahan canceled it immediately after Kenneth Lamar Noid was taken off. So in a weird way, Kenneth actually did sort of get his revenge.
Avoid the Noid. Domino's Pizza delivers. Call now.
Hey everybody, just a reminder, we do have that new limited merch line that's all around Seagull Lung and him going rogue. There's the new graphic tee and tank top, there's the new pin, there's coasters, there's a sticker set. It's all really good stuff. Go to shopmrballin.com and get your Seagull Lung merch to help support our rogue comrade who's going out there to get his revenge on the like button. Shopmrballin.com, go get that sweet, sweet Seagull Lung merch now. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's stories, remember we have multiple podcasts under the Ballin Studios umbrella. We have Mr. Ballin Podcast, Strange, Dark, and Mysterious Stories with hundreds of stories, many of which are not on YouTube, they're just on the podcast. We also have Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries. We have Runful, Bedtime Stories. All you got to do is go on any podcast platform and look up Ballin Studios, and boom, you got a whole bunch of stories you can go binge. Until next time, thank you so much. See ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here.
Franklin, you...
Wallace isn't doing anything wrong. He's trying to keep his arm in the lap and not take the paper down. Down there, 9.5. Slavsky is called. He just sits on the inside of it. He's tires off of his car. It's not doing really good. How to keep sure that's gonna take it. See, 17. Here he said no. That difference right now, there's only 5 laps left. So he's not too worried. Second one's gone. Sure can. That's the information he wants to get. He's fine. I'll get her back here. I'll make some things. I need that. And he might want something here. She's on the right spot. This track, that's sweet spot. Maybe not outlook. Sometimes if you sit at the right spot, this track, what you need to do. Just go on track. Just it. Sounds good. That's they're gonna do it. It's hard point. Secure the target area.
Hardcore domination. Capture all objectives. Keep us secure. We control Alpha. We have taken the lead. We're taking Bravo. We control Bravo. Objectives. Enemy securing Bravo.
It's so satisfying and finally.
Enemy Overwatch Helo inbound. Securing objective Alpha. Taking Bravo. Securing all objectives.
Missed a knife.
Copy. Counter UAV deployed. Running interference.
All right, Daddy. Hold on. On you. You got. You got banned. That's funny. If you can't, if you won't join, make me leader, and I'll join him for my invite. What up, Informal? How you doing, buddy? No, I'm here. No, I'm here. All right. Every stream.
Enemy soldier incoming. You're up fast, we're about to get evil. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Moving to my mark.
Drop inbound. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Moving to my mark.
Losing ground. Move it.
Oh.
Tossing smoke grenade. Oh, your death will be a waste.
Confirmed, and we located the rest of them.
Throwing smoke. Give me a moment. Tossing smoke grenade.
Headed your way. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Hold. I'm wounded.
Your squad
Throwing
mates
smoke.
back on station. Good work.
Tossing smoke grenade. Give me a moment. Throwing smoke.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free. $25 are left. Stay sharp out there. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Friendly mortar strike on the way.
All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job. Enemy squad hunting. Stay sharp. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Prices have been reduced. Good. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting. Located the rest of them. Enemy destroyed. Use your tactics. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count.
We will not surprise you.
Trophy system.
Bro, this USB 9 is ridiculous. I am
Gas is inbound.
We need launcher ammo. Tossing smoke grenade.
Head to the safe zone. Fire sale's over. Adjusting prices.
We need launcher ammo.
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game.
Nothing to hide. Don't usually feel the need to face it. In the AO.
The enemy is no longer tracking you. You lost
visual
them.
on the enemy.
Gas is closing in. advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Friendly Guardian is active.
Friendly
Requesting
Guardian
fire
inbound.
mission. Target marked. Requesting recon flyover. Need recon overhead.
I don't see no place.
Friendly UAV entering area.
I called him.
Gas is moving. Get your squad to the safe zone. No one gets left behind.
Mark the
Pushing that
target.
building right there. I have one right here.
The rocket's here.
Our Guardian's lost power. You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them out. Got gas moving in. Get to the safe zone.
Frank, both kids up front. They're pushing right here. Yeah, I got a better sight. Your ex-CIA agent said on his deathbed they killed Bob Marley. They put a nail with viruses in its shoe. Yeah, put a nail and gave him virus. He said it was, yeah, said he was done for as soon as he stepped in it. He just didn't. Apparently, the ex-CIA agent said it on his fucking deathbed or something. Well, tell you one thing, if he does make it to heaven, put Bob Marley's weight at the backhand. Oh yeah. He probably has a TV up there waiting on him. Oh yeah.
Gear up fast, we're about to get evil. Enemy soldier incoming.
Some new videos lately. Makes me wonder what Fast and Furious is in. Because, from what I understand,
Prep time's over, now you deploy to the war zone. Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back down. Check your attack map for objective location. Enemies dropping into the AO. You have extra room for armor now, so don't go dying on us out there. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Loadout drop headed your way.
Hold up, can you hear us? Over. You're down one squad mate. We'll get you redeployed faster.
Gas mask here.
Loot here.
Requesting recon flyover. Mortar strike is inbound.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Hostile Guardian has been deployed.
Impact. No hit. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
UAV is online.
Target spotted. Request fire.
Copy that. Phoenix 2-3. Strike inbound. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
You're muted, bro.
Hostile mosquito is online.
Inbound. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Go get hunting.
He's upstairs. Well, it was upstairs. Oh, he's in the window. Track.
Confirmed, and we
You suck.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
Moving. Here.
One just went in this building right here. Damn, Brown, you just
Got gas moving in.
That's crazy. Now you don't let his whole teammate get back.
Cancel that.
I don't know why Wardog's not talking.
Resurging. Go get your revenge.
Field upgrade.
Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Oh, I got it. What the world? No. We'll get my phone and then you can sit in my lap. You're not gonna sit in my lap with nothing. Go get my phone. I love you.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six. Stand by for redeployment. Got a loadout drop inbound.
Hostile counter UAV overhead. Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Okay, baby.
Gas is inbound.
Alright, thank you. Watch your phone.
All right, your squad's in the safe zone. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Fire sale's over. Adjusting prices. They hit us hard that time. Let's regroup and get back up there, yep.
This guy should not have fucking killed us.
Gas is moving.
Get up there. I'll change your cooler.
Losing ground. Move it.
Just get up there so I can change your cooler. Gotta plug it in. What? On and on? Alright, we can change it and then I'll let you do it. Okay?
Oh.